Hello, my tired dumplings. Tonight we step into a world where letters took weeks to cross a continent, where urgent news crawled along rails and rivers, and where a handful of stubborn pilots decided the sky might offer a faster route. This is the story of how flying the mail changed everything, one precarious flight at a time. So as always, if you enjoy the pleasant experience of learning or listening to history while sleeping, feel free to follow if you're new. Give us a thumbs up review, as it helps us push farther than where we are, and let me know how your day was down below and what time it is for you. Now dim those lights that always strain our eyes, grab your comfy blanket, and let's get this party started, shall we? Before we begin, picture this. The year is 1918, and the fastest way to send a letter from New York to San Francisco still involves a train, multiple transfers, and about 5 days of rattling across the plains. The telegraph exists for urgent messages, but most communication still moves at the speed of steam and steel. Then a few brave souls climb into fabric-covered biplanes, stuff bags of letters into cramped cockpits, and launch themselves into uncertain skies. What follows is a tale of innovation born from impatience, of technology pushed past reasonable limits, and of how the simple act of delivering mail faster would accidentally build the foundations of modern aviation. You live in a time when distance still means something heavy and real. A letter from your cousin in California takes nearly a week to reach your hands in Boston. You write back immediately, knowing your reply will spend another week crossing mountains and prairies before arriving. This rhythm feels natural because you have never known anything faster. The Pony Express belongs to frontier legend now, replaced by railway mail cars that sort letters while thundering across the landscape at 40 miles per hour. This seems remarkably swift until you calculate the actual journey time and realise a cross-country letter still consumes most of a week. The railway mail service operates with impressive efficiency for 1918. Clerks work in specialised cars attached to passenger trains, sorting thousands of letters while the locomotive charges through darkness. They grab mail bags from trackside hooks without stopping, using extending arms that snatch the pouches in a blur of canvas and rope. The system works beautifully within its limits. Those limits involve steel rails, fixed schedules, and the immutable fact that trains cannot fly over mountain ranges. Business moves at this measured pace. A contract negotiation between New York and San Francisco might stretch across months, with each exchange of proposals consuming 2 weeks of transit time. Imagine trying to manage a crisis when every decision point requires 14 days of round-trip communication. The patient prosper. The impatient fume and search for alternatives. The airplane exists now, but barely. The Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk only 15 years ago, and most people still regard flying machines as dangerous curiosities rather than practical tools. Military forces experimented with aircraft during the Great War, but the conflict just ended, and most planes head for storage or scrapyards. A few visionaries look at these wooden fabric contraptions and see something beyond reconnaissance or combat. They see speed. Your morning begins with toast and tea while scanning the newspaper. An advertisement catches your attention. A local aviation enthusiast plans to attempt a flight from the city commons to a neighbouring town, weather permitting. The notice lists the date as tentative, the route as approximate, and the likelihood of success as uncertain. This captures the state of aviation in your world. Ambitious, thrilling, and profoundly unreliable. The United States Post Office faces mounting pressure to modernise. Postmaster General Albert Burleson hears constant complaints about delivery times. Railway accidents disrupt mail schedules. Snow closes mountain passes for weeks each winter. Floods wash out tracks and strand mail cars in unexpected locations. The infrastructure groans under increasing volume as the nation grows more connected and more impatient. Otto Prager serves as Second Assistant Postmaster General, overseeing operations with a mixture of efficiency and ambition. He watches the military mothball its training planes and sees opportunity. According to postal records from that era, Prager argues that airmail could cut delivery times in half and demonstrate American innovation to the world. Skeptics point out that airplanes crash frequently, carry minimal cargo, and cannot fly in poor weather. Prager counters that every technology starts imperfect and improves through use. The debate continues through meetings and memoranda. Some officials suggest waiting another decade for aviation to mature. Others worry that delay means losing the chance to lead. Krieger pushes hard for immediate experimentation, arguing that the post office should pioneer airmail before private companies claim the innovation for themselves. The government, he insists, must prove aviation viable for commercial use. Congress appropriates $100,000 for experimental airmail service. This translates to roughly $1.8 million in modern currency. A substantial investment, but modest considering the stakes. The funds must cover aircraft purchases, pilot salaries, maintenance, and facility construction. Postal officials begin planning a route between Washington and New York, a distance of about 200 miles. The distance seems manageable for testing. Mountains complicate the path, but nothing compared to crossing the Rockies. You watch these developments with curiosity but limited expectations. Flying still seems more spectacle than solution. The newspapers print breathless accounts of aviation stunts, but practical applications remain elusive. Mail travels reliably if slowly by train. Why risk letters in machines that fall from the sky? The post office acquires 6 Curtiss JN-4H biplanes, better known as Jennies. These aircraft served as military trainers during the war, teaching thousands of pilots basic flight skills before sending them overseas. The Jenny features a straightforward design with 2 fabric-covered wings, a simple engine, and an open cockpit where the pilot sits exposed to wind and weather. Maximum speed reaches about 75 miles per hour with favourable winds. Range extends to perhaps 250 miles before fuel runs dry. The plane carries a pilot and not much else, certainly not the heavy mail sacks filling railway cars. Engineers modify the Jennies for mail service by removing the front cockpit seat and installing a mail compartment. This space holds roughly 150 pounds of letters, a fraction of what a single railway car manages. The modification seems almost comically inadequate for replacing trains, but the experiment focuses on speed, not volume. If a plane can deliver even a small batch of letters in 2 hours instead of 8, the proof of concept succeeds. Pilots come from the military, mostly young men who learned to fly during the war, and now seek employment in a suddenly peaceful world. They possess skill but limited experience with cross-country navigation. Military flying involved short reconnaissance flights or combat missions over familiar territory. Now these pilots must find their way between cities using maps, compasses, and visual landmarks while fighting wind and weather. The first official airmail flight receives tremendous publicity. Newspapers announce the date as May 15th, 1918. Dignitaries gather at the Polo Grounds in Washington to witness history. Photographers position cameras to capture the moment. Postal officials give speeches about progress and innovation. The selected pilot, a young lieutenant named George Boyle, prepares his aircraft while crowds watch. This moment should mark the triumphant beginning of a new era. Instead, it becomes a cautionary tale about the gap between ambition and execution. The morning of May 15th arrives with perfect weather. You imagine standing among the crowd at the Polo Grounds, watching Lieutenant George Boyle perform his pre-flight checks. The Jenny gleams in spring sunshine, its fabric skin stretched taut over wooden ribs. Mail sacks sit ready beside the plane, containing letters from government officials and businesses eager to participate in the historic first flight. Boyle climbs into the cockpit, adjusts his goggles, and signals readiness. The engine coughs to life with a crackling roar. Blue smoke drifts across the field. Spectators step back as the propeller becomes an invisible blur. Boyle waves to the crowd, advances the throttle, and begins his takeoff roll. The Jenny bounces across grass, gains speed, and lifts into the air. Cheers erupt from assembled dignitaries. Cameras click furiously. The future has arrived. Then Boyle turns the wrong direction. Instead of heading north toward Philadelphia and New York, he flies south. The error stems from simple disorientation after takeoff. Boyle spent limited time studying maps and relied on following visible railways to find his route. Unfortunately, he picks the wrong railway. The plane drones south while Boyle presumably believes he flies north. After about 20 minutes, he realizes something seems wrong. The landscape refuses to match his expectations. He circles, searches for landmarks, and grows increasingly confused. Fuel consumption becomes urgent. The Jenny cannot stay aloft indefinitely while Boyle figures out navigation. He spots a field that looks suitable for landing and brings the plane down in Waldorf, Maryland, about 25 miles south of his starting point. The historic first airmail flight covers negative distance and delivers 0 letters to the intended destination. Postal officials scramble to recover the mail and arrange alternate transportation to complete the delivery by train. This fiasco could have killed the entire airmail program before it truly began. Critics pounced on the failure as proof that aviation remained too unreliable for serious commerce. Newspapers ran gleeful headlines about the bungled attempt, yet postal administrators chose to view the incident as a learning experience rather than fatal flaw. Boyle lacked proper training for cross-country navigation. Future pilots would receive better preparation. The same day, a more experienced pilot named Torrey Webb successfully flew the return route from New York to Washington, proving the concept viable despite Boyle's mishap. Webb followed established landmarks, managed his fuel carefully, and delivered his mail sack without incident. His success salvaged the day and convinced officials that airmail deserved continued investment. You follow these developments in evening newspapers, probably with some amusement. The image of a pilot flying the wrong direction on such a publicised occasion captures both the comedy and tragedy of early aviation. Technology promised miracles but delivered pratfalls. Still, the post office persisted. Regular airmail service between Washington and New York begins on a daily basis through that summer. Pilots learn routes through practice, memorising landmarks and developing techniques for navigation without instruments. They follow rivers when possible, using the Potomac and Delaware as natural guides. They watch for railways and highways below, using human infrastructure as reference points when clouds obscured terrain. Weather proves immediately problematic. Thunderstorms ground flights regularly. Strong winds blow light aircraft off course or make landing impossible. Fog creates deadly conditions where pilots cannot see ground or sky and become disoriented in grey emptiness. The early weeks produce multiple forced landings as pilots encounter conditions beyond their skill or aircraft capability. Mail sacks get transferred to trains whenever weather prevents flying. This defeats the purpose of airmail, since letters arrive no faster than standard railway service. Postal officials calculate that flights complete successfully only about 60% of the time during those first months. The remaining 40% involve delays, cancellations, or emergency landings in farm fields where pilots wait for assistance while locals gawk at the strange machine. One pilot named Max Miller becomes famous for his ability to navigate through challenging conditions. According to postal records, Miller flew the Washington to New York route more than 100 times during 1918, completing most flights despite weather that grounded less experienced aviators. He developed a reputation for studying cloud patterns and making split-second decisions about whether conditions allowed safe passage. Other pilots watched Miller and learned from his techniques. The planes themselves require constant maintenance, fabric tears in strong winds and needs patching. Engines run roughly and demand frequent adjustment. Landing gear breaks when pilots touch down hard on uneven fields. Every flight risks mechanical failure, and pilots carry basic tools for roadside repairs. Stories circulate about aviators fixing engines with baling wire and determination before flying onward to complete deliveries. You might wonder why pilots accepted such dangerous work. Pay offered one attraction. Military pilots faced unemployment after the war ended, and airmail jobs provided steady income. More importantly, these men loved flying. They belonged to the first generation who could claim the sky as workplace rather than fantasy. The danger added intensity to the experience rather than deterring them. Most were young, confident in their abilities, and convinced they could master any challenge through skill and courage. The post office expands service beyond the Washington to New York route. Officials announce plans for a transcontinental airmail system linking New York to San Francisco. This ambitious project involves establishing intermediate landing fields, hiring more pilots, acquiring additional aircraft, and solving navigation challenges that dwarf the relatively simple Northeast Corridor. Flying cross-country means crossing the Allegheny Mountains, the Great Plains, and the Rocky Mountains. It means dealing with weather systems that span hundreds of miles. It means creating infrastructure where none exists. Skeptics declare transcontinental airmail impossible. The distance exceeds 2,500 miles. No aircraft can fly that far without multiple refueling stops. Weather patterns across the continent vary wildly and unpredictably. Mountains create turbulence that tears planes apart. Winter brings blizzards that close entire regions for months. The project seems destined for expensive failure. Otto Praeger ignores the skeptics and pushes forward. He organises surveying teams to scout potential landing fields along a proposed route. The path must avoid the highest mountain peaks while staying reasonably direct. It must pass through towns large enough to support maintenance facilities and fuel depots. It must offer enough flat ground for emergency landings when pilots inevitably encounter trouble. The chosen route runs from New York through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, and California. Each state presents unique obstacles. Pennsylvania means crossing mountains in unpredictable weather. The plains stretch flat and featureless, making navigation by landmarks nearly impossible. Wyoming brings high altitude and thin air that reduces engine power. Nevada offers desert heat that creates turbulent updrafts. California demands crossing the Sierra Nevada, some of the most dangerous terrain in North America for aviation. Landing fields get established every 200 miles or so, roughly matching the Jenny's maximum range. These facilities start crude, often just a flat pasture, with a windsock and a shed for fuel storage. Local contractors receive payments to maintain the fields and assist pilots who land for refueling. Over time, the fields improve with better surfaces, hangars for weather protection, and mechanics capable of performing repairs. Your world begins changing in ways both subtle and profound. A business in New York can now send urgent documents to Washington and receive same-day delivery if weather permits. This acceleration of communication creates new possibilities and expectations. Companies start planning around faster information flow. The notion that distance should automatically mean delay begins eroding. The post office trains more pilots through the summer and fall of 1918. The training program emphasizes practical skills like forced landing procedures, weather assessment, and emergency repairs. Instructors teach navigation techniques including dead reckoning, where pilots calculate position using compass heading, airspeed, and elapsed time. They practice reading landscapes from above, learning to distinguish towns, rivers, and railways from altitude. Not every pilot survives training. Aircraft failures claim lives. Inexperience leads to fatal mistakes. The Postal Service maintains strict silence about accidents, worried that publicising deaths might doom the entire programme. Families receive condolences and financial settlements. Newspapers occasionally report crashes, but usually without connecting them to broader patterns of danger. The first winter approaches and brings new terrors. Snowstorms reduce visibility to zero. Ice accumulates on wings and changes their shape, destroying lift. Freezing temperatures cause engines to fail and fuel lines to clog. Pilots who survive forced landings in remote areas face the additional challenge of not freezing to death before rescue arrives. Several barely escape hypothermia after spending nights in crashed planes waiting for help. Yet the mail keeps flying. Pilots develop almost obsessive dedication to completing deliveries. They take pride in maintaining schedules despite weather, mechanical problems, and exhaustion. This culture of determination becomes central to airmail's identity. The service promises faster delivery, and pilots push themselves to fulfill that promise even when conditions argue for staying grounded. Spring of 1919 brings renewed ambition. The Washington to New York route operates reliably enough that postal officials now focus serious planning on the transcontinental service. Survey teams have identified landing fields. Contractors have begun improving facilities. Pilots have gained experience with weather and navigation. The pieces align for attempting something far more ambitious than short regional hops. The first transcontinental route opens in sections rather than all at once. Postal planners recognise that launching the entire system simultaneously invites disaster. Instead, they build eastward and westward from established points, gradually connecting the segments until continuous service becomes possible. The strategy allows for testing and refinement before commitment to the full distance. You follow these developments through newspapers and probably feel both excitement and skepticism. Transcontinental airmail sounds wonderful in theory. In practice, you suspect the reality will involve delays, cancellations, and continued reliance on trains for actual delivery. Still, the audacity of the attempt captures imagination. These pilots will attempt something no one accomplished before. Chicago becomes an early hub, positioned roughly midway between coasts and offering relatively flat approaches from multiple directions. The landing field sits on the grounds of the old checkerboard field, later renamed Maywood Field. Workers grade the surface and construct basic buildings for mail sorting and aircraft maintenance. A telegraph line connects the field to postal headquarters, allowing communication about weather conditions and flight schedules. Pilots begin practicing the Chicago to New York segment through the spring. This route covers about 750 miles and requires 2 or 3 refueling stops depending on winds. The path crosses relatively gentle terrain compared to what awaits in the west, making it ideal for building experience and confidence. By summer, the eastern segment operates daily with reasonable reliability. The western challenge looms larger. Flying from Chicago to San Francisco means crossing the Rockies and Sierra Nevada, mountain ranges that reach above 14,000 feet, while the Jennies struggle to climb past 10,000. Pilots must find passes through the ranges, threading between peaks while fighting unpredictable winds and rapidly changing weather. One wrong turn could send an aircraft into a box canyon with no escape. Fuel management becomes critical because extended detours to avoid weather might leave tanks empty before reaching the next field. Postal officials recruit pilots with specific mountain experience. Several come from barnstorming backgrounds, having flown air shows throughout the West and learned to read terrain from above. These men understand how mountains create their own weather, how afternoon heating causes turbulent updrafts, and how winds accelerate through passes. Their knowledge proves essential for route planning and training other pilots. The transcontinental route opens for business on September 8, 1919. Postal officials stage simultaneous departures from New York and San Francisco, racing mail across the continent in opposite directions. The flights proceed in relays, with pilots covering assigned segments before handing mail to fresh crews. This system allows for continuous progress even though individual pilots cannot fly the entire distance without exhausting themselves. The westbound mail leaves New York early morning and makes steady progress through Pennsylvania and Ohio. Pilots navigate using rivers and railways, stopping for fuel at predetermined fields. Weather cooperates through the day, allowing the relay to stay on schedule. By evening, the mail reaches Chicago, having covered roughly 800 miles. Fresh pilots take over for the next leg. Flying continues through the night over the plains. This represents a new frontier in airmail operations. Earlier flights stuck to daylight hours when pilots could navigate visually. Night flying introduces profound challenges. Pilots cannot see landmarks below. Cloud cover becomes invisible until the plane flies into it. Forced landings in darkness invite disaster since pilots cannot assess ground conditions before touching down. Yet the post office equips some routes with rudimentary lighting systems. Every 25 miles or so, bonfires burn at predetermined points along the route, creating a trail of flames that pilots can follow through darkness. Farmers and ranchers receive payments to maintain these fires on schedule, lighting them at dusk and keeping them burning until dawn. From above, the landscape transforms into a dotted line of orange light stretching toward the horizon. You can imagine flying through that darkness, watching pinpoints of flame appear and disappear below, while the engine roars steadily onward. The fires provide more than navigation. They offer psychological comfort, proof that someone below monitors your progress and cares whether you survive the night. When cloud cover obscures the fires, pilots navigate by compass and hope, counting minutes and calculating distance until the next expected beacon. The mail crosses Wyoming and approaches the Rockies by midnight. Here the route climbs through mountain passes following valleys between peaks. Pilots gain altitude slowly, nursing their engines to maximum performance in thin air. Some carry less fuel than maximum capacity to reduce weight and improve climb rate. This gamble trades safety margin for altitude capability, betting that weather will allow reaching the next field before tanks run dry. Morning finds the relay approaching the Sierra Nevada. This final barrier presents the greatest danger of the entire route. The mountains force aircraft to high altitude where engines struggle and temperatures drop below freezing. Passes through the range funnel wind into fierce currents that can flip a plane or smash it into canyon walls. Pilots time their crossings carefully. Attempting passage during morning calm before afternoon heating creates violent turbulence. The westbound mail arrives in San Francisco around 30 hours after leaving New York, depending on weather and mechanical issues. This represents a dramatic improvement over the 5-day railway journey. The eastbound mail completes similar timing, proving the route works in both directions. Postal officials celebrate the achievement as vindication of their vision. Newspaper headlines proclaim the conquest of distance. Reality proves less triumphant than publicity suggests. The inaugural transcontinental flight succeeded partly through luck. Weather cooperated unusually well for early September. No major mechanical failures disrupted the relays. Pilots pushed through marginal conditions that might normally argue for delays. Subsequent attempts encounter the challenges that inaugural flights avoided. The winter of 1919 brings severe problems. Blizzards close western routes for days at a time. Mountain passes fill with clouds that make navigation impossible. Engine failures increase as cold weather stresses mechanical systems. Several pilots die in crashes, though postal officials continue suppressing detailed accident reports. The transcontinental service operates sporadically rather than reliably, maintaining schedules only when conditions cooperate. Mail volume grows steadily despite service interruptions. Businesses discover that airmail, even with its inconsistencies, offers advantages over railway service. Time-sensitive documents benefit from faster delivery when weather allows flying. The cachet of airmail attracts customers willing to pay premium postage for the novelty and speed. Postal revenues from airmail exceed initial projections, justifying continued investment in the service. Engineers begin developing aircraft specifically designed for mail service, rather than adapting military trainers. The de Havilland DH-4 represents an early purpose-built mail plane with greater cargo capacity and more reliable engine than the Jenny. These aircraft cruise faster and carry heavier loads, making routes more economical. The post office begins replacing Jennies with DH-4s through 1920, gradually improving fleet capability. Pilots develop remarkable skill at navigating through challenging conditions. They memorize routes so thoroughly that they can fly segments in near total darkness, using only occasional glimpses of landmarks. They learn to read cloud patterns and predict weather with accuracy that rivals official forecasts. They master forced landing techniques that allow safe arrivals in tiny fields when engines fail. The best pilots become legends among their peers, respected for judgment and courage. One such pilot, Jack Knight, achieves fame through an extraordinary feat of endurance and determination that comes to define the spirit of early airmail. February of 1921 arrives with bitter cold across the plains. The transcontinental airmail service has operated for nearly 2 years now, building credibility but still facing skepticism about reliability. Critics continue pointing to weather delays and arguing that trains remain more dependable for important mail. Postal officials need a dramatic demonstration that airmail deserves its premium pricing and government support. They decide to stage a special transcontinental flight during February to prove winter operations viable. The flight plan involves continuous relay service from San Francisco to New York, maintaining the mail in transit without overnight storage at intermediate points. This requires night flying across the most dangerous segments, pushing pilots and equipment to their limits. If successful, the demonstration proves airmail can deliver faster than trains regardless of seasonal weather. If it fails, the program faces increased criticism and potential budget cuts. Weather predictions for late February look challenging but not impossible. Cold fronts move across the plains, bringing snow and wind. Mountain regions report heavy clouds and reduced visibility. Coastal areas expect fog. The conditions represent typical winter difficulty rather than extraordinary danger. Postal officials decide to proceed. The westbound relay begins from New York on February 22nd. Pilots carry the mail across Pennsylvania and Ohio without significant problems. The eastern segments benefit from established infrastructure and experienced crews. Mail reaches Chicago on schedule, then continues westward into deteriorating weather. Wyoming presents the critical challenge. Pilots flying that segment must navigate through darkness and snow while crossing high plains where forced landings mean almost certain death from exposure. The designated pilot for the Wyoming segment develops severe illness and cannot fly. Officials scramble to find replacement coverage. Jack Knight happens to be available. He normally flies the North Platte to Cheyenne segment, a relatively short hop compared to what officials now need. They ask Knight to extend his flying through the night, covering not just his assigned route, but continuing eastward to help maintain the relay schedule. Knight agrees without hesitation, despite never having flown the extended route in darkness. You can imagine Knight preparing for this flight. He studies maps by lantern light at the North Platte airfield, memorizing landmarks and calculating compass headings. His aircraft, a DH-4 mail plane, has been serviced and fueled. Mechanics double-check engine systems and inspect control surfaces. Knight dresses in layers against the cold, knowing his open cockpit will expose him to sub-zero temperatures during hours of night flying. The mail arrives at North Platte around 10 o'clock on a frigid evening. Knight loads the sacks into his aircraft and takes off into darkness. He flies eastward using compass navigation and watching for the bonfire beacons below. Snow reduces visibility, but the fires remain visible through falling flakes. Knight settles into the rhythm of long-distance flying, checking instruments, monitoring engine sound, and tracking his position using dead reckoning. Hours pass. The cold penetrates Knight's clothing despite his layers. His goggles ice over repeatedly, forcing him to lift them and squint into freezing wind to see. The engine drones steadily, a reassuring sound that means mechanical systems continue functioning. Below, the landscape appears as formless darkness, occasionally interrupted by dim lights from isolated farms. Knight reaches Omaha around 2 in the morning. He lands, refuels, and learns that the next pilot eastward has called in sick. Officials again ask Knight to continue flying beyond his assigned route. He agrees and takes off again, now covering segments he has never flown before. Navigation becomes guesswork, informed by compass and clock. Knight estimates his position by calculating airspeed and elapsed time, hoping his calculations prove accurate. The night wears on. Exhaustion settles over Knight like physical weight. His body aches from cold and prolonged sitting. His eyes burn from staring into darkness. The engine noise creates a hypnotic drone that threatens to lull him toward dangerous inattention. Knight fights sleep by singing to himself, by checking instruments constantly, by focusing on the critical importance of delivering the mail. Dawn breaks over Iowa. Knight sees familiar landscape below and realizes his navigation held accurate through the night. He reaches Iowa City and lands for fuel. Officials there congratulate him on the extraordinary flight, but inform him that the relay continues and the next pilot also cannot fly. Would Knight be willing to push onward to Chicago? He agrees despite approaching 12 hours of continuous flying. The final segment to Chicago tests Knight's remaining reserves. His body operates on instinct and will rather than energy. The controls feel heavy in his numb hands. Landing requires intense concentration to judge height and distance properly. Knight brings the DH-4 down at Maywood Field outside Chicago around 8:30 in the morning, having flown continuously for more than 10 hours and covered more than 700 miles, much of it through darkness over unfamiliar terrain. The mail continues eastward with fresh pilots and reaches New York 33 hours after leaving San Francisco. This shatters the previous transcontinental record and demonstrates that airmail can operate reliably even during winter. Knight's heroic flight becomes front-page news across the country. Newspapers praise his courage and skill. The story captures public imagination and transforms airmail from experimental service into national achievement. Postal officials recognise the value of Knight's accomplishment for building public support. They publicise details of the flight, emphasising the dedication required to maintain service under difficult conditions. The narrative resonates with American values of individual determination and technological progress. Airmail becomes something to celebrate rather than question. Yet Knight's flight also exposed the human cost of maintaining such demanding service. Pilots regularly flew while exhausted, sick, or inadequately prepared because the mail had to move. The culture of never-quit determination saved operations but destroyed men. Over the following years, dozens of pilots died pushing through conditions that should have grounded them. The Postal Service encouraged this risk-taking by celebrating heroes like Knight, while downplaying the mounting casualties. You might view this tension between achievement and sacrifice with mixed feelings. Knight's dedication seems admirable until you consider how the system relied on individual pilots gambling with their lives to maintain schedules. The faster mail delivery benefits society, but at significant personal cost to those flying the routes. Progress demands sacrifice, but who should bear that cost remains an uncomfortable question. The demonstration flight's success leads to increased airmail funding and route expansion. Congress appropriates additional money for improving facilities and acquiring better aircraft. The Post Office establishes new routes connecting secondary cities to the main transcontinental line. More pilots receive training and deployment. The system grows more sophisticated and capable. Night flying expands from experimental to routine. Postal officials invest in improved lighting systems, replacing bonfires with rotating beacons powered by generators. These beacons project powerful light beams visible for dozens of miles in clear conditions. Engineers space them at regular intervals along major routes, creating an aerial highway that pilots can follow through darkness. This beacon network represents significant infrastructure investment, but proves essential for reliable night operations. Radio communication begins entering aviation, though early systems remain crude and unreliable. Pilots carry primitive receivers that pick up weather broadcasts from ground stations. The information helps with flight planning, but offers limited assistance once airborne. Two-way radio communication remains years away from practical implementation. Pilots still operate in essential isolation once they leave the ground, relying on skill and judgment without external guidance. Aircraft continue improving. Engine reliability increases through better manufacturing and maintenance procedures. Airframes become sturdier to handle rough landings and severe weather. Instrumentation improves, giving pilots better information about altitude, speed, and engine performance. These incremental advances make flying safer and more predictable, reducing the heroic pilot versus nature narrative that characterized early operations. The mail itself changes in response to airmail availability. Businesses design their correspondence around faster delivery, sending time-sensitive documents by air while routing routine mail by train. Special airmail stationery appears, decorated with aviation themes and marked for priority handling. Collectors begin saving airmail stamps and covers, recognizing their historical significance. An entire subculture develops around this new form of communication. You witness your world accelerating. Letters that once required a week now arrive in days or hours. Business transactions complete faster. News travels more quickly. The psychological shift proves as significant as the practical benefits. Distance begins feeling less insurmountable. California seems closer to New York than geography suggests. The country shrinks in mental maps as physical barriers lose some of their weight. The early 1920s bring rapid development to airmail systems. Postal officials recognize that sustained success requires more than brave pilots and adequate aircraft. The service needs systematic infrastructure, standardized procedures, and technological improvements that reduce reliance on individual heroics. The barnstorming era of airmail begins transitioning towards something resembling modern commercial aviation. Weather forecasting becomes a central focus. The Post Office establishes weather stations at major airfields along transcontinental routes. Meteorologists collect data on temperature, barometric pressure, wind speed, and cloud conditions. They compile this information into forecasts distributed to pilots before departure. The forecasts remain crude by later standards, but they provide more reliable information than pilot intuition alone. Communication networks link weather stations through telegraph and telephone lines. Forecasters in different regions share observations and track storm systems moving across the country. This coordination allows them to predict weather patterns with improving accuracy. Pilots receive updates about conditions along their routes and can adjust flight plans accordingly. The information sometimes prevents flights into dangerous weather that earlier pilots would have encountered without warning. Navigation technology advances beyond compass and clock. Engineers develop improved instruments that help pilots maintain proper heading and altitude. The first primitive artificial horizons appear, giving pilots reference for level flight when visual cues disappear in clouds or darkness. Altimeters become more accurate, reducing the risk of controlled flight into terrain when descending through reduced visibility. The beacon system expands dramatically. By 1924, lighted airways connect major cities across the entire transcontinental route. Pilots flying at night see a line of rotating beacons stretching ahead, each one confirming they remain on course. The beacons flash in sequence, creating a visual pathway through darkness that transforms night, flying from desperate navigation to routine procedure. Each beacon site includes emergency landing facilities where possible. Fields near beacons receive improvements to support night operations. Some install electric lighting to illuminate landing surfaces after dark. Pilots facing mechanical problems or weather difficulties can aim for the nearest beacon and attempt emergency landing with better chances of survival than random field selection offered. The post office begins painting large identifying markers on buildings near major landing fields. These markers feature city names in letters dozens of feet tall, visible from altitude. Pilots can confirm their position by spotting these markers, rather than guessing based on landscape features. The system works best in clear weather, but provides valuable confirmation even when conditions reduce visibility. Aircraft manufacturers compete to build better mailplanes. The Douglas M series enters service with enclosed cockpits that protect pilots from weather. These aircraft cruise faster than earlier open cockpit designs and carry heavier mail loads. The Liberty engine becomes standard for mail service, offering more power and better reliability than older motors. Maintenance improves as mechanics gain experience with specific aircraft types and develop expertise in troubleshooting common problems. Pilot training becomes more formalised and comprehensive. The post office establishes a training program that requires candidates to complete specific flight hours and demonstrate proficiency in instrument flying, navigation, and emergency procedures. The program reduces reliance on military-trained pilots and creates a pipeline of aviators specifically prepared for mail service. Washout rates run high as instructors maintain strict standards, but graduates demonstrate consistent competence. The culture begins shifting away from cowboys and toward professionals. Early airmail attracted adventurous personalities willing to take extraordinary risks. As the service matures, officials prefer pilots who exercise good judgment and follow procedures rather than relying on individual brilliance. This transition creates tension with older pilots who resent increased regulation and standardization. Some leave the service rather than adapt to new expectations. Safety statistics improve dramatically through the mid-1920s. Fatal accidents decrease as infrastructure, training and equipment reach adequate levels. The death rate among pilots drops from horrifying to merely concerning. Families of airmail pilots still worry every time their loved ones fly, but the odds of survival improve significantly compared to the early years when casualty rates approached wartime levels. Mail volume continues growing as reliability increases. Businesses embrace airmail for time-sensitive correspondence. Stock certificates, legal documents, and contract proposals fly across the country rather than travelling by train. The premium postage for airmail seems worthwhile when delivery time matters. Postal revenues from airmail exceed operating costs for the first time, making the service financially sustainable rather than experimental subsidy. Private companies begin expressing interest in operating airmail routes under contract rather than having postal employees fly the planes. This proposal generates intense debate. Supporters argue that private operators will innovate faster and operate more efficiently than government bureaucracy allows. Critics worry that profit motive will compromise safety and service quality. The discussion foreshadows broader questions about government versus private operation of infrastructure and services. Congress passes the Contract Airmail Act in 1925, opening routes to competitive bidding from private carriers. The legislation represents a watershed moment for aviation. Private companies now have incentive to invest in aircraft, facilities, and personnel with expectation of reasonable return. This changes aviation from government experiment to commercial industry practically overnight. The first contracts go to small operators who bid aggressively for specific routes. Colonial Air Transport wins the Boston to New York route. Robertson Aircraft Corporation secures the mail contract between Chicago and St. Louis. Western Air Express takes the route connecting Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. These companies buy aircraft, hire pilots, and begin operations with mixed success. Some early contractors fail quickly. Undercapitalized operations cannot sustain losses during weather delays or mechanical problems. Inexperienced management makes poor decisions about equipment and routing. A few companies cut corners on maintenance or push pilots beyond safe limits, resulting in crashes that destroy both aircraft and reputation. The industry experiences painful consolidation as weak operators fold and stronger companies absorb their routes. Yet successful contractors demonstrate that commercial aviation can thrive. Western Air Express operates profitably by combining mail revenue with passenger service. The company discovers that wealthy individuals will pay substantial fares to fly rather than taking trains. A businessman can board a plane in Los Angeles in the morning and conduct business in Salt Lake City that afternoon, returning home by evening. This time, savings justifies premium pricing for those who value speed. Aircraft design begins reflecting passenger requirements alongside mail operations. Manufacturers build enclosed cabins with seats, heating, and basic amenities. These aircraft cost more than simple mail haulers, but generate revenue from multiple sources. The economics work when passenger fares supplement postal payments. Airlines emerge as distinct entities from mail carriers, though mail contracts remain crucial for financial viability. You notice commercial aviation entering everyday life during these years. Newspapers carry airline advertisements promoting passenger service. Friends or colleagues mention flying somewhere rather than taking the train. The novelty factor persists, but aviation gradually normalizes from spectacular to merely remarkable. The transition happens incrementally rather than suddenly, but looking back across a few years reveals profound change. Navigation continues improving through technological innovation. Radio beacons supplement visual lighting systems. Pilots tune receivers to specific frequencies and follow radio signals toward transmitting stations. This technology works through clouds and fog when visual beacons disappear. Early radio navigation remains imperfect, subject to interference and equipment failures, but it represents significant advance over pure dead reckoning. The post office begins closing its own flying operations as contracts transfer routes to private carriers. The transition completes by 1927, ending direct postal operation of aircraft. The government retains responsibility for airmail service, but contracts all actual flying to commercial operators. This model persists with modifications through subsequent decades, establishing the pattern of government regulation combined with private operation. Airmail stamps become increasingly elaborate and collectible. The post office issues special stamps commemorating aviation achievements or honouring pioneering pilots. These stamps feature dramatic artwork showing aircraft in flight, portraits of aviation heroes, and patriotic imagery celebrating American technological prowess. collectors eagerly seek first-day covers and rare varieties. Stamp collecting connects to aviation enthusiasm, creating a hobby that persists long after the innovations it celebrates become commonplace. The infrastructure built for airmail creates foundations for passenger airlines to expand. Routes proven viable for mail service attract passenger operations. Landing fields developed for postal aircraft become commercial airports. Navigation systems installed for mail pilots serve passenger flights equally well. The entire ecosystem of commercial aviation grows from seeds planted by the airmail program. By the late 1920s, commercial aviation has transformed from experiment to industry. Airlines operate dozens of routes across the country, carrying mail, cargo, and increasing numbers of passengers. Aircraft manufacturers produce planes specifically designed for commercial service. Airports replace crude landing fields with paved runways and terminal buildings. The barnstorming era fades into nostalgia as professional operations take over. You might consider booking a flight during this period. The ticket costs substantially more than train fare, but the time savings tempt you. A transcontinental flight now takes about 30 hours with multiple stops for refueling and crew changes. This represents dramatic improvement over the 5-day train journey, though comfort remains questionable. Aircraft cabins are noisy, cold at altitude, and subject to turbulence that leaves passengers airsick and miserable. Airlines compete on service quality since routes and schedules remain similar. Some carriers offer meals during flights, serving sandwiches and coffee to passengers. Stewards assist travellers with luggage and answer questions about the flight. A few airlines experiment with stewardesses, believing female attendants will reassure nervous passengers and add refinement to the experience. These pioneering flight attendants must meet strict requirements for age, height, weight, and nursing qualifications. Safety improves but remains a legitimate concern. Fatal crashes still occur regularly, though at lower rates than earlier years. Airlines publicise safety measures and pilot qualifications to build public confidence. Some carriers hire former military pilots with distinguished records, advertising their experience as proof of reliability. Insurance companies begin offering flight insurance, recognising both the risk and the market for managing anxiety about flying. Aircraft continue evolving toward larger, more capable designs. The Ford Trimitar enters service in 1926, featuring 3 engines and all-metal construction. This aircraft carries up to 12 passengers in relative comfort, cruising at speeds around 100 miles per hour. Airlines appreciate the redundancy of multiple engines, which allows continued flight even if one engine fails. The Trimitar becomes iconic for its reliability and distinctive corrugated aluminum skin. Boeing introduces the Model 80 in 1928, designed specifically for passenger service rather than adapted from mail haulers. This aircraft features enclosed heated cabin with upholstered seats and soundproofing that reduces engine noise. Windows allow passengers to watch landscape below. The cabin feels almost luxurious compared to earlier aircraft, where passengers huddled in cold, noisy compartments, barely modified from cargo holds. Navigation technology advances rapidly. Radio ranges provide more accurate guidance than rotating beacons alone. Pilots tune their receivers to specific stations and fly headings that keep them centered on the signal. This system works regardless of visibility, allowing flight through clouds that would have grounded earlier aircraft. Weather information becomes more detailed and timely as meteorological networks expand. Instrument flying develops as distinct skill set. Pilots learn to control aircraft using only instruments when visual references disappear. This requires trust in gauges rather than physical sensations, since human equilibrium misleads in clouds or darkness. Training programs teach pilots to fight disorientation and maintain level flight using artificial horizon, altimeter, and compass. The transition from visual to instrument flying represents conceptual leap as significant as learning to fly originally. Airlines begin offering coast-to-coast service without overnight stops. These flights depart in the evening and arrive the following morning, allowing passengers to sleep aboard while crossing the country. The aircraft include primitive sleeping berths, basically padded shelves where passengers rest fully clothed. Sleep quality suffers from noise and turbulence, but the concept appeals to travellers who value time over comfort. Airmail rates drop as competition and efficiency reduce operating costs. The lower rates make airmail accessible to more customers, rather than remaining luxury service. Businesses routinely send correspondence by air. Individuals use airmail for important personal letters. The volume increases steadily, justifying investment in larger aircraft and more frequent flights. International airmail begins connecting the United States to other countries. Pan American Airways establishes routes to Latin America, carrying mail and passengers across the Caribbean and down the South American coast. These international operations require different aircraft capable of overwater flight and navigation without landmarks. Flying boats become common for international routes, able to land on water where runways don't exist. Europe develops similar airmail and passenger networks, connecting major cities through airline routes. The Atlantic Ocean remains too wide for aircraft of this era to cross directly, so transatlantic mail still travels by ship. Engineers dream of aircraft capable of spanning oceans, but the technology remains years away from reality. The Atlantic represents the final frontier for aviation, challenging but seemingly achievable. The economic boom of the 1920s fuels aviation investment. Stock prices for aircraft manufacturers and airlines rise dramatically as investors anticipate continued growth. New airlines launch regularly, competing for routes and customers. Some succeed through smart management and good fortune. Others fail within months, casualties of overcrowded markets and thin profit margins. The post office continues administering airmail contracts, but shifts toward regulation as primary function. Officials establish safety standards for aircraft and operational procedures. They certify pilots and mechanics to ensure minimum competency. They investigate accidents and issue recommendations for preventing similar incidents. The regulatory role expands as commercial aviation grows more complex and consequential. You watch your world shrink through these years. Cities once separated by days of travel now connect in hours. Business conducted across the country happens at accelerated pace. The country feels more unified as distance loses some of its isolating power. Regional differences persist, but the barriers between regions weaken. The cultural impact extends beyond practical communication. Aviation captures popular imagination through the late 1920s. Movies feature aviation themes. Magazines publish articles about pilots and aircraft. Children play games involving airplanes. The conquest of the sky becomes central narrative in American identity, proof of technological prowess and adventurous spirit. Charles Lindbergh's solo flight across the Atlantic in 1927 amplifies aviation enthusiasm to fever pitch. His achievement demonstrates that oceans no longer represent absolute barriers. If one determined pilot can cross the Atlantic alone, surely commercial aircraft will follow within years. The flight inspires a generation to pursue aviation careers and convinces investors that aviation represents the future. Airlines expand rapidly in the wake of Lindbergh's flight. New routes connect more cities. Aircraft orders increase dramatically. Airports improve facilities to handle growing traffic. The industry experiences explosive growth that seems sustainable until economic reality intrudes. The stock market crash of 1929 devastates aviation along with everything else. Airlines face plummeting passenger numbers as people curtail discretionary spending. Investors withdraw funding. Aircraft manufacturers cancel orders and lay off workers. The industry contracts sharply and painfully. Yet airmail provides stability during the Depression. Postal contracts continue regardless of economic conditions, giving airlines guaranteed revenue even when passenger traffic collapses. Many carriers survive the Depression, solely because mail payments cover operating costs. The investment in airmail infrastructure during the 1920s pays dividends by preserving commercial aviation through economic catastrophe. The 1930s find commercial aviation battered, but alive. Airlines that survived the Depression emerge leaner and more focused. They learn to operate efficiently with reduced passenger loads while relying on mail revenue for survival. The industry matures through adversity, developing business practices that emphasize sustainability over explosive growth. This foundation supports eventual recovery and expansion. Aircraft design advances significantly during the decade. The Douglas DC-3 enters service in 1935 and revolutionizes commercial aviation. This aircraft carries 21 passengers at cruising speeds above 150 miles per hour. It features retractable landing gear that reduces drag and improves efficiency. The DC-3 proves so successful that it dominates airline fleets for decades, with many remaining in service into the 21st century. Passenger comfort improves dramatically in modern aircraft. Cabins include heating, ventilation, and soundproofing that make flying pleasant rather than endurance test. Airlines serve meals prepared in galley kitchens aboard the aircraft. Flight attendants provide attentive service. The experience begins approaching train travel for comfort while maintaining aviation's speed advantage. Radio communication becomes standard equipment. Pilots can contact ground stations to receive weather updates, position information, and landing instructions. Controllers begin directing air traffic to prevent collisions and organise efficient flow of aircraft. The system remains primitive compared to later radar-based control, but it represents significant improvement over the isolation of earlier flying. Instrument landing systems allow aircraft to land in poor visibility. Radio beams guide planes down to runways even when fog obscures visual references. This technology extends operational capability and improves safety margins. Weather that once grounded all flights now merely requires instrument approaches. The percentage of successful completions increases as technology compensates for environmental challenges. Airlines begin offering profitable passenger service without depending entirely on mail contracts. Improved aircraft efficiency and higher load factors make routes economically viable through ticket sales alone. Mail remains an important revenue source, but airlines diversify income and reduce dependence on postal contracts. This financial independence allows growth beyond routes the post office chooses to subsidize. International aviation expands rapidly. Pan American establishes trans-Pacific routes connecting the United States to Asia. These flights use flying boats that land at island bases across the Pacific, refueling and continuing westward. The journeys take days with multiple stops, but they connect continents that previously required weeks of sea travel to reach. Transatlantic passenger service begins in earnest by the late 1930s. Flying boats cross the ocean with paying passengers, proving commercial viability of the route. The flights remain expensive and exclusive, catering to wealthy travellers and business executives. But the technical achievement demonstrates that oceans no longer isolate continents. Military aviation develops alongside commercial operations. Governments recognise aircraft's strategic importance and invest heavily in military capabilities. Bomber and fighter designs advance rapidly as nations prepare for potential conflict. Many innovations from military programs transfer to commercial aviation, improving safety and performance. World War II transforms aviation completely. Military demand for aircraft creates massive production increases. Manufacturers build thousands of planes annually, developing efficient assembly processes and quality control systems. Pilots receive training in unprecedented numbers. Navigation and communication technologies advance rapidly under wartime pressure. The war years also prove commercial aviation's value for moving people and cargo quickly across vast distances. Military operations depend on air transport for supply and personnel movement. The logistics networks developed during the war establish patterns that commercial aviation will follow in peacetime. Routes proven valuable for military purposes become commercial corridors after hostilities end. You witness the final transformation of aviation from novelty to necessity during the 1940s. Wartime experience makes flying familiar to millions who served in military or travelled on troop transports. The mystique fades as ordinary people discover that flying, while still remarkable, has become routine rather than extraordinary. The psychological barrier falls along with the technical obstacles. Post-war aviation explodes with pent-up demand and surplus aircraft. Airlines buy military transports and convert them for civilian use. New carriers launch to serve routes neglected during the war. Airports expand to handle increasing traffic. The industry enters boom period that continues through subsequent decades. Jet engines appear in military aircraft late in the war and gradually transfer to commercial aviation. These power plants offer speed and efficiency impossible with propeller-driven designs. The first commercial jets enter service in the 1950s, slashing travel times and inaugurating the modern era of aviation. A transcontinental flight that took 30 hours in 1930 now completes in 5 hours aboard a jet airliner. The airmail program that started everything fades into background as aviation matures. Mail still flies aboard commercial aircraft, but it represents routine cargo rather than pioneering service. The special airmail postage disappears as all first-class mail travels by air whenever practical. The innovation becomes standard practice, invisible through ubiquity. Yet the legacy persists in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you board a commercial flight, you benefit from infrastructure and procedures developed during the airmail era. The navigation systems, communication protocols, safety regulations, and operational practices all trace lineage back to those early pilots flying mail across the country in open cockpit biplanes. The beacon lights are long gone, replaced by sophisticated electronics, but they serve the same purpose of guiding aircraft safely through darkness. The pilots who flew airmail demonstrated that commercial aviation could work if people proved willing to push through challenges. Their courage and determination built credibility that attracted investment and public support. Without their example, commercial aviation might have developed decades later or taken different form. The path they pioneered became the route everyone followed. You live in a world transformed by their efforts. Distance barely constrains communication anymore. You can send messages globally in seconds. You can travel continents in hours. These capabilities seem natural now, barely worth noting. But they represent revolution in human experience, fundamental change in how distance shapes life and relationships. That revolution began with pilots flying mail through the night, guided by bonfires and hope. The story of airmail reminds us that transformative change often starts with small, imperfect experiments. The first flights seemed absurd to skeptics who saw only crashes and delays. But persistent effort improved the technology, improved the concept. What began as government experiment became commercial industry that reshaped civilization. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, perhaps you hear the distant sound of an aircraft passing overhead. That plane likely carries mail along with passengers and cargo, continuing the tradition started a century ago by adventurous pilots and primitive aircraft. The technology has advanced beyond recognition, but the fundamental mission remains unchanged. Moving information and people quickly across distance, connecting a world that grows smaller with each passing year. Rest well, my tired dumplings. Tomorrow, when you need to send an urgent message or travel somewhere quickly, you'll benefit from infrastructure those early pilots built with their courage and determination. The sky that once seemed an impassable barrier has become a highway connecting everywhere to everywhere else. And it all began with someone deciding that letters should fly. Close your eyes and imagine Dayton, Ohio, in the late 1800s. Two brothers run a modest bicycle shop on West 3rd Street. The smell of machine oil drifts through the door on summer afternoons. They have no idea that within a few short years, they will change the course of human history forever. You step into the Wright Cycle Company on a warm afternoon in 1896. Sunlight filters through the front windows and catches specks of dust floating lazily through the air. The smell of machine oil mingles with fresh wood shavings and rubber from bicycle tyres stacked against the wall. The floorboards creak slightly under your feet as you move deeper into the shop. Wilbur Wright stands at the workbench near the back. He's 30 years old with a serious face and thoughtful eyes that seem to look through problems rather than just at them. His hands move with practiced precision as he adjusts the chain on a safety bicycle. The newest models gleam in their display stands. Each one represents hours of careful assembly and adjustment. Each spoke must be perfectly tensioned. Each bearing must spin without friction. Each brake must engage smoothly but firmly. His younger brother Orville works nearby at a second bench. At 25, he shares Wilbur's thin build and quiet intensity. He bends over a wheel, truing the spokes with delicate touches of a wrench. The brothers rarely speak while they work. They have developed an understanding that requires few words. A glance communicates what others would need a conversation to express. A slight nod confirms an approach. A raised eyebrow questions a decision. The bicycle shop exists in a world between the old and the new. Horse-drawn carriages still clatter past on the street outside, their wheels rumbling over cobblestones. Yet inside this modest storefront, the brothers tinker with mechanisms that hint at a future of speed and efficiency. Each bicycle represents a small miracle of engineering. 2 wheels connected by a frame and chain, so simple in concept, so complex in execution. You notice how the brothers approach each repair with the same methodical care. They do not rush. When a customer brings in a bicycle with a wobbling wheel, Wilbur examines it from every angle. He spins the wheel slowly, watching for the slightest deviation. He runs his fingers along the rim, feeling for imperfections too small to see. He knows that the smallest flaw can throw off the entire balance. He knows that good enough is never actually good enough. This attention to detail comes naturally to both brothers. They grew up taking things apart to see how they worked. Clocks and toys and mechanical gadgets of all kinds found themselves disassembled on the kitchen table. Their father Milton, a bishop in the United Brethren Church, encouraged this curiosity rather than scolding them for breaking things. Their mother Susan had a natural gift for fixing household machines. She could look at a broken pump or a jammed door latch and immediately understand the problem. She passed this practical knowledge to her sons before her early death from tuberculosis, when Orville was still young. The bicycle business thrives in these years. America has fallen in love with the freedom of 2-wheeled travel. People who once walked everywhere or relied on horses can now glide along at speeds that would have amazed their grandparents. The sensation of riding a bicycle feels almost like flying. The wind in your face, the landscape flowing past, the independence of moving under your own power without the mess and expense of keeping a horse. The Wright brothers build their own models, improving on existing designs with each iteration. They start by assembling bikes from purchased parts. Then they begin manufacturing their own frames. They experiment with different geometries to improve handling. They develop their own brake designs. They test various gear ratios to find the optimal balance between speed and ease of pedalling. The shop becomes known for quality and reliability. When someone buys a Wright bicycle, they know it will last. The brothers stand behind their work absolutely. If something breaks due to a manufacturing defect, they fix it without question or charge. This builds trust in the community. Word spreads. The business grows steadily. But you sense something restless in the brothers as they work. Wilbur especially seems to gaze out the window at the sky with increasing frequency. He watches birds soaring past with intense focus. He has been reading about a German glider enthusiast named Otto Lilienthal. The man has been conducting experiments with flying machines near Berlin. He launches himself from hills, riding currents of air like a human bird. He has made thousands of glides, learning to control his craft through shifts of body weight. The newspapers occasionally carry stories about Lilienthal's exploits. Most readers view them as amusing curiosities. Flying machines belong to the realm of fantasy and science fiction. Serious people do not waste time on such foolishness. But Wilbur reads these articles with growing fascination. Here is someone attempting the impossible with systematic rigour. Here is someone treating flight as an engineering problem rather than a magical dream. In August of 1896, devastating news arrives from Germany. Otto Lilienthal has died in a glider crash. His machine stalled during a test flight. He fell from a height of 50 feet and broke his spine. He lived for only a day after the accident, his last word reportedly being that sacrifices must be made. The tragedy strikes Wilbur deeply. Here was a man who dared to pursue an impossible dream. He paid the ultimate price for his vision. Yet instead of discouraging Wilbur, the news ignites something within him. Lilienthal proved that gliding flight was possible. He died not because the concept was flawed, but because he had not yet solved all the problems. The challenge remains open. The question remains unanswered. Someone must continue the work. You watch as Wilbur begins to collect every scrap of information about flying machines. He writes a careful letter to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, requesting papers on aeronautics. The response arrives in the mail several weeks later, a package of pamphlets and articles about various flying machine experiments. Wilbur devours the material, reading late into the night by lamplight in the room he shares with Orville above the shop. The library at the bicycle shop slowly fills with books and pamphlets about bird flight, air pressure, and wing design. Wilbur orders texts on ornithology to study how different birds achieve flight. He reads about the anatomy of bird wings. He learns how feathers overlap to create smooth surfaces. He discovers that birds have hollow bones to reduce weight. He studies how they bank into turns and adjust their wings to catch rising currents of warm air. Orville notices his brother's growing obsession, but says nothing at first. He knows Wilbur well enough to recognise when an idea has taken hold. Wilbur becomes completely absorbed in problems that interest him. He will work on them constantly, turning them over in his mind even while doing other tasks. His body may be adjusting bicycle spokes, but his thoughts are somewhere else entirely. The brothers continue their bicycle work through the changing seasons. Spring brings customers eager to ride through blooming parks and along tree-lined streets. Young couples buy bicycles so they can ride together on Sunday afternoons. Fathers purchase bikes for their children, then spend patient hours teaching them to balance. Summer sees children learning to ride, their scraped knees badges of determination. Autumn brings repairs from those who rode too hard on rough roads, with bent wheels and broken chains needing attention. Winter offers time for planning improvements to their bicycle models and preparing for the next selling season. Through it all, the question of flight grows larger in Wilbur's mind. He watches birds soaring overhead as he walks to the shop each morning. He notices how they bank into turns and adjust their wings to catch the wind. He observes how they spread their tail feathers to slow down for landing. He sees how they tuck their wings tight when diving for speed. Nature has already solved the problem of flight through millions of years of evolution. The brothers just need to understand the principles well enough to apply them to human-built machines. Orville finally asks his brother directly about the flying machine research one evening in late 1899. They stand in the shop after closing time. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the wooden floor. The street outside has grown quiet. Wilbur explains his thinking methodically, as he does with everything. He believes that the problem of flight can be broken into three distinct parts. First, you need wings that generate lift sufficient to overcome the weight of the machine and pilot. Second, you need a way to control the machine in all three dimensions while in the air. Third, you need a source of power to sustain flight and overcome drag. Most experimenters, Wilbur notes, focus almost exclusively on the first challenge. They build wings and hope for the best. They neglect the crucial question of control. A bicycle works because the rider can steer and balance. You lean into turns. You shift your weight to maintain equilibrium. You make constant tiny adjustments without even thinking about them. A flying machine needs the same level of intuitive control, only in 3 dimensions instead of 2. You need to control pitch, the nose pointing up or down. You need to control roll, with one wing dropping lower than the other. You need to control yaw, the nose pointing left or right. This insight marks the true beginning of the Wright brothers' journey into aviation. They will approach flying machines with the same practical mindset they bring to bicycles. Every problem can be solved through observation, experimentation, and patient refinement. They have the mechanical skills from years of bicycle work. They have the curiosity from a lifetime of taking things apart. They have the time, as the bicycle business runs smoothly enough to allow pursuit of other interests. They have the resources, as they have saved money from their successful shop. The bicycle shop becomes a laboratory after hours. The brothers clear space in the back room for sketches and models. They fashion small wings from wood and paper, testing different shapes and sizes. They create tiny gliders and launch them from the second-story window, watching how they fly. They argue good-naturedly about angles and measurements, each brother defending his calculations. They make mistakes and learn from them, adjusting their approach based on what they observe. You can feel the excitement building in this ordinary workshop. Two self-taught engineers from Ohio are about to embark on an extraordinary adventure. They have no degrees from universities, no formal training in aeronautics or physics, no wealthy patrons to fund elaborate experiments, no team of assistants to do the tedious work. They have only their minds, their hands, and an unshakable belief that humans can fly if they can just understand the principles well enough. The year 1899 arrives with possibility hanging in the air. The bicycle business runs smoothly enough to allow significant time for other pursuits. The brothers have saved enough money to fund small experiments without financial stress. They correspond with Octave Chanute, a civil engineer in Chicago who has also been studying flight problems. Chanute is older and more established. He has conducted his own glider experiments and written extensively about aeronautics. He encourages the Wright brothers' work and shares his own findings generously. Through this correspondence, Wilbur and Orville begin to see themselves as part of a larger community of dreamers and experimenters. Men scattered across the world, all working on the same impossible problem from different angles. Some approach it with rigid mathematical formulas. Others rely on pure intuition and trial and error. The Wright brothers blend both approaches. They trust numbers and calculations, but they also trust what they observe with their own eyes. They believe in testing theories against reality. Wilbur becomes particularly interested in how birds control their flight. He spends hours watching buzzards soar over the Dayton landscape. He notices that when a bird wants to turn, it does not simply point its nose in the new direction. Instead, it dips one wing lower than the other. The bird rolls into the turn, banking like a bicycle rider leaning around a corner. This observation seems crucial. The breakthrough comes unexpectedly, as insights often do. Wilbur is talking to a customer in the shop one afternoon, while absently handling an empty inner tube box. The box is rectangular and made of thin cardboard. As he talks, his hands twist the box, making one end rotate relative to the other. He suddenly stops mid-sentence, staring at the twisted box in his hands. He realizes that by twisting the wings of a flying machine, you could control its roll. Just as a bird tilts its wings to turn, a glider could do the same with flexible wing surfaces. If you could warp one wingtip up and the other down, you could make the machine bank. This simple observation will prove to be one of their most important innovations. Other experimenters have been trying to control flying machines with rudders and movable surfaces. The Wright brothers will add wing warping to the mix. As spring arrives in 1900, the brothers make a crucial decision. They will build a glider, not a small model, but a full-size machine capable of carrying a human being. They will test it somewhere with steady winds and soft landing surfaces. They will learn what works and what fails through actual experience. They will iterate and improve based on real data rather than just theory. The search for a testing site becomes a project in itself. Dayton offers neither steady winds nor forgiving terrain. The brothers need somewhere they can fly a full-size glider safely. Somewhere remote enough that failures will not attract unwanted attention or mockery. Somewhere with wind patterns that remain consistent across seasons. Somewhere they can work without constant interruption. Wilbur writes to the Weather Bureau in Washington with a carefully thought-out request. He asks for data on wind velocities across the United States. He specifies that he needs locations with average winds of at least 15 miles per hour. He requests information about terrain types and accessibility. The response arrives several weeks later with detailed records from weather stations nationwide. The brothers pore over the numbers, looking for the perfect combination of wind speed, isolation, and accessible terrain. They spread maps across the workbench and make notes. They discuss various locations and their relative merits. San Diego has good winds but seems too far away and too expensive to reach regularly. The Great Plains offer flat terrain but unpredictable weather. Various coastal locations present possibilities. One location stands out from all the others: Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, a small fishing village on the Outer Banks. The weather station reports average wind speeds of 16 miles per hour. The area consists of sandy dunes that would cushion any landing, no matter how hard. Few people live there, ensuring privacy for their experiments. The climate stays moderate enough for work even in late autumn and early winter. The brothers exchange glances as they read about Kitty Hawk. It sounds almost too perfect for their needs. Remote barrier islands swept by steady Atlantic winds. Soft sand that will forgive countless crash landings. A small community that might offer basic supplies and simple lodging. Isolation from the newspapers and the inevitable skeptics who would mock their attempts. They begin to plan their first expedition with characteristic thoroughness. They will need to bring all their equipment and supplies. They will need to arrange time away from the bicycle shop. They will need to build their glider in a way that allows it to be disassembled for shipping. They will need to prepare for camping in what sounds like fairly primitive conditions. But first, they must design and build their glider. The design takes shape over countless evenings at the bicycle shop through the summer of 1900. They base their initial plans on measurements published by Otto Lilienthal, adjusting for what they have learned from their own small-scale experiments. The wings will be covered in fabric stretched over a wooden frame. The pilot will lie prone on the lower wing, reducing air resistance. This position feels awkward but makes aerodynamic sense. The most innovative feature remains the wing warping mechanism that Wilbur conceived. Cables will run from the wingtips to a cradle that the pilot controls with his hips. By shifting his weight side to side, the pilot can twist the wings and steer the glider. The concept seems straightforward in theory. Whether it will work in practice remains to be seen. No other experimenter has developed anything quite like it. Construction begins in earnest in August. The brothers work in the back room of the shop, surrounded by wood shavings and the smell of varnish. They select each piece of spruce carefully, testing it for straightness and strength. Wood with any hint of weakness gets rejected. They cut the ribs that will give the wings their curved shape, working from patterns they have drawn. They drill holes for the connecting wires. They sand surfaces smooth. They sew the fabric covering with precision stitching, making sure the tension stays even. The work demands absolute accuracy at every step. A wing that is slightly twisted will not fly properly. A connection that is too weak will fail under stress. A cable that is too loose will not transmit control inputs properly. The brothers check and recheck every measurement. They test each joint before moving on. They have no margin for error when the test pilot is suspended in the air on their craftsmanship. You marvel at their patience during this process. Many evenings they make little visible progress. They might spend hours perfecting a single joint or debating the optimal placement of a strut. They never rush ahead, never cut corners to save time. Speed matters less than getting every detail exactly right. Their bicycle business taught them this principle thoroughly. A customer whose wheel comes loose due to sloppy work will never return. A pilot whose glider fails due to poor construction might not survive. As the glider takes shape, visitors to the bicycle shop sometimes glimpse the strange contraption in the back room. A few ask questions, curious about what the brothers are building. The brothers answer politely but vaguely. They describe it as an experiment in aeronautics. They do not invite further questions. They have no interest in publicity or skepticism at this stage. They simply want to solve the problem of flight without interference or pressure. By early September, the glider is ready. It weighs less than 50 pounds but measures 17 feet across the wings. The brothers have built it to be as light as possible while still maintaining structural integrity. Disassembled, it fits into large wooden crates that can be shipped by rail. Every component is carefully packed to prevent damage during transport. The brothers booked passage on a train heading south. They bring tools, spare materials, and a tent for camping. They bring enough food supplies to last several weeks. They tell friends and family they are taking a working vacation to test some new ideas. They give the bicycle shop to their assistant to mind during their absence. They depart Dayton on September 6th, 1900, bound for adventure. The journey to Kitty Hawk proves more difficult than expected. The train takes them as far as Elizabeth City, North Carolina. From there, they must find boat passage across Albemarle Sound to the Outer Banks. The locals eye these two lean Yankees with frank curiosity. City men with soft hands do not usually venture to the isolated fishing communities on the barrier islands. The few visitors who do come are usually sport fishermen with expensive gear. Eventually they secure transport on a small schooner. The captain agrees to carry them and their cargo across the sound for a reasonable fee. The crossing proves rougher than anticipated. September storms have stirred up the water. Waves slap against the wooden hull as the boat makes its way across the choppy surface. The brothers clutch their precious cargo, hoping the crates remain dry and secure. The captain shakes his head at their destination. Kitty Hawk offers little beyond wind and sand and mosquitoes. Why would anyone choose to go there? They arrive to find the reports accurate in every detail. Wind sweeps constantly across the dunes, never ceasing even for a moment. The village consists of a handful of weathered wooden houses occupied by families who make their living from fishing in the Sound and ocean. The terrain is exactly what they need for gliding experiments. Miles of empty beach stretch in both directions. Sandy dunes rise and fall in gentle slopes. The isolation is complete. The brothers set up camp near the beach, pitching their tent on level ground behind a protective dune. They arrange their supplies carefully, protecting everything from the ever-present sand. The mosquitoes prove as fierce as the weather report suggested they would. At night, the insects swarm so thickly that sleep becomes nearly impossible. The brothers joke grimly about being eaten alive before they can test their glider. They burn smudge fires to drive away the worst of the mosquito clouds. They cover themselves completely despite the warmth. They spend several days assembling the machine and studying the local wind patterns. The work proceeds methodically. Each piece must fit together perfectly. They check every connection twice. They test the wing warping mechanism repeatedly before trusting it. The winds blow strongest in the late morning and early afternoon, then diminish somewhat in the evening. The dunes offer natural launching points at various heights, allowing them to start with gentle slopes and work up to steeper ones. Local residents begin to visit their camp, drawn by curiosity about the strange contraption taking shape. The Tate family proves especially friendly. Bill Tate and his wife Addie live nearby with their children. They provide food and advice about living on the Outer Banks. Bill offers to help with the work. The children watch with wide eyes as the wings come together. No one in Kitty Hawk has ever seen anything remotely like this machine. The brothers explain they're conducting experiments with flying machines. The locals nod politely, clearly thinking these city fellows have lost their minds. But they offer help anyway, as is the custom in these small communities. Bill Tate proves particularly useful. He knows how to work in the constant wind. He understands how to anchor things against sudden gusts. His practical knowledge complements the brothers' theoretical understanding. Finally, on a clear October day, the glider is ready for its first test. The brothers carry it carefully to a suitable dune about 100 feet high. The wind blows steadily and strong from the north. They will start with unmanned flights to test the basic design before risking a human pilot. They attach control lines to the glider like a giant kite. They launch it into the wind, controlling it from the ground. The machine soars immediately. It climbs high above the dune, riding the air currents with surprising grace. The brothers watch intently, calling out observations to each other. The wing shape generates sufficient lift, exactly as their calculations predicted. The control system responds smoothly to inputs on the lines. The glider settles back to Earth gently when they release tension. They whoop with excitement, grinning at each other like children with a new toy. Over the following days, they conduct dozens of unmanned flights. They adjust the wing angle, watching how it affects performance. They modify the control cables, testing different tensions. They learn how the glider responds to varying wind conditions. Each flight provides valuable data that refines their understanding. They fill notebooks with observations and measurements. They sketch diagrams showing flight paths. They calculate lift and drag coefficients based on what they observe. The time comes for manned flight, the moment they have been building toward. Wilbur will go first as the older brother. He positions himself carefully on the lower wing, gripping the control cradle with his hips. His hands grasp the elevator control that will pitch the nose up or down. Orville and Bill Tate hold the glider steady against the wind. Wilbur takes a deep breath, feeling the wind rushing past. He gives the signal. They release the glider. It lifts immediately, carrying Wilbur into the air above the sand. He flies only a few feet above the ground, travelling perhaps 20 feet before settling back onto the soft surface. But those few seconds change everything in his perception. He has controlled a heavier-than-air machine in flight. The sensation is unlike anything he has experienced before. The wind rushing past. The ground is sliding beneath. The delicate balance of forces holding him aloft. They make several more glides that afternoon. Each flight lasts a bit longer as Wilbur learns to feel the machine's responses. He discovers that tiny movements produce large effects. The controls require a delicate touch. Over-controlling leads to dangerous oscillations. He begins to develop an intuitive sense for what the glider needs, responding to cues he cannot fully articulate. Orville takes his turn as well. His lighter weight allows slightly longer flights. He approaches the controls differently than Wilbur, with smaller movements and more patience. The brothers learn from watching each other, noting what techniques work best. They discuss what they felt during each flight, comparing experiences and building a shared understanding. The 1900 season at Kitty Hawk lasts only a few weeks. Weather deteriorates in late October, bringing rain and stronger winds than the glider can safely handle. The brothers pack up their equipment and arrange passage back to the mainland. They have proven their basic concepts work. They have learned an enormous amount about practical flying, but they have also discovered significant problems that need solving. The glider does not perform quite as well as Lilienthal's published data suggested it should. The lift is less than expected. The machine feels less stable than they hoped. These discrepancies trouble Wilbur. Either their construction has flaws, or the published aeronautical data is wrong. They need to determine which before proceeding further. You stand with the brothers on a gentle hill outside Dayton in the spring of 1901. The wind picks up, rustling through the new grass and tugging at your clothes. Wilbur holds a small kite made of wood and fabric. It is not a toy, but a precise testing device, designed to help them understand how wings behave in moving air under controlled conditions. The brothers have been conducting these experiments for months now, fitting them in between bicycle shop duties. Each outing teaches them something new about the subtle nature of flight. Today they focus on wing warping, the technique Wilbur discovered by absently twisting that cardboard box. The concept seems simple at first. Reality proves more complex. Orville releases the kite into the wind. It climbs rapidly, pulling against the control lines with surprising force. Wilbur manipulates the strings, warping the wings through the mechanism they have built into this test platform. The kite responds immediately, banking left and then right with graceful precision. They can control its movement with remarkable accuracy. This validation feels satisfying after months of theoretical work. They take turns flying the kite, making detailed notes about how different wind speeds affect its behaviour. They measure angles with a protractor. They calculate forces based on the pull of the strings. They repeat tests until they are completely satisfied with their understanding. This methodical approach defines everything they do, whether working on bicycles or flying machines. The search for a better testing site remains urgent. Dayton offers neither the steady winds nor the forgiving terrain they need for serious glider work. The brothers need somewhere they can fly a full-size machine safely for extended periods. Somewhere remote enough that failures will not attract unwanted attention from sceptical newspapers. Somewhere with wind patterns that remain consistent enough for systematic experimentation. The 1901 return to Kitty Hawk happens in July. The brothers bring an improved glider based on hard lessons from the previous year. This version has larger wings spanning 22 feet. The wing area is nearly double the first machine. The brothers believe more wing area will generate more lift, allowing longer flights. They have also refined the control system based on their practical experience. The journey south has become familiar now. The train to Elizabeth City, the boat is across the Sound, the arrival at the isolated fishing village. The Tates welcome them back warmly. Bill helps them establish a better camp. This year they build a wooden shed to house the glider and protect it from the salt air and blowing sand. The structure also provides refuge from the relentless mosquitoes that made sleep so difficult the previous year. The shed becomes their base of operations, 16 feet long and wide enough to accommodate the assembled glider. They install a stove for cooking and heating water. They hang their tools on the walls in organised rows. They create a workspace that allows them to make adjustments and repairs efficiently. The transformation from camping to something more permanent reflects their commitment to solving the flight problem completely. Assembly of the new glider takes several days of careful work. Every joint must be perfect. Every wire must be properly tensioned. They check and double-check each connection before declaring the machine ready. The completed glider is beautiful in its functional simplicity. Clean lines, efficient structure, no wasted material or complexity. The improved glider performs beautifully in early tests. The increased wing area generates impressive lift. Wilbur makes flights that far exceed anything achieved the previous year. He glides for distances approaching 300 feet. He stays airborne for 15 seconds or more. The machine feels more stable and predictable than their first attempt. The brothers congratulate themselves on their improvements, but problems emerge as they push the limits of performance. The glider sometimes behaves unpredictably at certain speeds and angles. It will suddenly pitch up or down without clear cause. It occasionally enters alarming spins that require quick reactions to escape. The brothers observe these moments with intense focus, trying to understand what triggers the instability. One issue particularly troubles them. When they use the wing warping mechanism to initiate a turn, the glider sometimes responds backward. Instead of banking smoothly in the desired direction, it slews sideways or even turns the opposite way. The brothers call this effect adverse yaw. Understanding and correcting it becomes crucial to achieving safe, controlled flight. They spend entire days conducting systematic experiments. They adjust the wing warping angles minutely, testing each variation. They modify the tail surfaces, trying different sizes and shapes. They experiment with different positions for the pilot's weight. Each change produces new data to record and analyse. The process is painstaking but absolutely necessary for progress. Orville takes his turns piloting with a lighter touch than Wilbur. He makes smaller adjustments to the controls, waiting to see the machine's response before adding more input. His flights often last longer as a result of this patient approach. The brothers learn from watching each other, noting what techniques work best in different conditions. They discuss each flight afterward in detail, comparing what they felt and observed. The local residents have grown accustomed to the strange sight of men flying over the dunes. Children from the village come to watch the experiments regularly now. They cheer when flights go well and run to help when the glider crashes into the sand. They ask questions about how the machine works. The Wright brothers have become accepted as eccentric but harmless fixtures of the community, part of the landscape like the lighthouse and the life-saving station. Bill Tate continues to assist with the experiments whenever his fishing schedule allows. He helps carry the heavy glider up the dunes for launching. He offers observations about wind patterns based on his lifetime of living by the ocean. He He notices things the brothers miss, like subtle shifts in wind direction that presage larger changes. His practical knowledge complements their theoretical understanding perfectly. As weeks pass, the brothers become genuinely skilled pilots. They learn to launch in various wind conditions, adjusting their technique to match the circumstances. They can control the glider through gentle turns without losing much altitude. They can judge when to land before conditions become dangerous. They develop an intuitive feel for reading the invisible rivers and currents of air that support their flights. But they also recognize the fundamental limitations of gliding. Even their best flights last only a minute or so before gravity inevitably wins. They can only fly downhill, trading precious altitude for distance. To achieve true flight, sustained flight, they need power. They need an engine that can overcome drag and maintain altitude indefinitely. They need to transform their glider into a proper flying machine. The 1901 season ends in August with deeply mixed feelings. They have made tremendous progress in understanding control and building their piloting skills. Yet they have also discovered that the published data on air pressure and wing design contains serious errors. The Lilienthal tables they relied on are fundamentally flawed. The coefficients are wrong. The calculations do not match reality. This revelation shakes Wilbur to his core. If the existing aeronautical data is wrong, they cannot simply refine known designs. They must start from scratch, conducting their own research to determine the correct principles of lift and drag. The challenge has grown far larger than they imagined when they started this journey. They feel simultaneously discouraged and energized. They return to Dayton as summer fades into autumn. The familiar bicycle shop awaits, as does the difficult work of questioning everything they thought they knew about aeronautics. Wilbur falls into a brief depression, doubting whether flight will ever be achieved in their lifetime. Orville remains more optimistic, convinced that systematic experimentation will reveal the truth. Other experimenters might have given up at this point. The realization that all published data is unreliable would discourage most people. But the Wright brothers simply adjust their approach. If they cannot trust others' research, they will conduct their own. If existing theories are wrong, they will develop correct ones. The problem is simply larger than they thought. The solution will require more work. So be it. Winter in Dayton brings a new phase of intensive research. The brothers decide to build a wind tunnel in the shop. This device will let them test different wing shapes under controlled conditions without travelling to Kitty Hawk. They can gather accurate data year-round, regardless of weather. They can conduct hundreds of experiments in the time it would take to do a few field tests. The wind tunnel design is elegant in its simplicity. A wooden box 6 feet long with a glass viewing top. A fan at one end pushes air through the rectangular chamber at known speeds. Inside, they mount small wing models on a delicate balance mechanism that measures lift and drag forces. The entire apparatus costs less than constructing a good bicycle, yet it will prove more valuable than any tool they have ever owned. You would hardly recognise this crude device as the instrument that will unlock fundamental secrets of flight. Yet over the next months, the brothers test over 200 different wing shapes in meticulous detail. They measure how curves and thickness affect performance. They discover which designs generate the most lift with the least drag. They determine the optimal angle of attack for different speeds. They accumulate data that no other researcher possesses. The work is tedious beyond belief, requiring monk-like patience. Each test requires careful setup and precise measurement. A single wing shape might need 20 tests at different speeds and angles. The brothers take turns operating the tunnel and recording data in neat columns. They work late into cold winter nights, the shop heated by a small coal stove, their breath visible in the chilly air. Their fingers grow numb from the cold, but they continue working. The wind tunnel reveals truths that no amount of outdoor experimentation could have shown with such clarity. The brothers discover that long, narrow wings perform dramatically better than short, wide ones for a given wing area. They learn exactly how much curve a wing needs for optimal lift, finding a sweet spot that maximizes efficiency. They identify the best angle of attack for different wind speeds and loading conditions. They understand now why their gliders perform differently than Lilienthal's data predicted. By spring of 1902, they possess knowledge about aerodynamics that surpasses anything published anywhere in the world. They've corrected all the errors in the Lilienthal tables and created their own comprehensive tables based on solid experimental evidence. They understand wing design at a fundamental level that no other researcher has achieved. They are ready to build a new glider incorporating these hard-won discoveries. The 1902 glider represents a quantum leap forward from previous attempts. Every dimension has been calculated using their wind tunnel data rather than guesswork or borrowed numbers. The wings are longer and narrower, 32 feet across. The curve is precisely optimized to their measurements. The control surfaces have been completely redesigned based on their understanding of adverse yaw and other stability issues. They returned to Kitty Hawk that September with confidence bordering on certainty. This machine will fly better than anything attempted before by anyone. They will achieve flights of significant duration and distance. They will prove once and for all that controlled heavier-than-air flight is not only possible, but can be made practical and safe. The new glider exceeds even their optimistic expectations from the very first flight. Wilbur makes a glide lasting over 30 seconds, covering more than 500 feet. The controls respond exactly as their calculations predicted they would. The machine feels rock solid and predictable in the air. There are no mysterious behaviours or alarming moments. Everything works precisely as designed. Orville achieves similar success when he takes his turns at the controls. The brothers alternate as pilots, each flight building their skills and confidence systematically. They experiment with steeper launches from higher dunes. They attempt sharper turns. They fly in various wind conditions from gentle breezes to stiff winds. They begin to feel less like nervous experimenters and more like true pilots who understand their craft. The breakthrough that validates all their work comes on a brilliantly clear October day. Wilbur makes a flight that lasts more than a minute and covers over 620 feet. He controls the glider through several gentle turns, demonstrating complete mastery. He lands smoothly, the machine settling onto the sand with barely a bump. The watching crowd of locals and helpers erupts in spontaneous cheers. The brothers shake hands quietly, not given to dramatic displays. They have proven their concepts work flawlessly. They understand the principles of flight better than anyone alive on Earth. They can control a heavier-than-air machine with precision and consistent safety. Only one significant challenge remains ahead. They must add an engine and propellers to achieve sustained powered flight. But before they can build a powered machine, they need to understand propellers. This proves to be another area where existing knowledge falls short. The brothers discover that virtually nothing useful has been published about propeller design. Marine propellers work in water, which behaves very differently from air. The few air propeller designs that exist are based on pure guesswork rather than science. They realize that a propeller is essentially a rotating wing. The same principles that govern fixed wings should apply to spinning blades. This insight allows them to approach propeller design systematically using their wind tunnel data. They can calculate the optimal shape, pitch, and diameter for their specific application. They can design propellers from first principles rather than trial and error. You return with the brothers to Kitty Hawk in September of 1903. The familiar landscape welcomes you. Sandy dunes rolling endlessly, beach grass waving in constant wind, the sound of waves breaking on the shore, the cry of gulls overhead. This place has become a second home to Wilbur and Orville, as familiar as Dayton. Their camp has evolved significantly. The shed is larger this year, expanded to accommodate not just a glider, but also their new powered machine. They have installed a small forge for metalworking. They have built a proper workbench for assembly and repairs. The setup resembles a professional research station more than a casual camping trip. The 1903 glider is brought along primarily for training. The brothers want to log more flight hours, building their piloting skills to peak levels before attempting powered flight. They have made minor refinements based on lessons from 1902, but the basic design remains proven and reliable. They spend the first week simply flying, making dozens of glides every day that weather permits. Wilbur and Orville take turns at the controls, pushing themselves to master every aspect of flight. They practice launching in crosswinds. They work on making perfectly smooth landings. They experiment with tight turns and steep banks. They build muscle memory and instinct that will prove crucial later. Dan Tate, Bill's half-brother, often helps with the gliding operations. He proves adept at judging wind conditions and positioning the glider for optimal launches. The brothers value his assistance and practical knowledge. The locals have fully accepted the Wright brothers now. The strange flying experiments have become part of Kitty Hawk's identity. One remarkable day in late September, the brothers make nearly 100 glides in steady winds. They carry the glider up the dune, launch, fly, land, and carry it back up, over and over without rest. Their arms ache from the effort, but they continue. Each flight adds to their understanding and confidence. They are becoming the world's most experienced pilots through sheer repetition. They also conduct specific experiments to gather data for their powered machine design. They measure the exact amount of control input needed for various maneuvers. They time how quickly the glider responds to commands. They calculate the minimum speed needed to maintain flight. All of this information will inform the design of the heavier, faster-powered machine. The glider performs flawlessly through hundreds of flights. The brothers have refined it to a point of reliable excellence. They can predict exactly how it will behave in any given conditions. They trust it completely. This trust is essential because they are about to stake their lives on a far more complex machine. As October arrives, they turn their full attention to the powered flyer waiting in the shed. This machine represents 3 years of accumulated knowledge and countless hours of work. Every component has been designed based on solid engineering principles and experimental data. The wings incorporate their wind tunnel research. The propellers embody their new understanding of rotating blades. The engine represents Charlie Taylor's finest work. The flyer is dramatically different from the gliders. It weighs over 700 pounds fully loaded with fuel and pilot. The wings span 40 feet, larger than anything they have flown before. The engine sits prominently between the wings, its presence a constant reminder of the new complexity. 2 large propellers extend behind the wings on long shafts, connected to the engine by bicycle chains. The assembly of the flyer takes weeks of painstaking work. Every wire must be perfectly tensioned. Every connection must be secure. The engine must be mounted precisely to avoid vibration problems. The propellers must be aligned exactly to push evenly. The control system must operate smoothly despite the additional weight and complexity. Charlie Taylor's engine is a marvel of lightweight design. 4 cylinders arranged inline produce about 12 horsepower on a good day. The entire engine, including the cooling system, weighs less than 200 pounds. It runs on gasoline, not steam, avoiding the weight of boilers and water tanks. The brothers can lift it by hand when installing it on the frame. The propeller design reflects months of calculation and wind tunnel testing. Each blade is 8 feet long, carved from laminated spruce. The wood is glued together in layers, then carved to the precise twisted shape that their theory demands. The brothers made 3 propellers in Dayton, bringing them carefully to Kitty Hawk. The carving alone took weeks of exacting work. The transmission system uses 2 chains running from the engine to the propellers. The propellers spin in opposite directions to cancel torque effects. This counter-rotation prevents the machine from trying to spin around its own axis. The chains are standard bicycle chains, proven technology that the brothers trust completely from years of experience. Testing the engine on the assembled flyer reveals problems immediately. The vibration is severe. The propeller shafts twist under load. The chains slip and jump on their sprockets. The brothers spend days solving these issues one by one. They strengthen the shafts. They improve the chain tensioning. They add damping to reduce vibration. Each problem yields to patient problem solving. November brings frustration. The propeller shafts crack repeatedly despite strengthening attempts. The brothers take turns making trips back to Dayton to have new shafts manufactured from better steel. Each trip consumes a week of travel time. The season grows late. Winter weather approaches. Time runs short. Finally, in early December, all systems work properly. The engine runs smoothly for extended periods. The propellers spin without wobbling. The chains transmit power reliably. The control system operates freely. The flyer is ready for its test, or as ready as they can make it without actual flight experience. The brothers build a launching rail to help the heavy machine achieve flying speed. The rail consists of a simple wooden track 60 feet long. The flyer sits on a wheeled dolly that runs along this track. When released, the machine accelerates down the rail until it reaches sufficient speed to lift off. The rail gives them the speed they need in a short distance, compensating for the soft sand that prevents conventional rolling takeoffs. December 14th dawns with light winds, not ideal but workable. The brothers flip a coin to determine who will make the first attempt. Wilbur wins. He positions himself prone on the lower wing, gripping the controls. His heart pounds with anticipation and nervousness. 3 years of work come down to this moment. Orville releases the restraining wire. The flyer rolls forward down the rail, picking up speed. The engine roars at full power. The propellers become invisible blurs. Then the machine lifts. For a glorious moment it flies under its own power. A heavier-than-air machine carrying a human being through the air using an engine. But Wilbur overcorrects with the elevator control. The flyer climbs too steeply, loses speed, and settles back to Earth after only 3.5 seconds. The left wing strikes first. Wood cracks sharply. Fabric tears. The witnesses rush forward to help extract Wilbur from the damaged machine. The crash is not catastrophic, but the damage requires significant repairs. The brothers examine each broken component carefully, discussing what happened in quiet voices. The flight was too brief to provide much useful data, but they learned that the flyer can lift under its own power. The engine and propellers work as designed. The basic concept is sound. They simply need to master the controls. Repairs take 2 full days of steady work. The brothers replace broken spars and reattach torn fabric. They reinforce weak points that the crash revealed. They make the elevator control less sensitive, requiring larger movements to produce the same response. They test every system repeatedly on the ground, leaving nothing to chance. December 17th dawns clear and bitterly cold. Puddles from recent rain have frozen into sheets of ice that crunch underfoot. The wind blows strong and steady from the north, gusting to 27 miles per hour. The brothers set up the launching rail on level ground near their camp. Today it is Orville's turn to pilot. The local witnesses return, bundled against the cold in heavy coats and scarves. John Daniels from the Kill Devil Hills life-saving station agrees to operate the camera. He has never used a camera before, but the brothers explain the simple process. Point the box at the end of the rail where the flyer will lift off. When you see it rise into the air, squeeze the bulb to trigger the shutter. Try not to shake. The brothers start the engine at 10:35 in the morning. It runs roughly in the frigid air but produces adequate power. They let it warm up while making final checks of every system. Everything must be perfect for this attempt. Every connection is tight. Every control is free to move. This might be their only chance before winter weather shuts down all testing for the season. Orville climbs onto the lower wing with deliberate movements. He settles into position, testing the controls one last time. The elevator responds smoothly to his inputs. The wing warping cables move freely without binding. He looks at Wilbur and nods his readiness. Wilbur positions himself at the wingtip, ready to help balance the machine during the critical takeoff phase. At exactly 10:35, Orville releases the restraining wire. The flyer rolls forward down the wooden rail. The engine hammers steadily at full throttle. The propellers claw at the cold air. The machine picks up speed faster and faster. At the end of the rail, it lifts cleanly into the air. Orville is flying, actually flying under power and under his own control. He can feel every nuance of the machine's response. The elevator requires constant tiny adjustments to maintain altitude. The wind buffets the wings, trying to upset the delicate balance. The engine vibration travels through the entire frame. He makes corrections based on feel and instinct rather than conscious thought. The flight lasts 12 seconds. The flyer covers 120 feet over the ground before settling gently onto the sand. Orville climbs out, grinning widely. He has done it. Powered flight. Controlled flight. A heavier-than-air machine carrying a human being through the air using its own engine for propulsion. The small crowd of witnesses cheers and shouts. John Daniels has captured the moment on film, though he will not know for certain until the film is developed back in Dayton. But the brothers are far from finished with testing. They want more flights, more data, better performance. This was just the beginning. Wilbur takes the next turn as pilot. He launches into the strong wind and flies for about 200 feet. The machine handles better as they learn its specific characteristics. The controls make more sense now that they have actual experience. Orville goes again around 11 o'clock, achieving a flight of 200 feet. He feels more confident now, making smoother control inputs. The flyer responds well to gentle commands. Overly aggressive inputs cause problems. The lesson is the same as with the gliders. Finesse beats force. The fourth and final flight belongs to Wilbur. He climbs onto the flyer at noon. The wind has picked up even more, now gusting strongly across the dunes. He launches and immediately feels the difference. The stronger wind provides more lift but also more turbulence. The flyer climbs higher than in previous flights. He works the controls constantly, keeping the machine under tight control. The flight stretches on gloriously. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The witnesses watch in growing amazement as the machine sails steadily above the sand. Wilbur makes a gentle turn, demonstrating control. He covers 600 feet over the ground. He stays airborne for 59 seconds. Nearly a full minute of powered, controlled, sustained flight. When he finally settles onto the sand and kills the engine, the brothers quietly shake hands. They have proven everything they set out to prove. Powered flight is not only possible but practical. Their years of careful research and systematic experimentation have paid off completely. They are the first humans in history to achieve controlled, sustained, powered, heavier-than-air flight. As they gather around the flyer to discuss the morning's flights, disaster strikes suddenly. A strong gust of wind catches the machine from the side. It begins to tumble across the sand like a massive kite. John Daniels grabs at it desperately, trying to hold it down. The flyer rolls over him, trapping him briefly in a tangle of wings and struts and wires. The other men pull him free quickly. He is shaken and bruised, but not seriously injured. The flyer itself is badly damaged beyond any hope of repair at Kitty Hawk. Multiple ribs are broken. Fabric is shredded in many places. The engine has been torn partially from its mounts. The propeller shafts are bent. The brothers examine the wreckage with resignation rather than anger. They will not fly again this year, but they have accomplished their ultimate goal. The rest is merely refinement. They pack up their camp over the next several days. The damaged flyer is carefully crated for shipment back to Dayton, where it will be preserved. The brothers say goodbye to the friends they have made on the Outer Banks. Bill Tate and Dan and their families, the men from the life-saving station who witnessed history, the locals who helped with experiments and provided company during long evenings. The brothers compose a telegram to their father Milton in Dayton. The message is brief and factual, as is their way. Success. 4 flights Thursday morning, all against a 21-mile wind, started from level with engine power alone. Average speed through air 31 miles, longest 59 seconds. Inform the press home for Christmas. They send the telegram from the weather station. The operator transmits it to Dayton. From there it should reach newspapers and create the recognition they deserve. But the world proves stubbornly sceptical. Most newspaper editors receive the telegram with disbelief. Flying machines are the stuff of fantasy and fraud. A few papers run small articles buried in back pages. Most ignore the story entirely, assuming it is a hoax or misunderstanding. The Wright brothers do not mind the lack of immediate recognition. They know what they achieved. They have the witnesses. They have the photographs. They have the data. More importantly, they have the knowledge to build better flying machines. Recognition will come eventually. For now, they have work to do. They board the train heading north, back to Dayton and the familiar bicycle shop. Winter snow begins to fall as they travel. They discuss plans for improving their design. A more powerful engine, better controls, stronger construction. They will make flight practical and reliable. They will perfect their invention. You walk through the Wright bicycle shop on a warm spring morning in 1904. Sunlight streams through the windows exactly as it did when this journey began. The smell of machine oil and fresh wood still fills the air. But everything has fundamentally changed. The brothers are no longer bicycle mechanics who dream of flight. They are aviators who happen to sell bicycles. A new flyer takes shape in the back room. This version will be stronger and more powerful than the Kitty Hawk machine. The brothers have learned from their 4 flights what needs improving. The controls will be more responsive. The engine will produce more power. The structure will be more robust to handle harder landings. This time they will not travel to Kitty Hawk for testing. They have found a suitable location much closer to home. Huffman Prairie is a cow pasture owned by local banker Torrance Huffman. It lies about 8 miles from Dayton near the electric railway line. Huffman graciously agrees to let them use his land for their experiments. The only condition is that they move the cows aside before flying. Huffman Prairie lacks the steady ocean winds of Kitty Hawk. This forces the brothers to develop a new launching system. They build a catapult tower that uses a falling weight to accelerate the flyer down a rail. The system gives them the speed they need even on calm days. It represents another innovation born of necessity. The brothers conduct dozens of flights at Huffman Prairie through 1904 and 1905. Each flight teaches them something new about controlling a powered machine. They learn to make coordinated turns, banking smoothly through circles. They extend their flight times from seconds to minutes. They develop real proficiency as pilots through endless practice. Amos Root, a beekeeper and publisher from Medina, Ohio, witnesses one of their flights in September 1904. He becomes the first journalist to see the Wright brothers fly and write an accurate account. His article appears in his magazine Gleanings in Bee Culture. Most readers probably wonder what flying machines have to do with beekeeping, but Root recognises the significance of what he witnessed. The world remains largely unaware and disbelieving despite Root's account. The Wright brothers make no effort to publicise their achievement widely. They are focused on refining their machine and protecting their invention through patents. They fly only when they need to gather data or practice skills. Secrecy becomes important as they work on commercial applications. On October 5th, 1905, Wilbur achieves a flight that proves the flyer is now a practical machine. He stays airborne for 39 minutes and 11 seconds. He covers 24.5 miles in circles around Huffman Prairie. He lands only because the fuel runs out. This flight demonstrates that powered flight is no longer a brief stunt, but a sustainable reality. The brothers apply for patents to protect their wing warping control system and other innovations. They approach the United States government about selling flying machines for military use. The War Department shows little interest, responding with a form letter saying they do not fund speculative devices. This rejection seems short-sighted in hindsight, but makes sense given the era's many fraudulent inventors. The brothers turn to European governments with more success. France and Britain express interest in purchasing flying machines. Negotiations begin but proceed slowly. European officials cannot quite believe that 2 American bicycle makers have surpassed all the scientists and engineers of Europe. They demand proof. They want demonstrations. For 2 years, from late 1905 through 1907, the Wright brothers do not fly publicly. They are working on contracts and patents. They are making improvements to their design. They are training to be better pilots for the demonstrations they know will eventually come. This gap in flying activity leads some skeptics to claim the 1903 flights never happened. Finally, in 1908, the brothers agree to public demonstrations. Wilbur travels to France in the summer with a newly built flyer. He will conduct flights near Le Mans for French officials and the European aeronautical community. Orville remains in America to demonstrate for the United States Army at Fort Myer near Washington. Wilbur's first flight in France on August 8, 1908 stuns the assembled crowd. European aviators have been attempting flight but achieving only brief straight-line hops. Wilbur circles the field with elegant grace, banking smoothly and maintaining perfect control. He makes figure eights. He flies for longer than anyone in Europe has managed. The French aviators recognise immediately that the Americans are years ahead in development. The French press goes wild with excitement. Wilbur becomes an international celebrity overnight. He receives invitations to fly for royalty and heads of state. He dines with the wealthy and famous. He trains European pilots in his methods. The acclaim is gratifying, but also somewhat overwhelming for a man who prefers quiet technical work. Orville conducts equally impressive demonstrations at Fort Myer for the United States Army. Military officers watch as he performs manoeuvres they thought impossible. He carries passengers, the first people besides the Wright brothers to fly in a powered aircraft. He flies figure eights and other complex patterns. The army becomes convinced that flying machines have military applications. Tragedy strikes on September 17, 1908. During a demonstration flight at Fort Myer, a propeller blade splits and breaks. The flyer crashes from about 75 feet. Orville is badly injured, suffering broken ribs, hip and leg. His passenger, Army Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge, is killed instantly when his head strikes a wooden frame member. Selfridge becomes the first person to die in an airplane crash. The accident devastates Orville both physically and emotionally. He spends weeks in the hospital recovering. He will walk with a limp for the rest of his life. The death of Selfridge haunts him. Yet he does not give up on aviation. He knows that any new technology carries risks. Progress requires accepting some danger. The brothers press forward despite the setback. They win military contracts from several governments. They establish a company to manufacture flying machines. They train pilots and build aircraft for customers around the world. Aviation evolves rapidly from experimental novelty to practical industry. Other aviators and inventors begin developing their own aircraft, some borrowing heavily from Wright designs. Glenn Curtiss in America becomes a particular rival, using control systems remarkably similar to the Wright patents. Legal battles over patent infringement consume much of the brothers' time and energy in the years after 1908. The Wright Company opens a factory in Dayton to build aircraft. The brothers hire skilled workers and train them in aircraft construction. They establish a flying school at Huffman Prairie to train pilots for customers who purchase their machines. Aviation is becoming a business, not just an experiment. Wilbur falls ill with typhoid fever in May of 1912. Despite the best medical care, he grows progressively worse. He dies on May 30th at the age of 45. His death devastates Orville, who loses not just a brother but his closest collaborator, his intellectual equal, his best friend. The partnership that achieved flight cannot be replicated alone. Orville continues their work, but the joy has dimmed significantly. He serves as president of the Wright Company for a few more years, but his heart is not in business management. He eventually sells his interest in the company and retires from active aircraft development. He spends his later years protecting the brothers' legacy and ensuring history remembers their achievement accurately. A bitter dispute with the Smithsonian Institution occupies much of Orville's attention in his later years. The Smithsonian credits Samuel Langley, its former secretary, as the inventor of the first powered flying machine. Langley's machine crashed spectacularly into the Potomac River just days before the Wright brothers succeeded at Kitty Hawk. The Smithsonian later modified Langley's machine extensively and flew it briefly, then claimed this proved it was capable of flight in its original form. Orville knows this claim is false. The modified machine bore little resemblance to what Langley built. The Smithsonian is rewriting history to glorify its own scientist. In protest, Orville sends the original 1903 Flyer to the Science Museum in London in 1928. The airplane that achieved the first powered flight resides in England rather than America, because the American institution refuses to tell the truth. The Smithsonian eventually acknowledges the Wright brothers' priority in 1942. Orville negotiates the return of the Flyer to America. He dies in 1948 at age 76. Shortly after his death, the Flyer finally takes its rightful place in the Smithsonian. Visitors file past the fragile machine, marvelling at its simplicity and significance. The Wright brothers' approach to problem-solving influenced far more than just aviation. Their systematic testing methodology became a model for modern engineering practice. Their refusal to accept published data without verification showed the importance of empirical research. Their patient iteration and continuous improvement demonstrated how to tackle complex problems effectively. Think about what two self-taught engineers accomplished through determination and intelligence. They had no formal training in aeronautics or physics, no wealthy patrons funding elaborate laboratories, no teams of assistants conducting research under their direction. They had curiosity, determination, and unwavering belief that observation and reason could solve any problem. Their legacy extends far beyond the specific machines they built. They proved that revolutionary change can come from unexpected places. That patient work matters more than dramatic gestures. That understanding principles deeply allows you to solve problems that defeated others. That two people working in harmony can achieve what neither could accomplish alone. Every airplane that lifts into the sky carries the Wright brothers' influence. The control systems they pioneered in basic form still govern aircraft today. The wing designs they perfected through wind tunnel research inform modern aerodynamics. The propellers they calculated from first principles established methods still used by engineers. Modern aircraft are unimaginably more sophisticated than the simple Flyer that flew at Kitty Hawk. They cruise at altitudes and speeds the Wright brothers could scarcely imagine. They carry hundreds of passengers across oceans and continents. They incorporate technologies like jet engines and fly-by-wire controls that would seem like magic to Wilbur and Orville. Yet the fundamental principles remain exactly the same. Wings generate lift through air pressure differences. Control surfaces govern movement in 3 dimensions. Power overcomes drag to sustain flight. The Wright brothers understood these basics completely through observation and experimentation. Everything else is refinement and elaboration. You board a commercial flight today without thinking much about the miracle occurring. Hundreds of tons of metal and passengers rise effortlessly into the air. You cruise at 600 miles per hour at 35,000 feet. You travel distances in hours that once took weeks by ship or train. You do this while eating a meal and watching a movie. All of this traces directly back to those cold December days at Kitty Hawk. To Wilbur lying prone on the Flyer, making the first controlled powered flight. To Orville capturing that moment on film. To the local witnesses who saw history being made on the dunes of North Carolina. Everything that came after built on that foundation. The brothers never fully escaped their humble origins despite fame and wealth. Orville lived simply in the house where they grew up. He maintained the same modest habits he learned in the bicycle shop. He valued precision work and honest effort above all. He remained suspicious of publicity and grand claims throughout his life. He was, to the very end, a craftsman who happened to change the world. The bicycle shop in Dayton still stands, preserved as a National Historic Landmark. You can visit and see where the impossible became possible, the workbenches where they designed their flying machines, the back room where the wind tunnel revealed aerodynamic secrets, the ordinary space where extraordinary dreams took shape through hard work and brilliant thinking. As you drift towards sleep tonight, picture those first flights once more. The Flyer is rolling down its wooden rail, lifting uncertainly into the cold December wind. covering barely more than 100 feet before settling back to Earth. The witnesses were cheering and shouting. The brothers are quietly shaking hands, knowing they have done something that will echo through all of human history. Picture Wilbur at the workbench, carefully shaping a piece of spruce wood. Orville taking measurements with infinite patience and recording them in his neat handwriting. Charlie Taylor casting an aluminum engine block. The wind tunnel is spinning through another test. The notebooks are filling page by page with data. The slow accumulation of knowledge that eventually unlocked the sky. The Wright brothers gave humanity wings. Not through magic or lone genius, but through work. Patient, systematic, unglamorous work conducted day after day for years. They observed carefully. They tested rigorously. They measured precisely. They learned from every failure. They improved with every iteration. They persisted when others gave up. They believed when the world doubted. Their story reminds us that the impossible is often just the not yet understood. That problems seeming insurmountable can be broken into smaller, solvable pieces. That careful thought and honest experimentation reveal truth better than assumptions. That two people working together with a shared vision can change the entire course of human history. Sleep now with the wind rushing over wings in your dreams, with the smell of spruce and varnished fabric and gasoline engine oil, with the sight of sand dunes and endless blue sky, with the knowledge that the world we live in was shaped by ordinary people who refused to accept that humans could not fly. The bicycle shop is quiet now. The wind tunnel sits silent in a museum. The gliders rest behind protective glass. But the spirit of the Wright brothers endures in every engineer who tests their assumptions, in every inventor who iterates patiently towards solutions, in everyone who looks at the impossible and asks not whether it can be done, but how. Rest easy tonight, knowing the sky that once belonged only to birds is now open to all of us. We soar between continents with casual ease. We circle the entire globe in less than a day. We touch the edges of space and dream of going farther, all because two brothers from Dayton looked up at the sky and wondered if humans might fly. Then they set about proving it was possible through patience, precision, meticulous observation, and unshakable determination. They succeeded against all odds and expectations. They gave us the world we know today. The story of the Wright brothers is complete. Their legacy flies on forever in every aircraft that takes to the air. The sun is lowering toward the western horizon, and you're standing on a slight rise in the Kalahari, watching the afternoon transform into something entirely different. This moment, what photographers centuries later would call the golden hour, is when experienced hunters would begin reading the landscape with the attention most people reserve for their favourite books. You're travelling with a small hunting party from the Sand People, often called Bushmen, though that term never quite captures the sophistication of their relationship with this land. These are people whose ancestors have lived here for tens of thousands of years, accumulating knowledge the way a library accumulates books, one generation carefully adding to what came before. The light at this hour doesn't just illuminate the savannah, it reveals it. Shadows grow longer, creating texture and depth that make animal tracks stand out like writing on a page. The hunters you're with have been walking since before dawn, covering perhaps 15 miles, and they're now scanning the environment with eyes that notice everything. They're not looking for big, obvious signs. They're reading subtle changes in how grass bends, noticing where dust has been disturbed, and observing which birds are alarmed and which are settling down for evening. One of the hunters kneels beside what looks to you like unmarked dirt. To him, it's a story written in soil and shadow. An antelope passed here, maybe 2 hours ago, moving at an unhurried pace toward water. The track shows no signs of injury, no irregularity in gait. This animal isn't worth pursuing now. It's healthy, alert, and heading away from where the group needs to camp. Better to note its passage and move on. The temperature is beginning its evening descent. dropping from the mid-80s toward what will be a surprisingly cool night in the 60s. In the Kalahari, the dry season creates these dramatic temperature swings that catch visitors off guard. You've learned to appreciate how the hunters adjust their pace with the changing temperature, moving more slowly as the day's heat releases its grip, conserving energy for the work of making camp. Water defines everything in this landscape. The nearest permanent water source is 2 days' walk from here, but the hunters know about temporary pans, shallow depressions that hold rainwater for weeks after storms. They also know about roots and tubers that store moisture, about the buffroot that can be squeezed for liquid, and about dozens of plants that offer hydration to those who know where to look and how to prepare them. The evening air carries scents that create an invisible map of the environment. Somewhere to the northeast, maybe a mile distant, there's a herd of wildebeest. You can catch their musky smell when the breeze shifts. Closer, there's the sharp green scent of crushed leaves where some animal has been browsing. And underneath everything, there's the distinctive smell of the savannah itself. Dust, dried grass, and the faint mineral tang of distant water. Bird calls create a soundscape that the hunters interpret as fluently as you might read traffic patterns in your neighbourhood. A pair of fork-tailed drongos are mobbing something, their aggressive calls suggesting a snake or perhaps a small predator. Go-away birds, named for their distinctive call that sounds exactly like their name, are announcing their displeasure at being disturbed. A nightjar begins its churring song, signalling that twilight has officially begun. The hunters are looking for a campsite now, and their requirements are specific but not difficult to meet. They need a slight elevation, enough to catch breezes but not so exposed that wind becomes a problem. They want to be near enough to water-bearing plants but not so close to game trails that curious animals will wander through camp. They prefer a location with several escape routes, not because they're worried about predators, but because being able to move in multiple directions is simply sensible practice. You notice they're also reading the landscape for signs of previous human presence. Are there old firings here? Do certain trees show signs of bark harvesting? Has someone built a small windbreak in the past? The San people have been using this landscape for thousands of years, and their camps are spaced across it like invisible settlements that appear and disappear with the seasons. The chosen spot sits beneath a sprawling camel thorn acacia, its canopy providing both shade and a sense of enclosure without being claustrophobic. The tree is old, perhaps a century or more, and its presence indicates subsurface water that its deep roots have tapped. Thorn trees are good neighbours. They shelter smaller plants, their pods feed animals, and their wood burns with excellent coals for cooking. As the sun continues its descent, the colours of the savannah shift through a spectrum that painters spend lifetimes trying to capture. The grass, bleached almost white by months of dry season sun, now glows amber and gold. The red Kalahari sand takes on deeper hues, ranging from rust to burgundy depending on how the light strikes it. The sky begins its evening performance, transitioning from blue to colours that don't quite have names. Something between peach and rose, between lavender and grey. This is when experienced hunters perform their final environmental check. They observe where birds are settling for the night, which reveals safe roosting spots away from predators. They note which way smoke from a small test fire drifts, showing wind direction for the night ahead. They look at clouds gathering on the horizon, reading them for signs of distant rain that might arrive in days or weeks. The pace of everything begins to slow as daylight fades. Animals that have been active during the afternoon start seeking shelter. Diurnal creatures give way to nocturnal ones in a changing of the guard that happens twice daily, every day, in an endless rhythm that predates human presence on this continent. You're watching a transition that has occurred here for millions of years, and being part of it, even as an observer, feels oddly grounding. Understanding how sand hunters navigated and inhabited the Kalahari requires appreciating just how different this environment is from the landscapes most of us consider normal. The Kalahari isn't quite desert, and isn't quite savanna, it's something in between, a semi-arid landscape where life has adapted to scarcity and developed remarkable strategies for survival. Picture an area roughly the size of France, covered primarily in sand that ranges from deep red to pale yellow, depending on iron content and exposure. This sand creates a surface that's soft enough to preserve tracks beautifully, but firm enough to walk on without difficulty. After generations of walking this terrain, sand hunters developed a gait that barely disturbs the sand, leaving tracks so light that rain can erase them in minutes. The vegetation consists primarily of grasses, low shrubs, and scattered trees that have learned to thrive on minimal rainfall. Most years, the Kalahari receives between 6 and 10 inches of rain, and sometimes much less. Everything that grows here has evolved strategies for the dry season. Deep roots, small leaves that conserve water, and dormancy periods that can last months. But calling the Kalahari barren would be like calling a library empty because it doesn't have furniture. The landscape holds incredible biodiversity for those who know how to see it. There are dozens of edible plants, numerous medicinal herbs, fibres for crafting, and wood that serves everything from toolmaking to fuel. The trick is knowing where to look and when to harvest. The terrain rolls gently, with fossil dune systems creating long parallel ridges that run roughly north-south. These ridges, created by ancient wind patterns during wetter periods thousands of years ago, influence everything from where water collects to which plants grow where. Walking perpendicular to these ridges means constantly ascending and descending gentle slopes. Walking parallel to them provides easier travel, but sometimes means going out of your way. Pans, those seasonal water sources that fill during rains, dot the landscape like irregular pearls on a vast necklace. Some are tiny, holding water for only days after a storm. Others are substantial, becoming temporary lakes that attract game from miles around and hold water for months. Knowing which pans fill first, which hold water longest, and which provide the cleanest drinking water represents knowledge that takes decades to accumulate. The temperature extremes shape everything about how people live here. Summer days can exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, while winter nights can drop below freezing. Even during the moderate seasons, daily temperature swings of 40 degrees are common. This means that clothing, shelter, and daily routines must account for these dramatic changes, and the hunters you're with have developed strategies that work without any of the technology we take for granted. What makes sand hunters so remarkably adapted to this environment is their mental map of resources. They don't think of the Kalahari as empty space between points. They see it as a richly textured landscape, where every feature has significance. That termite mound indicates certain soil conditions and marks a reliable navigation point. That cluster of shepherd's trees signals underground water. That particular type of grass means the soil beneath holds moisture, suggesting certain edible roots might be present. This environmental knowledge extends to understanding seasonal changes with precision that would impress modern ecologists. The hunters know that certain plants flower when the Pleiades constellation reaches a specific position in the sky. They know that particular birds arrive from the north exactly 3 weeks before the first rains. They can predict weather patterns by observing insect behaviour, cloud formations, and wind shifts. The animal life of the Kalahari adds another layer to this landscape. Large herbivores like gemsbok, eland, and springbok have adapted to survive with minimal water, getting moisture from the plants they eat, and cooling themselves through specialised circulatory systems. Predators like lions, leopards, and cheetahs follow these herds, and smaller creatures, from meerkats to ground squirrels to dozens of bird species, create an ecosystem where everything is connected to everything else. Understanding these connections is what made sand hunters successful. They didn't just hunt animals, they understood the animals' relationships with plants, water, weather, and each other. They knew that lions hunt most actively 3 to 4 hours after sunset and just before dawn. They knew that gemsbok can sense water underground and will sometimes dig for it. They knew which vultures find carcasses first, and how to interpret the vulture's behaviour to locate game. As the last direct sunlight fades from the sky, leaving only the diffuse glow of twilight, the hunters begin transforming this spot beneath the camel thorn acacia from raw landscape into temporary home. Watching this process is like seeing a stage set assemble itself, except everything is functional rather than decorative, and every action serves multiple purposes. The first task involves clearing the immediate camping area of anything that might cause discomfort or problems during the night. Small stones get pushed aside with feet, not tossed away, because even stones have their place in this environment, but simply moved to the perimeter. Thorny branches that have fallen from the acacia get collected for a specific purpose we'll return to shortly. The ground gets swept lightly with a branch to disturb scorpions and spiders that might otherwise settle in for the evening near human warmth. Next comes gathering firewood, and this task reveals another layer of environmental knowledge. The hunters don't just grab any fallen wood, they select specific types that burn at different rates and produce different qualities of heat. Camelthorn burns long and hot with excellent coals, perfect for the main fire that will last through the night. Other woods burn quickly and bright, useful for light but not sustained heat. Some woods, when green, produce smoke that helps keep insects at bay without being overwhelming. The wood collection happens efficiently but not frantically. There's no sense of racing against darkness, because the hunters know exactly how much time they have and how much wood they'll need. They gather enough for a fire that will burn all night but not wastefully large, just sufficient to provide warmth, light, and psychological comfort. Each person contributes to the pile, and the wood gets stacked in a specific way that keeps it dry and makes different types easy to identify by touch after dark. Creating the fire itself is less dramatic than movies might suggest. These hunters carry fire-making tools, friction sets made from specific woods that create embers through practiced technique. But more often, they carry coals from the previous night's fire, kept alive in a carrying vessel made from a hollowed root, packed with specific fungi that smoulder without flame. Transferring these coals to a nest of fine, dry grass takes perhaps 30 seconds, and gentle blowing creates flame almost immediately. The fire location has been chosen with care. It sits far enough from the tree that sparks won't threaten the canopy, but close enough that the tree's trunk reflects heat back toward the camping area. The fire is also positioned so that smoke drifts away from where people will sleep, but not so far away that its light and warmth become useless. Around the fire, the hunters create sleeping areas that demonstrate impressive economy of effort. They don't build elaborate structures. Instead, they work with what the environment provides. Grass gets gathered in armfuls and laid out in thick piles that will serve as mattresses, insulating sleepers from the cooling ground. These grass beds are positioned in a semicircle around the fire, close enough for warmth, but far enough that sparks won't be a hazard. The thorny branches collected earlier now serve their purpose. They're arranged in a loose barrier on the side of camp away from the fire. This simple windbreak serves multiple functions. It deflects breezes that might otherwise make the night uncomfortable. It creates a psychological boundary that marks the camp's edge, and it discourages curious animals from wandering through, not by being an impassable barrier, but simply by being mildly annoying to navigate around. Animals, like people, generally take the path of least resistance. Personal items get arranged with the same thoughtful efficiency that characterizes everything these hunters do. Hunting tools, bows, arrows, and digging sticks are placed where they'll be immediately accessible, but won't get accidentally kicked or stepped on during the night. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells, stoppered with grass bungs, are secured in scooped-out sand depressions where they won't roll or tip. Leather bags containing various items get hung from low branches or placed on elevated spots away from ground-dwelling insects. As camp takes shape, what strikes you is how little it looks like what most people consider camping. There are no tents, no chairs, and no designated cooking areas. Everything is minimal, functional, and completely adapted to this specific environment. This isn't primitive, it's sophisticated. These hunters have distilled thousands of years of experience into practices that use minimal materials to maximum effect. The psychological transformation of space is perhaps most interesting. 20 minutes ago, this was just another spot in an endless savannah. Now it's camp, a place that feels qualitatively different from the surrounding landscape. This transformation happens not through barriers or structures, but through human activity, firelight, and the subtle organisation of space. It's the same instinct that made your ancestors gather around fires in caves, the same fundamental human need to create a sense of place and safety. And full darkness has settled over the Kalahari now, and the camp has taken on the quality of a small island of light in an ocean of night. The fire burns steadily, its flames dancing in patterns that humans have been watching since we first learned to control combustion. The wood crackles and pops occasionally, sending brief showers of sparks upward towards stars that are beginning to emerge in truly remarkable numbers. The hunters settle into evening routines that balance work with rest. Someone is preparing food, though preparing might be too elaborate a word for what's actually happening. Dinner tonight consists of items collected during the day's travel, tubers that were dug from the ground, their locations revealed by specific leaf patterns. Summer melons that provided both food and water, and nuts from a mongongo tree, already roasted in today's earlier fire. The tubers get buried in the coals at the fire's edge, where they'll roast slowly, their tough skins protecting the starchy flesh inside. This cooking method requires no pots, no utensils, and no complex preparation, just fire, time, and experience knowing when they're done. The mongongo nuts, which are extraordinarily nutritious and taste vaguely like cashews, get passed around for anyone who's hungry now rather than waiting for the tubers to cook. There's meat as well, from a successful hunt 2 days ago. The hunters had pursued an eland, the largest antelope species, and after a chase that combined tracking with endurance, they'd brought it down with poison arrows. The meat was butchered on site, with some eaten immediately and the rest cut into strips and dried. Tonight, some of that dried meat gets briefly warmed over the fire, not enough to cook it, but enough to soften it and bring out the flavours. What's notable about this meal is its absolute lack of ceremony. People eat when they're hungry and take what they need, and there's no formal structure or designated serving time. Food gets shared automatically, without negotiation or accounting. If someone is hungry and you have food, sharing isn't generosity, it's simply what you do, as automatic as breathing. This isn't primitive communism or noble savage idealism, it's practical adaptation to an environment where food availability fluctuates and mutual support increases everyone's survival chances. As people eat, conversation happens in the unhurried way that characterises most of their interactions. The San languages include click consonants that sound almost like percussion, creating speech patterns that blend beautifully with the nighttime soundscape. Discussions cover practical matters, observations from today's travel, plans for tomorrow's movement, and news about other groups they encountered weeks ago. But there's also storytelling, which serves purposes that go beyond entertainment. Stories encode information about the environment, animal behaviour, proper conduct, and historical events. A story about a hunter who ignored certain signs and got lost becomes a lesson in reading landscape features. A story about someone who was greedy and didn't share becomes a lesson in social cohesion. The stories aren't heavy-handed or obviously instructive. They're entertaining first and educational second, which is why they work so well. The night has brought out different sounds than dominated the day. Insects create a constant background hum that rises and falls in waves, primarily crickets, but also cicadas and other creatures whose names you don't know. A jackal calls in the distance, its cry eerily reminiscent of a crying baby. Another jackal answers, and their conversation creates a back and forth that sounds almost like they're commenting on the day's events. Somewhere much farther away, maybe 2 or 3 miles, a lion roars, the sound carrying with remarkable clarity through the cool night air. The hunters pause briefly when they hear it, listening to determine direction and distance, then return to their conversation. They're not alarmed, just aware. Lions generally avoid human camps with fires, and these particular lions sound far enough away that they're not an immediate consideration. As the evening deepens and the hunters settle into rest, it's worth examining the tools and equipment that make this lifestyle possible. What you notice immediately is how much can be accomplished with what seems like very little and how every item serves multiple purposes. The hunting bow deserves particular attention. It's not the heavy, powerful longbow of medieval Europe or the compound bow of modern sport hunting. This is a small, elegant tool made from carefully selected wood, often a hard wood that combines flexibility with tensile strength. The bow is perhaps 3 feet long when strung, small enough to maneuver through brush, and light enough to carry all day without fatigue. The bowstring is sinew, carefully prepared from animal tendons and twisted into cordage that's surprisingly strong, despite being thinner than your pinky finger. This string requires periodic attention to keep it properly conditioned, and the hunters check their bows regularly, rubbing the strings with fat to keep them supple, and inspecting the wood for any developing cracks or weaknesses. The arrows are engineering marvels in miniature. Each consists of a reed shaft, hollow and light, with a separate wooden foreshaft inserted into the reed. The foreshaft can be replaced if it breaks, meaning one reed can serve for dozens of uses. The arrowheads are made from bone or metal when available, carefully shaped and sharpened. But the real sophistication is in the poison that's applied to these points. The poison comes from beetle larvae harvested from specific plants, and prepared through a process that's both art and science. The larvae are squeezed to extract a substance that's then mixed with plant saps, and possibly other ingredients depending on family recipe variations. This poison doesn't kill quickly like venom. Instead, it creates a systemic effect that gradually weakens the animal, making it easier to follow and eventually approach. Using poison might sound unsporting to modern sensibilities, but it's actually more humane than alternatives. A small bow can't deliver the kinetic energy to kill a large animal quickly. The poison allows hunters to take game they couldn't otherwise pursue, doing so in a way that minimises the animal's suffering compared to what would happen if a wounded animal escaped and died slowly from infection or blood loss. The digging stick is another tool that reveals sophistication through simplicity. It's a hardwood shaft about 3 feet long, fire-hardened at one end and weighted with a stone that's been pierced and permanently attached. This weight gives the stick momentum when you're digging, making the work less exhausting. The tool serves for excavating tubers, breaking open termite mounds, defending against aggressive animals, and dozens of other purposes that arise in daily life. Clothing represents another area where Sand people demonstrate impressive adaptation to their environment. During the day, men might wear only a loincloth made from softened animal hide, just enough to protect and maintain modesty without causing overheating. Women wear slightly more, usually a leather apron front and back. Both use lightweight leather cloaks that can be worn or carried depending on temperature. But at night, as temperatures drop, these same people know how to layer effectively. The leather cloaks wrap around shoulders and torsos, providing insulation that's remarkably effective. People sleep close to the fire on their grass mattresses, sometimes using their own limbs as pillows or sharing body warmth on particularly cold nights. The leather clothing they've been wearing all day now serves as additional bedding, folded and placed strategically for extra insulation. The Sand people also use animal skins in ways that demonstrate a thorough understanding of material science. Different hides serve different purposes. Gemsbok leather makes the most durable sandals because it's tough and resists thorns. Duiker hide, being softer and more pliable, works better for bags and pouches. Eland hide, thick and substantial, makes excellent sleeping mats when properly prepared. The preparation of these hides is a process that would exhaust most modern people just watching it. Fresh hides must be scraped to remove flesh and fat, then stretched and worked to prevent stiffening. They're treated with animal brains, which contain natural oils and enzymes that cure the leather, then smoked over specific types of wood that prevent insect damage and mould. The entire process takes days and produces leather that's soft, supple and durable. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells represent another innovation that's so perfect for its purpose that it hasn't been significantly improved upon. An ostrich eggshell holds about 1 litre of water when properly prepared. The hunters find empty shells. Ostriches lay eggs throughout certain seasons and not all survive to hatch. Then carefully drill a hole in one end using a stone tool or bone awl. These eggshell canteens are nearly ideal water containers for nomadic life. They're lightweight when empty, strong enough to withstand rough handling, and their shape distributes impact stress evenly. The narrow opening minimises evaporation and prevents spills. Each family might own a dozen or more of these containers, cached at different locations throughout their territory, so that water is available at various points in their seasonal movements. The most impressive tool, however, might be knowledge itself. The hunters carry in their heads detailed mental maps of their territory that span hundreds of square miles. They know where to find water in different seasons, which plants are edible at which times of year, how to track dozens of different animal species, how to read weather patterns, and how to navigate by stars and landmarks. This knowledge isn't written down, it's transmitted through observation, practice, and storytelling, each generation learning from the previous one. As you lie on your own grass mattress near the fire, the night reveals itself as anything but silent or static. The darkness has brought out a completely different set of life forms, and the experienced hunters around you remain casually aware of this nocturnal world even as they relax. The soundscape has layers that become apparent once you stop trying to identify individual sounds and instead listen to the whole composition. There's the constant bass note of insect life, that steady hum we mentioned earlier. Over this, bird calls punctuate the darkness. Nightjars with their churring songs, owls with various hoots and shrieks depending on species, and occasionally the distinctive call of a thick knee, which sounds like someone whistling for their dog. Mammalian sounds add another dimension. Small animals rustle through grass and brush, their movements creating discrete sounds that experienced ears can identify. That particular rustle, combined with a soft munching sound, indicates a spring hare, a large rodent that moves by hopping like a miniature kangaroo and feeds on roots and grass. That different type of disturbance, more deliberate and heavier, might be a porcupine, one of the few animals that moves with complete confidence because its quills make it effectively invulnerable to most predators. Larger animals announce their presence through different means. You can hear zebras in the distance, their barking calls distinctive even if you've never heard them before. Hyenas occasionally whoop, a sound that carries for miles and serves to maintain contact between clan members. That rhythmic sound that almost resembles someone chopping wood is a giraffe walking, its hooves striking the ground with a distinctive cadence that no other animal quite replicates. The hunters listen to all of this with attention that's alert but not anxious. They're not worried about these animals, they're simply staying informed about their neighbourhood. That lion from earlier, they note when it roars again, tracking its movement mentally. It's now farther away, moving east, probably following zebra herds. This information might be useful tomorrow if they decide to hunt in that direction, or it might simply be filed away as part of the ongoing environmental awareness that characterises their lives. What predators are they actually concerned about? Surprisingly few. Lions almost never attack humans without provocation, and they especially avoid groups with fires. Leopards are more cautious of humans than humans are of them. Hyenas can be aggressive near food, but generally give people plenty of space. The most dangerous large animal is probably the Cape buffalo, but they're not present in this particular region of the Kalahari. The real nighttime concerns are smaller and more mundane. Scorpions become active after dark, hunting the insects that also come out at night. This is why the hunters cleared the ground before settling in, and why they shake out clothing and check shoes before putting them on. Snakes also hunt at night, but they're generally more interested in avoiding people than confronting them. The barrier of thorny branches around camp serves partly to discourage these smaller creatures from wandering through. As the night progresses, the temperature continues dropping. You notice the hunters adjusting to this gradually, pulling their leather cloaks more tightly, shifting closer to the fire, and adding another stick when the flames die down to coals. There's an art to maintaining a fire through the night. You don't want it blazing so high that it consumes wood too quickly, but you also don't want it to die completely and have to restart it in the middle of the night. The person tending the fire does so with minimal disruption to others. They add wood quietly, position it so it catches without creating excessive flame, and settle back to sleep. This rotation of fire tending happens organically, with whoever wakes naturally taking a turn. There's no formal schedule, no assigned shifts, just the understanding that someone needs to maintain the fire, and everyone takes responsibility for it. The moon rises late tonight, and its appearance transforms the landscape once again. Suddenly you can see beyond the immediate circle of firelight, and the savannah takes on an ethereal quality in the moonlight. Shadows sharpen, the distinction between earth and sky becomes clearer, and the overall sense of being in vast open space intensifies. In moonlight you can see why sand hunters sometimes travel at night when necessary. The landscape becomes navigable, though not easily. Tracks are harder to read, and thorns you'd see in a void in daylight become invisible hazards. But the cooler temperatures make movement less exhausting, and certain animals become easier to approach, because the moon doesn't reveal human presence as clearly as sunlight would. Tonight, however, no one has any intention of travelling. This is rest time, a pause in the constant movement that characterises their lives. The hunters aren't sleeping heavily. That kind of deep, unconscious sleep probably isn't adaptive when you're living outdoors in an environment with occasional genuine dangers. Instead, they're in a state of restful awareness, sleeping deeply enough to recuperate but lightly enough that unusual sounds or movements will wake them. Understanding how sand hunters sleep in the open requires recognizing how different their relationship with rest is, compared to what most modern people experience. There's no bedroom, no mattress, no climate control, and no privacy in the way we usually think about it. Yet they achieve something that eludes many people in technologically advanced societies: genuinely restorative sleep that leaves them refreshed and ready for the next day's challenges. The grass mattresses they've created are more effective than you might expect. The thick layer of dried grass provides insulation from the ground, which becomes surprisingly cold during the night as it radiates the heat it absorbed during the day. The grass also provides cushioning, not the luxurious softness of a modern mattress, but enough that sleeping doesn't mean lying directly on hard sand and small stones. Position matters too. The hunters sleep in a loose semicircle around the fire, with each person's feet oriented toward the warmth. This arrangement means your torso and limbs can be wrapped in your cloak for insulation, while your feet receive radiant heat from the fire. It's also a social arrangement that allows conversation before sleep and ensures that everyone is within easy reach if something goes wrong during the night. The leather cloaks serve as remarkably effective blankets. Animal hide provides excellent insulation, while being breathable enough that you don't wake up drenched in sweat. The cloak wraps around your body, creating a cocoon that traps body heat, while still allowing you to move if needed. On particularly cold nights, people might share cloaks, using social bonds and body heat to maximise warmth. Your head rests on whatever you've designated as a pillow, sometimes a folded piece of clothing, sometimes a small leather bag filled with grass, sometimes simply your own arm. The sand people don't seem to suffer from the neck problems that plague people who use elaborate pillow systems. Possibly their bodies have adapted through generations to sleeping this way. Or possibly our modern sleep systems have created problems that wouldn't exist without them. The sounds of the night, which you might expect to be disruptive, actually seem to contribute to rather than detract from sleep. That constant insect hum creates white noise that masks other, more jarring sounds. The fire's crackle provides a rhythmic, somewhat hypnotic background. Even the occasional animal calls, once you've learned they're not threatening, become part of the nighttime soundscape rather than disruptions to it. What's particularly interesting is the flexibility of sleep patterns. The hunters don't sleep straight through for 8 hours, as sleep experts constantly tell us we should. Instead, they sleep in segments, waking occasionally to tend the fire, relieve themselves, or simply lie awake for a few minutes before returning to sleep. This segmented sleep pattern was probably normal for humans throughout most of our history, and it seems to work perfectly well for people living this lifestyle. Dreams, when discussed the next morning, are taken seriously as sources of information and meaning. A hunter who dreams of water might influence the group's decision about which direction to travel. Someone who dreams of a particular animal might suggest they focus their hunting efforts on that species. This isn't superstition in the way we usually think of it. It's recognition that our subconscious minds process information in ways that our conscious awareness might miss. The quality of sleep also varies with the moon phase. On dark, moonless nights, sleep tends to be deeper and longer, because there's simply less to see or do once darkness falls. On bright moonlit nights, people tend to stay up later, talk more, and sleep more lightly. The hunters' sleep schedules are naturally synchronized with lunar rhythms in ways that modern artificial lighting has completely disrupted for most of humanity. As the night deepens into its quietest hours, that period around midnight when even nocturnal animals seem to pause, the camp settles into its most peaceful state. The fire has burned down to glowing coals that provide steady heat without much visible flame. The hunters sleep in various positions, some curled on their sides, some on their backs, some with legs drawn up, and some stretched out. Each person has found their comfortable position through a lifetime of sleeping this way. There's something deeply reassuring about sleeping in a group like this, even for an observer like yourself. The quiet sounds of other people breathing, the occasional shift of position, the knowledge that several pairs of eyes and ears will wake if anything unusual happens. All of this creates a sense of security that solitary modern sleepers often lack. We evolved sleeping in groups, and being around others at night probably satisfies some ancient need for social proximity during vulnerable times. The first hint of dawn arrives not as light but as sound. Bird calls change their character. The nightjars fall silent, replaced by early rising species whose songs announce the coming day. A chat begins its distinctive call from somewhere nearby, a cheerful series of notes that seems to celebrate the end of night. The insects that dominated the evening soundscape fade as diurnal species begin stirring. The temperature at this hour is at its lowest point, and you notice the hunters drawing their cloaks more tightly in these pre-dawn moments. The fire has burned down considerably, though someone, you didn't notice who or when, has fed it during the night, so it hasn't gone completely cold. Now someone stirs more fully, adds several sticks, and begins coaxing the fire back to life with gentle blowing. Light arrives slowly at first, then more rapidly. The eastern horizon develops a pale glow that gradually strengthens, shifting from deep blue to lighter shades, then picking up warm colours as the sun nears the horizon. The stars fade in this growing light. First the fainter ones disappear, then the brighter ones, until finally only Venus remains visible, the morning star hanging in a sky that's transitioning from night to day. The hunters wake gradually rather than all at once. There's no alarm, no urgent need to leap up and begin moving. Instead, people transition from sleep to wakefulness in their own time, lying quietly for a few minutes, perhaps adding another stick to the fire, eventually sitting up and stretching muscles that have been still for hours. The morning routine has its own gentle rhythm. Someone checks the coals from last night's buried tubers. A few were left deliberately for morning eating. These get dug out, brushed free of ash, and broken open. The interior is soft and steaming, with a sweet, earthy flavour that's satisfying without being heavy. Shared around the fire, these tubers serve as breakfast for people who will be walking again within an hour. Water gets passed around in those ostrich egg containers, each person taking a drink that's measured not by conscious restraint, but by practiced habit. In an environment where water requires significant effort to obtain, nobody wastes it, but nobody hoards it either. You drink what you need, aware that there will be opportunities to find more later today, if you remember the landscape lessons you've learned. As full daylight arrives, the savannah reveals what the night had hidden. You can see now that your camp sits in an area where animal tracks crisscross in dozens of directions. During the night, creatures pass nearby. The prints are fresh, probably made in the hours before dawn. There are small antelope tracks, the distinctive marks of ground-dwelling birds, and the scratches where something dug for insects or roots. The hunters examine these tracks with casual interest, reading them the way you might glance at headlines in a newspaper. They're not alarmed by this evidence of nighttime visitors, they expected it, but they note which animals passed, in which directions, and at approximately what times based on how the tracks overlap and how much the sand has shifted around their edges. The morning air has remarkable clarity that will last only a couple of hours before heat begins creating shimmer and distortion. Right now you can see for miles across the savannah, watching how the low-angle sunlight creates long shadows and highlights every contour of the landscape. Birds are particularly active at this hour, and you can see various species moving between feeding areas. Sand grouse flying in swift direct lines toward distant water. Hornbills hopping among tree branches and larks singing from exposed perches. Before leaving camp, the hunters perform a simple but important ritual. They scatter the fire and cover it with sand. This isn't about hiding evidence of their presence. Their tracks and the flattened grass make that impossible anyway. It's about fire safety in a landscape where unchecked flames could devastate the environment. The scattered ashes and charred wood will be nearly invisible within days, incorporated back into the soil. The grass mattresses get kicked apart and scattered, returning to the landscape they came from. The thorny branches of the windbreak remain where they are. They'll decompose naturally and might even be useful to the next group that camps here. In less than 15 minutes, the campsite that felt so established last night has been largely erased, leaving only subtle signs that humans rested here. As the group prepares to move, they perform one final check of their surroundings. Tools get inspected to ensure nothing is damaged or missing. Leather bags get checked to verify their contents. Water containers get shaken to assess how much remains. Each person mentally reviews what they're carrying and what they know about the landscape ahead. The direction of travel today was decided partly last night and partly this morning based on weather observations, animal signs, and the group's overall goals. They're not wandering aimlessly. They have destinations in mind, resources they want to check, and a general route that will take them through productive areas. But their planning remains flexible, ready to adapt if they encounter unexpected opportunities or challenges. As you prepare to leave this nighttime experience and return to your own world of climate control and indoor plumbing, it's worth reflecting on what these sand hunters understand about living that modern life sometimes obscures. Their knowledge isn't romantic primitivism or noble savage idealism. It's practical wisdom developed through thousands of generations of lived experience. First, they understand that comfort is relative and adaptable. The same conditions that would leave most modern people miserable, sleeping on the ground, limited water, temperature extremes, no walls or doors, are completely normal to them. They haven't developed superhuman tolerance. They've simply learned what humans are actually capable of when properly prepared. The gap between our comfort expectations and our actual physical capabilities is probably much larger than most of us realise. Second, they demonstrate that less can genuinely be more when it comes to possessions and technology. Their entire material culture, everything they own and use, could fit in a couple of backpacks. Yet they're not impoverished or suffering. They have what they need for their environment and lifestyle. The elaborate systems we've built around ourselves, homes, vehicles, countless possessions, solve real problems but also create new ones. The SAN approach suggests that matching tools to actual needs rather than accumulating things because we can might be worth reconsidering. Third, they show that deep environmental knowledge creates a different kind of security than the kind we usually seek. We try to make ourselves secure by building structures that keep nature out, and by accumulating resources we can control. The SAN make themselves secure by understanding nature so thoroughly that they can work with it rather than against it. When you know where to find water, food and shelter across hundreds of square miles, you're less vulnerable to local disruptions than someone who depends on fragile supply chains. Fourth, their social system demonstrates that cooperation doesn't require formal organisation or enforcement. Food gets shared, labour gets divided, and decisions get made through consensus, all without contracts or rules or designated authorities. This works because the group is small enough that everyone knows everyone else, and because their lifestyle creates natural incentives for cooperation. You can't survive alone in the Kalahari, so maintaining good relationships isn't optional, it's a survival strategy. Fifth, they remind us that human brains are capable of storing and processing incredible amounts of information without writing or digital devices. The mental maps the hunters carry, the species identification they perform instantly, the weather prediction they do through observation, and the navigation they accomplish using stars and landmarks. All of this represents cognitive capabilities that most modern people have let atrophy. We've outsourced so much memory and processing to external devices that we've forgotten what our own minds can do. Sixth, their sleep patterns suggest that our modern 8-hour straight obsession might be culturally specific rather than biologically necessary. They sleep in segments, wake during the night, adjust their schedules to natural light, and seem perfectly well rested. Perhaps the sleep problems that plague modern societies stem partly from trying to force our biology into patterns that don't actually suit us. Seventh, they demonstrate that meaningful work and leisure aren't opposites. Gathering food, making tools, and travelling across the landscape, these activities are simultaneously work and engagement with life. They're not counting down hours until they can stop working and start living. The integration of labour and life creates a different quality of experience than the modern pattern of working at jobs we tolerate to earn money for the free time when we can do what we actually want. Eighth, their relationship with risk shows that trying to eliminate all danger might not be the path to well-being. They live with genuine risks, weather, injury, food scarcity, and occasional dangerous animals. But they've developed competence and confidence that makes these risks manageable rather than paralysing. Modern safety obsessions sometimes create psychological fragility by preventing people from developing the skills and confidence that come from managing real challenges. None of this means their lifestyle is perfect or that we should all abandon modern life and move to the Kalahari. The San face genuine hardships, infant mortality rates that would horrify modern parents, medical problems that could be easily solved with basic healthcare, and vulnerability to droughts that kill people. Romanticising their lifestyle while ignoring its difficulties is both inaccurate and disrespectful, but neither should we dismiss their way of life as simply primitive or inferior to our own. They've developed sophisticated solutions to the challenges of their environment, solutions that work extremely well for their circumstances. And some of their approaches, their environmental knowledge, their social cooperation, their material simplicity, their integration of work and life, contain insights that remain valuable even for people living in very different contexts. The most important lesson might be about adaptability itself. The San people thrive in an environment that would kill most modern humans within days, not because they're physiologically different, but because they've learned their landscape thoroughly and adapted their behaviour to match its demands. Every human society does this to some degree. We all adapt to our environments. The question is whether we're doing so consciously and thoughtfully, or whether we're simply accepting whatever patterns our culture happens to have developed. As you mentally return from the Kalahari Savannah to your own bedroom, carrying memories of firelit faces and star-filled skies, consider what elements of that nighttime experience might translate across centuries and continents to your own life. You probably can't, and shouldn't try to, replicate the San hunter lifestyle in modern suburbia, but you can borrow from their approach to rest and recovery. What would it mean to create evening routines that genuinely prepare your body and mind for sleep, rather than simply marking time until you collapse into bed? The hunter's gradual transition from activity to rest, their attention to comfort and warmth, and their use of fire and social connection to create restful environments. All of these have analogues in modern life if you look for them. You might experiment with reducing artificial light in your evening hours, letting your body respond to natural darkness signals. You could create simple rituals that mark the transition from day to night, helping your mind recognize when it's time to shift gears. You could pay attention to temperature, recognizing that cooler sleeping environments often produce better rest. You could even reconsider whether sleeping straight through the night is really necessary, or whether waking briefly is natural and acceptable. The hunter's relationship with possessions offers another transportable lesson. What would your life look like if you evaluated everything you own by whether it serves multiple purposes and whether you truly need it? The freedom that comes from having less stuff, less to maintain, less to organise, less to worry about, is available to anyone willing to question their accumulation habits. Their environmental awareness suggests that paying attention to the natural world, even in urban or suburban settings, can create a richer daily experience. You might not need to track animals across sand, but you could notice which birds visit your area in different seasons, which plants bloom when and how weather patterns develop. This attention doesn't require moving to the wilderness, it just requires deciding that the non-human world is worth noticing. Their social patterns, the automatic sharing, the consensus decision-making, the absence of formal hierarchy won't translate directly to modern life with its complex institutions and millions of strangers. But within your own circles of family and friends, you might find opportunities to practice more generous sharing, more collaborative decision-making, and more egalitarian relationships. Most fundamentally, the Sand Hunters demonstrate that human beings are adaptable, capable, and resilient in ways that modern convenience sometimes obscures. We've built elaborate systems to protect ourselves from discomfort and uncertainty, but in doing so, we've sometimes prevented ourselves from developing the competence and confidence that come from facing challenges directly. You don't need to sleep on the ground in the savannah to reconnect with these fundamental human capabilities. You just need to occasionally step outside your comfort zone, try things that are slightly difficult, develop skills that aren't immediately useful, and pay attention to the world beyond screens and walls. The specific challenges matter less than the practice of engaging with them. Tonight, as you lie in your bed, probably more comfortable than any grass mattress could ever be, you might notice sounds you usually ignore. That cricket outside your window, the wind moving through trees, and the distant sound of traffic that creates its own kind of white noise. These sounds connect you to the same nighttime world that Sand Hunters experience, just in a different context. You might feel grateful for your shelter and safety while also recognizing that the Sand Hunters aren't suffering in their open camps. Different environments suit different lifestyles, and what seems harsh from one perspective is simply normal from another. Understanding this might make you less judgmental about people whose lives look different from yours, and less defensive about your own choices. You might reflect on how much of your life involves trying to control or eliminate variables: temperature, light, sound, social interaction, risk, and wonder whether some of that control costs more than it benefits. The hunters accept variability as inherent to existence and develop flexibility instead of control. There might be wisdom in that approach, even for people who aren't planning to sleep under the stars. As sleep begins to overtake you, imagine that campfire still burning in the Kalahari. It's like creating a small island of warmth in the vast darkness. Imagine hunters sleeping their segmented sleep, waking occasionally to tend the flames, comfortable in an environment that would terrify most modern people. Imagine them waking at dawn to scatter the fire, check their tools, and walk again across a landscape they know as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. Their world and yours are separated by oceans, centuries, and completely different ways of organising human life. Yet the fundamental experiences remain the same: the need for rest, the search for comfort, the desire for safety, the value of social connection, the satisfaction of competence, and the peace that comes from understanding your environment well enough to trust it. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere, someone is sleeping under stars that are the same stars you'd see if you went outside right now. Somewhere, a fire is burning that's made from the same combustion chemistry as the flames humans first mastered hundreds of thousands of years ago. Somewhere, people are living lives that connect directly to the deepest patterns of human existence, patterns that persist beneath all our modern elaborations. And tomorrow, when you wake to alarm clocks and artificial light, you'll carry with you the memory of a different kind of waking, the gradual transition that happens when your body responds to natural light and natural temperature changes, when you open your eyes to see whether the fire still burns and whether your companions are stirring. That memory might change how you think about morning routines, sleep patterns, possessions, environmental awareness, social relationships, and what it means to be comfortably at home in the world. Or it might simply rest in your mind as a pleasant story about people who live differently than you do. Either way, the night in the Kalahari has been real in your imagination, and imagination is where all understanding begins. The hunters rest well tonight, as they have for thousands of years, and so can you. Imagine yourself on a cool evening in 400 BCE, strolling through the winding, narrow streets of ancient Athens. The sky is painted in rose and gold hues that would make any Instagram filter envious, as the sun has just slipped behind the hills. You're going to learn that Greek homes were much more advanced than you may think. They weren't simple huts where people huddled like Antarctic penguins to stay warm. Although their method differed greatly from our contemporary solutions, Greek homes were built with sleep comfort as their top priority. Greek architects used a healthy dose of centuries' worth of practical knowledge to create homes that were essentially climate-controlled systems made of stone, wood, and clay tiles rather than fighting the climate. Built around a central courtyard known as an atrium, the typical Greek home functioned as a clever climate control system and the centre of family life. Imagine a tiny outdoor space that is encircled by living areas and covered walkways, forming a microclimate that retains warmth in the winter and stays cooler in the summer. This was environmental engineering masquerading as architecture, not merely a matter of taste. These houses had thick walls made of sun-dried mud bricks, which were remarkably insulating. Consider them to be ancient thermal mass that releases heat gradually during the cool nights and absorbs it slowly during the warm days. These walls, which in some locations could be as thick as 2 feet, served as a barrier between the sleeping quarters inside and the occasionally severe Mediterranean weather outside. The importance of orientation for comfort is something that many contemporary architects have forgotten, but Greek builders understood. In order to benefit from winter sun and offer protection from summer heat, houses were thoughtfully placed. In order to avoid the harsh afternoon sun that could turn a bedroom into an oven, the main sleeping areas were usually positioned on the side of the house that would receive the morning light. There were windows, but they weren't for picturesque views. They were strategically placed and small. These were thoughtfully designed apertures that permitted ventilation while reducing heat loss, rather than the expansive picture windows we are accustomed to. Wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or even thin sheets of translucent stone that let in light but keep out drafts could be used to cover these windows on chilly evenings. The floors in sleeping quarters were frequently composed of packed earth and smooth plaster, which may seem archaic until you consider that earth floors offer superior thermal mass and maintain a constant temperature. Thick rugs and animal hides could be used to cover these floors in the winter, providing surprisingly good insulation against the chilly floor. Another astute consideration was room height. Greek bedrooms naturally encouraged relaxation because of their comparatively low ceilings, which meant less air volume to heat and a cozier, more intimate atmosphere. When your heating system is primarily based on body heat and oil lamps, high ceilings may look impressive, but they do a terrible job of keeping you warm. The art of the alcove, which are tiny enclosed sleeping areas that resemble bedrooms inside bedrooms, was also perfected by the Greeks. These alcoves were frequently incorporated into the thickest section of the house's walls, resulting in 3 sides of natural insulation. Sleeping in an alcove was similar to sleeping in a comfortable cave that was created by someone who genuinely cared about your well-being. Many homes had what we might refer to as a winter room and a summer room, which allowed families to move around the house according to the time of year. The summer room would be bigger, better ventilated, and made to remain cool even on the hottest days, while the winter room would be smaller, better protected, and oriented to receive the most sunlight. For the warmest summer nights, Greek homes also had covered outdoor sleeping spaces. These areas offered shelter from dew and the sporadic summer rains, along with the cooling benefits of nighttime breezes. It was similar to having a permanent camping setup without having to fumble with tent poles at night. Sleep was also taken into consideration when designing Greek homes' entrances. The quiet sleeping quarters farther inside the house were separated from the dusty, noisy street by a sequence of rooms and courtyards. This meant that local dogs, early morning traders and late-night partygoers were far less likely to disrupt your restful sleep. Most significantly, Greek home design understood that psychological comfort was just as important for restful sleep as physical comfort. The design fostered a feeling of seclusion and safety that promoted mental and physical relaxation. Usually located away from public spaces and intended to feel like havens, sleeping quarters were the most secure section of the house. Let's move on to discussing what the Greeks actually slept on after discussing the architectural shell that shielded them. Greek bedding was surprisingly sophisticated, combining natural materials in ways that contemporary sleep scientists would likely approve of. This contrasts with the idea of ancient people tossing and turning on rough straw pallets. The Klein, a bed frame that served as both furniture and art, was the cornerstone of Greek sleeping comfort. These were well-made pieces that frequently had curved headrests, ornamental legs, and built-in storage spaces rather than the straightforward rectangular platforms we might have expected. A well-made Klein was made to last for many generations and was frequently handed down from parents to children as a family heirloom. Greek bed frames were usually higher off the ground than contemporary beds, and constructed of wood, usually olive, oak, or imported cedar for the wealthy. In addition to offering storage space underneath and shielding sleepers from drafts hugging the floor, this elevation also produced a psychologically significant and cosy feeling. In a literal sense, climbing into bed meant ascending to a place of safety and rest. The actual sleeping surface was made up of a foundation made of leather straps or woven rope, which was more flexible than a contemporary box spring. After that, this foundation was covered with several layers of carefully selected materials, each of which had a distinct function in the pursuit of comfort at night. Usually the first layer consisted of a thick mattress made of wool filled with materials that were chosen according to local availability and family wealth. The mattresses of wealthy Greeks may be filled with imported silk fibres, goose feathers, or even soft sheep's wool. Wool was mixed with dried seaweed or clean straw in middle-class households. Reeds, dried grasses, or the wool from the family's own sheep could be used to make cosy sleeping surfaces in even the smallest of homes. It was surprising how well these old mattresses controlled the temperature. In addition to wicking moisture away from the body, wool in particular has the amazing ability to keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter. These characteristics were intuitively understood by Greek bedmakers, who used them to design sleeping surfaces that adjusted to the body temperature of the sleeper, as well as the room temperature. Depending on the season and individual preference, layers of woolen blankets and linen sheets were placed over the mattress. The quality of Greek textiles was well known throughout antiquity, and sleeping linens were valued enough to demand hefty expenditures. Often included in a bride's dowry, a set of luxurious bed linens was meant to be used for many years. The ability to design layered bedding systems that could be modified for various conditions was a specialty of the Greeks. A sleeper may only use a thin woolen cover and a light linen sheet on warm summer nights. Additional layers could be added as the temperature dropped, such as quilted covers filled with wool or down, fur throws, or heavier woolen blankets. Pillows were smaller, firmer supports intended to maintain the head and neck in the proper alignment while sleeping, rather than the fluffy, oversized cushions we're accustomed to today. These were thought to be necessary for a comfortable night's sleep, and were frequently filled with soft materials like wool, feathers, or dried herbs. In order to combine comfort and aromatherapy, some Greek pillows were even filled with lavender or rose petals. Rich people may own several sets of bedding for various times of year and events. More blankets that could turn a bed into a comfortable cocoon, thicker mattresses and heavier wools were all features of winter bedding. Breathability and cooling were the main features of summer bedding, which featured lighter materials and fewer layers that were simple to modify on hot nights. Additionally, Greek bedding included useful elements that are frequently absent from contemporary bedding. In order to keep them from falling off while you were sleeping, many blankets featured loops or ties that allowed them to be fastened to the bed frame. Foot warmers, which are special pockets or compartments where heated stones or metal objects can be placed to warm cold feet, were built into some sleeping systems. Greek bedding was influenced by colour and design for psychological as well as aesthetic reasons. Lovely bedding contributed to the setting that encouraged rest and restful sleep. In order to provide a feeling of comfort and individuality, wealthy Greeks may have had their bedding embroidered with geometric designs, mythological scenes, or family symbols. The Greeks were also aware of the significance of maintaining bedding for both health and comfort. To keep freshness and keep insects away, sleeping areas were fumigated with herbs, blankets were cleaned and recarded, and mattresses were frequently aired and refilled. Clean, well-maintained bedding just slept better and lasted longer, so this attention to cleanliness was about more than just hygiene. Another Greek invention that enhanced comfort while safeguarding priceless textiles was the seasonal storage of bedding. In order to prevent insect damage, heavy winter bedding was meticulously cleaned and stored during the summer, frequently with fragrant herbs. This meant that families could bring out clean, fresh bedding that was ready to provide the most warmth and comfort when the cold weather returned. Because bedding could be made at home and purchased locally, Even small Greek homes frequently had surprisingly cosy sleeping arrangements. A family could make cosy beds with locally sourced wool, homegrown herbs, and textiles woven on domestic looms, even if they could not afford imported silk or fine furs. Without electric blankets or central heating, you may be wondering how the Greeks stayed warm during those frigid Mediterranean winters. The solution combines clever heating techniques, architectural gimmicks, and a thorough comprehension of the flow of heat through structures, knowledge that would be very helpful to many contemporary homeowners. The brazier, a transportable metal container made to safely store burning wood or charcoal indoors, served as the main heating source in the majority of Greek homes. These were carefully designed heating devices that provided warmth while lowering the risk of fires or carbon monoxide poisoning, not rudimentary firepots that filled rooms with smoke. Consider them the ancestors of space heaters, but with centuries of refinement. From tiny personal warmers that could warm a single sleeping alcove to massive family models that could warm an entire room, Greek braziers came in a variety of shapes and sizes. The best braziers were constructed of iron or bronze and had perforations on the sides that safely contained the burning fuel while allowing heat to radiate effectively. Some even featured movable vents that let users regulate the airflow and heat output. These heating systems' fuel was carefully selected for its safety and heat output. Because it burned hotter, produced less smoke, and was easier to manage, charcoal was favoured over wood. In addition to providing warmth, burning aromatic woods like cedar or sandalwood allowed wealthy families to fill the air with pleasant scents that encouraged rest and sleep. Greek homes frequently had extremely advanced built-in heating systems for their era. Hypocausts, or underfloor heating systems, were found in some homes. These systems heated rooms from below by circulating hot air from a furnace through spaces beneath the floor. Cities in northern Greece, where winters were harsher, were especially fond of this system. The Greeks devised a number of clever heating techniques that concentrated heat where it was most needed, particularly for sleeping quarters. After being warmed by the fire, heated stones or metal objects were put in bed warmers, which are specialised containers designed to safely hold hot objects without scorching the bedding. For added aromatherapy benefits, these antiquated hot water bottles were frequently scented with herbs and could keep a bed warm for hours. The art of heating clothing for sleeping was also perfected by the Greeks. Sleeping clothes were made to regulate body temperature in addition to being modest. Sleeping tunics and wool nightgowns created a personal microclimate that remained comfortable all night long by retaining body heat while letting moisture out. To help stop heat loss from the head, some sleeping garments even had hoods or caps. By placing braziers strategically and using bed curtains or canopies to create smaller, easier-to-heat spaces surrounding the sleeping area, room heating was frequently concentrated in sleeping areas. Even if the rest of the room was fairly cool, thick curtains around a bed could retain warm air and provide a comfortable sleeping environment. Thermal mass, or the capacity of dense materials to store and release heat gradually, was another advantage of Greek heating systems. When braziers or sunlight warmed stone or clay walls during the day, the heat would continue to radiate through the night, providing a steady, gentle warmth that didn't require constant fuel feeding. Community heating was typical for low-income families. During the coldest months, extended families may sleep together, using body heat and little fuel heating to stay warm. It was more than just economics. Group sleeping actually resulted in more comfortable and controlled temperatures than individual heating systems. The Greeks created advanced fuel management systems that reduced expenses and effort while optimizing heat. In order to guarantee a supply of clean-burning fuel for winter heating, charcoal was frequently prepared ahead of time during warm weather. Wood that burns well and emits little smoke indoors was carefully chosen and seasoned. Heat recovery systems were installed in some Greek homes to recover and repurpose lost warm air. Cooking fires, which were in any case required for food preparation, were placed and vented so that their heat could warm sleeping quarters before being expelled outdoors. Every piece of fuel burned had its heating value maximised by this dual-purpose strategy. The intricate task of keeping the entire house at a comfortable temperature was handled by dedicated heating servants for the wealthy. These experts knew how to arrange braziers for optimal effectiveness, bank fires for consistent overnight heating, and coordinate various heating sources to ensure cosy sleeping conditions. When it came to old heating systems, safety was always the top priority. Greek homes frequently had sleeping quarters with stone or tile floors surrounding heating appliances to prevent fires. Heating devices were carefully placed away from bedding and easily flammable textiles, and water containers were kept close by for emergency fire suppression. The significance of air quality in heated sleeping areas was also recognised by the Greeks. Ventilation systems prevented hazardous gas accumulation from burning fuel while allowing fresh air to enter heated rooms. Some homes had advanced chimney systems that kept heat inside while safely drawing combustion gases and smoke outside. Greek families were able to control fuel expenses and maintain year-round comfort through the use of seasonal heating techniques. Heating may only be used to warm bed linens before bed in mild weather. Several heating systems would be used to provide layers of warmth throughout the house during cold snaps. Because of this adaptable strategy, heating could be changed to accommodate family budgets and weather conditions. Imagine living in a world where sleep was a sacred journey into the world of the gods rather than merely a biological necessity as you get ready for your own journey into sleep tonight. The ancient Greeks understood that the transition from waking to sleeping required both physical and spiritual preparation, so they approached bedtime with the same respect and ritual that we might save for significant life events. Greek bedtime customs predate the act of actually getting into bed. Because the evening was viewed as a period of transition during which the lines separating the divine and mortal realms grew increasingly blurred, preparation was crucial for both spiritual protection and sound sleep. These were well-planned routines that encouraged both physical comfort and mental tranquility, rather than superstitious beliefs. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Greek bedtime preparation was the lighting ritual. The harsh light of the day was gradually replaced by the soft glow of oil lamps filled with olive oil and scented with herbs like chamomile or lavender as night fell. Lighting evening lamps served as more than just a means of illumination. It was a form of meditation that assisted the mind's shift from the active energy of the day to the quiet, receptive state of the night. Greek oil lamps were themselves works of art, frequently embellished with pictures of serene gods, symbols of protection, or serene landscapes. In contrast to the harsh, constant illumination of contemporary electric lights, the light they produced was warm and flickering. In ways that contemporary science has only just begun to comprehend, this soft, erratic light naturally promoted sleepiness and assisted in regulating the body's circadian rhythms. Before going to bed, personal hygiene and spiritual purification were thought to be crucial. Greeks used water that had frequently been scented with flower oils or herbs to wash their faces, hands, and feet. This was about cleaning away the spiritual debris that could build up from day-to-day activities and potentially disrupt restful sleep, not just the dirt of the day. The sleeping mind was a sacred space that needed to be prepared for and protected, because the Greeks thought that dreams were messages from the gods. Many Greeks would offer small sacrifices to the gods of sleep, Hypnos, and dreams, Morpheus, before bed in order to obtain restful sleep and enlightening visions. These sacrifices could be as easy as leaving a small piece of bread on a home shrine, or a few drops of wine on the ground. Greek bedtime rituals included prayer and meditation, but these weren't the sombre, formal prayers we might anticipate. Rather, they were prayers for protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, thanksgiving for the day's blessings, and soft dialogues with guardian gods. Deep, peaceful sleep was encouraged by these spiritual exercises, which also helped to calm racing thoughts and foster a sense of divine protection. Greek sleeping areas frequently featured small household shrines, sacred symbols, or protective amulets that were thought to ward off evil spirits and nightmares. These were psychological aids that contributed to a feeling of security and tranquility in the sleeping environment rather than manifestations of archaic superstition. Your mind can fall asleep more fully when your bedroom feels safe and sacred. For various kinds of sleep difficulties, the Greeks had particular rituals. People who experienced nightmares might burn certain herbs, such as juniper berries or bay leaves, whose smoke was thought to purify the sleeping area and encourage restful sleep. Gentle prayers were offered to Nyx, the goddess of night, for the gift of deep sleep and natural drowsiness in order to treat insomnia. Seasonal sleep rituals recognized that the agricultural calendar and weather had an impact on sleeping needs. Warmth, safety, and the prospect of springtime were the main themes of bedtime rituals during the long winter nights. Cooling, cleansing, and a connection to nature, which was alive and vibrant during the warm months, were the main focuses of summer sleep rituals. Everyone in the home was able to sleep soundly thanks to family sleep customs. Before going to bed, parents would bless their kids, frequently by giving them a gentle pat on the forehead and muttering prayers for restful sleep and a safe night. In addition to strengthening family ties, these private moments offered psychological solace that improved everyone's quality of sleep. The actual sleeping area was also prepared according to Greek customs. Sleeping areas were fumigated with aromatic herbs that both freshened the air and created a sacred atmosphere. Bedding was arranged in specific patterns thought to promote comfort and peace, and beds were frequently sprinkled with blessed or scented water. Greek bedtime customs included activities that are now known to be very helpful for maintaining proper sleep hygiene. Modern sleep experts advise the following practices for better sleep: creating a calm sleeping environment, focusing on relaxation and thankfulness, gradually lowering the lights, and scheduling bedtime activities regularly. Though they were frequently customized to each person's requirements and preferences, personal bedtime rituals usually included aspects of introspection, thankfulness, and dream world preparation. In order to let go of any resentment or anxiety that might keep them from sleeping, some Greeks would reflect on the day's events in an attitude of forgiveness and learning. Others would engage in periods of silent reflection, letting the mind naturally transition into the receptive state that facilitates both sleep and deep dreams. It was believed that the daily shift from waking to sleeping offered a chance for spiritual rejuvenation and a closer relationship with God. Sleep was a journey into a world where extraordinary experiences were possible, and normal rules didn't apply, in addition to being a time for the body to rest. Preparing for bed became a practice of both practical wisdom and spiritual devotion as a result of this realization. Greek sleep customs also involved communal aspects, particularly during holidays or stressful periods. Families may pray together in the evening, communities may engage in customs meant to encourage restful sleep for all, and neighbourhoods may perform protective rituals during trying times. These customs strengthened social ties and improved the well-being of the individual and the group. Consider yourself an athlete, philosopher, or merchant from ancient Greece who must travel far from the convenience of your well-planned sleeping quarters at home. How did you get a good night's sleep when visiting new places that might not meet your specific comfort standards? Greek solutions to the problem of sleep during travel were both clever and useful, resulting in systems that may seem surprisingly familiar to travellers today. The Greeks established a vast system of hospitality that allowed people to sleep comfortably even in far-flung places. According to the idea of xenia, or sacred hospitality, giving travellers decent places to sleep was not only smart business, but also a religious duty that Zeus himself oversaw. Even modest households took pride in providing the best sleeping arrangements they could because of this divine mandate for hospitality. Pandikaion, or professional inns, developed into sophisticated establishments that focused on giving tourists a comfortable place to stay. These weren't the gritty taverns you might see in historical dramas. Rather, they were well-run establishments that recognised that guests who slept well were likely to return and refer others to the inn. The top Greek inns had thoughtfully designed sleeping quarters, high-quality linens, heating systems, and even simple conveniences that catered to the needs of their guests. Greek inns generally provided varying degrees of lodging according to the social standing and financial constraints of their guests, but even the most basic rooms were made with the comfort of their sleep in mind. Individual sleeping alcoves or divided spaces that offered privacy and lessened noise from other visitors were a feature of common sleeping areas. These common areas frequently featured heating braziers and restrooms, enabling visitors to keep up their personal hygiene practices. The art of portable comfort for travellers who might not always find adequate lodging was perfected by the Greeks. Rich tourists brought their own bedding, such as foldable bed frames that could be used to make any reasonably level surface into a cosy sleeping area, lightweight blankets and portable pillows. These portable sleeping systems were made to be both efficient and portable, offering comfortable familiarity in strange places. For colder climates or seasons, portable heating solutions were frequently incorporated into Greek travel sleeping arrangements. Small metal containers that could be used as personal braziers, warming stones that could be heated over cooking fires and used to warm bedding, or specially made clothing that could be used for both sleeping and travelling are some examples of the items that travellers might bring. Even in difficult circumstances, seasoned Greek tourists could remain warm and cosy thanks to these portable comfort systems. In order to help travellers make well-informed decisions about where to sleep, the Greeks created complex systems for assessing the quality of lodging. Along trade routes, recommendations were passed down, and some inns gained a reputation for having very comfortable beds that attracted tourists from all over the Mediterranean. These quality requirements covered things like noise levels, security, room temperature control, and clean bedding, all of which are important for restful sleep. Travellers, particularly those on religious pilgrimages, frequently found excellent accommodations in temple complexes. These hallowed sleeping areas were kept in the best possible condition and frequently offered conveniences that were on par with the finest private lodgings. In addition to being physically comfortable, temple accommodations offered a sense of spiritual tranquility that many visitors found to be conducive to incredibly sound sleep. Greek cities created laws pertaining to lodging that included particular requirements for sleeping arrangements. Clean bedding, sufficient heating in cold weather, and reasonably quiet and secure sleeping quarters were all requirements for innkeepers. When staying in reputable lodging establishments, travellers could rely on at least minimal comfort thanks to these early hospitality standards. Travellers frequently stayed in private homes, particularly those who had business contacts or letters of introduction. Greek hospitality traditions meant that hosts took great pride in giving their guests comfortable sleeping arrangements, frequently using the finest bedding and sleeping areas from their own families. In terms of comfort and individual attention, these private accommodations frequently outperformed commercial lodging. The Greeks developed sleeping solutions for travellers that addressed particular issues that various kinds of travellers might encounter. In order to safeguard their valuable cargo while they slept, merchants needed safe sleeping arrangements. Scholars and philosophers required peaceful areas where they could study and reflect. Accommodations that promoted physical recuperation and optimal performance were necessary for athletes. Practical advice on adjusting to various climates and elevations that could impact sleep quality was part of the Greek travel sleeping culture. Travellers with experience knew how to modify their sleeping arrangements for the heat of the desert, the cold of the mountains, or the humidity of the coast. Because of this environmental consciousness, travelling didn't have to mean compromising the quality of one's sleep. Before reaching their destination, travellers were able to find appropriate lodging thanks to the communication systems that the Greeks developed. Information about inequality, seasonal availability, and any special accommodations that might be required was disseminated through trade networks. The uncertainty and discomfort of looking for lodging when exhausted from travel were eliminated thanks to this advanced planning, which allowed travellers to frequently set up cosy sleeping arrangements before they arrived. Greek travel accommodations frequently included features that allowed them to continue their own sleep schedules while they were away from home. Inns may offer quiet areas for meditation before bed, oil lamps for evening rituals, or access to laundry facilities so that guests can continue their traditional hygiene habits. Travellers' sleep-promoting routines, which they had established at home, were protected from disruption by this attention to ritual continuity. Greek lodging systems were designed with seasonal travel in mind, offering distinct lodging options for summer and winter travel. While winter accommodations prioritised warmth and weather protection, summer accommodations may prioritise cooling and ventilation. In order to maximise comfort throughout the year, some inns provided distinct rooms for each season. In order to accommodate everything from small merchant parties to large military expeditions, the Greeks also created sleeping arrangements for group travel. These systems included logistical strategies that made sure everyone could sleep comfortably, even when travelling with a large group of people, portable sleeping equipment, and organisational techniques for managing group sleeping spaces. Think about how the ancient Greeks viewed sleep as you get more comfortable in your contemporary bed with memory foam and temperature control. For them, sleep was more than just a daily annoyance that interfered with more vital tasks or a biological requirement. Rather, it was believed that sleep was a profound part of human life that provided insights into life, death, consciousness, and our relationship to the divine. Greek philosophers pondered the nature of sleep and its significance for human well-being for a long time. According to Aristotle, sleep is crucial for mental clarity and emotional equilibrium, in addition to physical well-being. He noted that those who didn't get enough sleep became agitated, distracted, and incapable of making wise decisions, observations that contemporary sleep research has amply supported. The Greeks realized that the quality of sleep had an impact on all facets of daily life, including mental clarity, emotional stability, and physical health. Because of this knowledge, they began to view the environment and preparation for sleep as important issues deserving of considerable care and funding. A Greek who got enough sleep was seen as more moral, more sane, and more able to make contributions to society. The various forms of sleep and their differing advantages for human health were acknowledged in Greek culture. Deep, dreamless sleep was prized for its healing properties and capacity to revitalize the body and mind. Sleeping with dreams was valued because it could yield answers to difficult problems, creative inspiration, and divine messages. Even quick naps were acknowledged as useful strategies for preserving mental acuity during demanding days. The Greeks came up with complex theories regarding the connection between sleep environment, sleep position, and the quality of sleep and dreams. They thought that certain sounds and smells could affect the quality of sleep, that sleeping in particular positions could encourage different kinds of dreams, and that the bed's orientation in relation to celestial bodies could have an impact on the spiritual state of the sleeper. Greek perceptions of time and daily routines were closely linked to their views on sleep. They created their daily schedules to accommodate these rhythms rather than work against them, because they understood that human energy and alertness naturally varied throughout the day. This meant that sleep was not limited to the evening, but also included deliberate rest intervals to sustain optimal performance. Sleep was seen by the Greeks as a kind of everyday death and rebirth that offered chances for personal growth and spiritual rejuvenation. It was believed that every night's sleep was a voyage into the underworld that might offer spiritual insight, wisdom, and healing. This realization elevated sleep to a sacred activity and made getting ready for sleep a spiritual practice. The ability to sleep well was praised in Greek culture as a sign of discernment, self-control, and good living. Individuals with sound sleep habits were valued for their intelligence and self-control, while those with sleep issues were frequently perceived as also in need of direction in other facets of life. Getting enough sleep was seen as a social obligation, as well as a personal accomplishment. The Greeks understood that people's sleep requirements differed from person to person and evolved over the course of a lifetime. Adults required quality sleep for optimal performance, children required more sleep for healthy growth and development, and elderly people required distinct sleep schedules to account for the normal aging process. For its time, this personalized knowledge of sleep requirements was highly sophisticated. Sleep disorders were viewed in Greek medicine as grave medical conditions that needed to be treated thoroughly and by a professional. Doctors realized that chronic sleep issues might be a sign of underlying emotional or physical imbalances that needed to be treated for general health. A well-established specialty, sleep medicine integrated psychological and spiritual interventions with physical treatments. The various sleep states and their implications for health and well-being were thoroughly categorized by the Greeks. It was acknowledged that different intermediate states such as dream sleep, deep sleep, and light sleep each had distinct purposes and needed different kinds of assistance. Modern sleep science was thousands of years behind this sophisticated understanding of sleep stages. Greek perspectives on dreams were especially advanced, acknowledging that they could be used for anything from divine communication to psychological processing. People who had particularly vivid or significant dreams might seek the advice of experts to understand their meaning, as dream interpretation was a respected skill that required training and wisdom. The Greeks held that moral and ethical behavior during the day had an impact on the quality of sleep. It was believed that people who led moral lives slept better and had more fulfilling dreams, whereas people who acted badly might have trouble sleeping and have nightmares. People were encouraged to live in ways that supported both social harmony and individual rest, because of the link between ethics and sleep quality. Greek culture understood that sleep was a delicate state that needed to be respected and guarded. Creating environments that encouraged everyone to get a good night's sleep was viewed as a community duty, and disturbing someone's sleep unnecessarily was regarded as a serious social transgression. People were able to rely on getting the rest they required thanks to this group's dedication to improving the quality of their sleep. In order to recognize how shifting daylight, weather, and social activities impacted sleep patterns throughout the year, the Greeks created seasonal approaches to sleep. People knew that winter and summer sleep were different, and instead of fighting against these natural variations, they modified their sleeping schedules, rituals, and arrangements to accommodate them. In order to promote general health and character development, Greek educational systems taught students how to get enough sleep. Young people discovered that getting enough sleep was essential to growing up to be responsible adults who could make valuable contributions to society. Good sleep habits were ensured to be passed down through the generations thanks to this educational emphasis on sleep wisdom. The Greeks recognized that sleep was fundamentally social and intensely personal, impacting not only one's own well-being, but also the harmony of one's family and the prosperity of the community. Communities with well-rested residents were more tranquil, effective, and enjoyable places to live, and families with healthy sleep patterns performed better as social units. Imagine exploring a house from ancient Greece that was built with the intention of encouraging the kind of deep, rejuvenating sleep that is necessary for the body and soul to thrive. The sacred journey from waking consciousness into the world of dreams and divine communication was supported by every architectural detail in these homes, which were more than just places to lie down. Greek sleeping arrangements were based on the realization that physical settings that facilitated this significant daily shift were necessary for the passage from day to night and from consciousness to sleep. With several walls and courtyards separating sleeping areas from the sounds of everyday life or street activity, bedrooms were arranged throughout the house to provide the most quiet possible. What we might refer to as sleep suites were integrated areas found in the most affluent Greek homes. These included not only the actual sleeping area, but also areas for preparing for evening rituals, storing seasonal bedding, and even tiny private courtyards where sleepers could enjoy the fresh air while still staying in their most private domestic settings. These suites understood that having a bed in a room wasn't enough for restful sleep. Greek architects understood the importance of sound control for restful sleep, so they gave careful consideration to acoustic design. Sleeping places were frequently constructed with thick walls, placed away from workshops and animal quarters, and featured architectural elements that either reflected or absorbed sound. Early examples of sound masking were even found in some affluent residences, which used wind chimes or flowing water features to produce calming background noises that drowned out more annoying sounds. The Greeks invented architectural methods of scent control that improved the quality of sleep by using aromatherapy. Built-in niches for burning aromatic herbs, ventilation systems that drew air through herb gardens before entering bedrooms, or storage systems that kept bedding scented with rose petals or lavender are some examples of sleeping areas. These fragrant systems served as useful instruments for encouraging calm and sound sleep, not just enjoyable extravagances. Beyond merely concealing sleeping quarters from view, Greek sleeping architecture featured sophisticated approaches to privacy. Spaces that felt isolated, safe, and shielded from the outside world were created by these designs. Psychological privacy. The kind of profound relaxation necessary for genuinely healing sleep and fulfilling dreams depended on this feeling of sanctuary. The Greeks designed bedrooms that could comfortably accommodate both single people and couples, because they recognized that sleeping areas needed to support both individual and shared rest. Multiple sleeping alcoves in one room, movable partitions that could create private areas in larger spaces, or adaptable furniture arrangements that could be changed to suit shifting needs are a few examples of this. Greek architects created cutting-edge methods of climate control that allowed sleeping spaces to remain cozy all year round, without constantly using fuel. These could be passive ventilation systems that moved air without causing drafts, thermal mass walls that gradually stored and released heat, or movable architectural elements that could be adjusted seasonally to maximize comfort. Certain Greek houses had distinct sleeping areas for various family members and uses. The sleeping spaces for kids were made to offer suitable privacy and easy supervision. Security and hospitality were combined in the guest sleeping areas. Elderly family members may have sleeping arrangements that preserve their comfort and dignity while meeting their evolving physical needs. The Greeks developed architectural sleep-related storage solutions that kept clothes, bedding, and other personal belongings accessible and organized without overcrowding sleeping areas. In order to maintain peaceful, clutter-free sleeping spaces that encouraged mental calm, built-in niches, underbed storage spaces, and specialty furniture blended practicality with visual appeal, Greek sleeping architecture frequently included features that shielded occupants from the harsher aspects of nature, while fostering a sense of connection with it. This could include windows that are framed by views of the sky or gardens, but are made to keep out intruding light, insects, and weather. The Greek belief that sleep was a natural part of life's rhythm was reinforced by these associations with nature. The Greeks created architectural strategies for artificial lighting that promoted restful sleep. Niches for oil lamps were placed to provide soft, movable lighting that could be progressively turned down as bedtime drew near. Certain sleeping spaces had various lighting settings that permitted various pre-bedtime activities, such as reading, talking, or peaceful reflection. Greek sleeping quarters frequently featured architectural elements that encouraged personal hygiene and pre-sleep rituals. These could include restrooms, places to keep and exhibit private religious objects, or areas intended for peaceful prayer or meditation. Maintaining the regular evening routines that encouraged sound sleep was made simpler by these integrated facilities. Beyond basic heating systems, the Greeks developed architectural solutions for temperature control. Sleeping spaces could have adjustable wall openings that could be adjusted to regulate airflow, according to seasonal requirements, thermal chimneys that drew hot air away during the summer, or cold air wells that offered natural cooling. Greek architects created sleeping areas that could progressively change from bright daylight to soft evening illumination to total darkness, because they recognized that the daily cycle of light and darkness had an impact on the quality of sleep. This could include a variety of window sizes, movable shutters, or architectural elements that support natural circadian rhythms by directing and filtering light. The sleeping areas in the most opulent Greek homes could be fully altered to suit changing needs and personal preferences. Modular bedding systems could be combined in different ways to create customized comfort zones. Movable partitions allowed rooms to be rearranged, and adjustable furniture could accommodate different sleeping positions. Water features that offered both functional advantages and psychological comfort were frequently included in Greek sleeping architecture. Small fountains or water channels could offer psychological comfort from being in close proximity to nature. White noise to drown out distracting noises, and cooling during hot weather. Instead of interfering with sleep, these water features were intended to improve it. The Greeks created architectural security strategies that made sleepers feel totally secure without feeling confined. Multiple exits from sleeping areas, discreet yet secure locks, or design elements that offer unobstructed views of possible approach routes are a few examples of this. The type of profound relaxation that encouraged genuinely restorative sleep required physical security. Greek sleeping quarters frequently had architectural features that reinforced the idea that dreams were messages from God that needed to be properly received. Certain orientations with respect to temples or natural features, built-in spaces for dream recording materials, or architectural features that were thought to draw positive spiritual influences while you slept, are examples of this. Consider how the ancient Greeks modified their sleeping arrangements to complement, rather than conflict with, the natural cycles of the Mediterranean year as the seasons shift outside your contemporary climate-controlled bedroom. They took a sensible yet sophisticated approach to seasonal sleep adaptation, understanding that different tactics were needed at different times of the year to achieve comfortable sleep. Greek winter sleeping arrangements turned houses into comfortable havens that preserved the air quality required for restful sleep while optimizing warmth. Families would frequently combine their sleeping arrangements during the coldest months, switching from summer bedrooms to smaller, easier-to-heat winter sleeping areas that improved temperature control and used less fuel. Adaptable to changing temperatures throughout the night, winter bedding systems were masterworks of layered warmth. The Greeks would make their beds with heavy linen sheets that could be added or removed as needed, fur throws, and several wool blankets. Because they could be swiftly pulled up in the event that the temperature dropped during the night, the heaviest blankets were frequently stored at the foot of the bed. In order to prepare for winter sleep, the Greeks would heat their bedding before using it, use warming pans or heated stones, or even briefly expose blankets and mattresses to brazier heat. In addition to providing physical comfort, this pre-warming ritual was a warm evening custom that facilitated family members' transition from a busy day to a peaceful night. The purpose of winter sleeping clothes was to keep people warm without limiting their mobility or making them overheat. Many families had special winter nightwear that was both warmer and more comfortable than their summer sleeping clothes, and Greeks wore layered sleeping garments made of soft wool that could be adjusted during the night. In order to cope with the psychological effects of long dark nights and cold weather, the Greeks created sleep customs tailored to the winter season. During the months when people spent more time indoors, these could include long evening talks by the fire before bed, special winter foods that encouraged coziness and relaxation, or family bonding activities that took place in groups. The Greek understanding that the body's needs changed as daylight hours increased and temperatures became more moderate was reflected in the springtime sleeping arrangements. It was thought that spring was the best season to clean and reorganize sleeping areas, to air out bedding that had been stored during the winter, and to gradually switch from bulky winter sleeping arrangements to lighter spring comfort systems. In order to welcome the rebirth of nature, Greek spring sleep customs involved the ceremonial cleaning and blessing of sleeping areas. In celebration of the return of growth and life to the natural world, bedrooms were meticulously cleaned, bedding was cleaned and allowed to air out, and sleeping areas were frequently adorned with fresh flowers or herbs. Spring sleep schedules adapted bedtimes and morning routines to accommodate, rather than conflict with, people's innately higher levels of energy as daylight hours increased. The Greeks realized that modifying daily routines to align with seasonal energy patterns was more effective than fighting natural sleep rhythms. Ancient Greek summer sleeping necessitated completely different techniques aimed at staying cool while preserving security and comfort. Greek homes often had outdoor or semi-outdoor sleeping areas that benefited from cool night breezes, as well as specialised summer sleeping areas that maximised airflow while minimising heat retention. Greek summer bedding was simple but thoughtfully selected for its ability to keep cool. Even on the hottest nights, comfortable sleeping conditions were made possible by light linen sheets, easily removable thin wool blankets, and bedding that had been stored with cooling herbs like eucalyptus or mint. The timing of summer sleep was changed to accommodate Mediterranean climate's inherent cooling cycles. Greeks may sleep later to enjoy cooler evening temperatures, take afternoon naps during the hottest part of the day, and rise earlier to enjoy the cool morning hours before the heat of the day becomes unbearable. Despite the hot weather, cooling rituals that reduced body temperature and encouraged relaxation were part of the Greek summer sleep preparation. The use of fans and other cooling equipment to create comfortable sleeping conditions, light evening meals that didn't increase internal heat, or cool baths before bed could all be part of this. The Greeks understood that autumn was a time to prepare for winter, while still taking advantage of the pleasant weather and bountiful harvests of late summer, and this was reflected in their sleeping arrangements. The best time to make winter bedding, stock up on heating fuel and gradually change sleeping arrangements from summer to winter was in the fall. Gratitude rituals that honoured the year's harvest and primed the mind for the contemplative winter months were common in Greek autumn sleep customs. These exercises facilitated the mental shift from summer's active, externally focused energy to winter's need for inward-focused, restful energy. The Greeks created intricate systems for keeping sleeping gear and seasonal bedding in good shape, while making the most of the storage space that was available. Winter bedding was aired and stored in the summer to avoid heat and humidity damage, while summer bedding was meticulously cleaned and preserved with fragrant herbs in the winter. Understanding how shifting daylight patterns impacted not only sleep timing, but also sleep quality and dream content was part of the Greek seasonal sleep wisdom. They changed their expectations and sleeping arrangements in response to the fact that people naturally slept differently on long summer nights than on long winter nights. The Greeks were also aware that seasonal variations in sleep had an impact on family and community dynamics, in addition to individual rest. Seasonal sleeping arrangements created yearly cycles that supported both intimacy and independence by bringing families closer together in the winter and allowing for more individual privacy in the summer. Another advanced component of Greek sleep wisdom was seasonal nutrition, which suggested different foods to support restful sleep at different seasons of the year. While summer sleep foods emphasized cool, easily digestible options that didn't interfere with rest during warm weather, winter sleep foods might emphasize warming spices and hearty ingredients. Imagine living in a society where social obligations and community relationships played a bigger role in your sleep than just being a personal, private experience. Ancient Greek society established institutions and practices that promoted restful sleep for individuals while fortifying the social ties that bound communities together, because they recognized that getting enough sleep was both a personal need and a shared obligation. Greek architecture and social arrangements were based on the knowledge that family sleep patterns had an impact on everyone's health, which encouraged everyone in the family to get enough sleep. The sleeping arrangements for parents, kids, servants, and other family members were planned to minimize disruptions and maximize comfort and security. The Greek idea of philoxenia, or love of strangers, included particular duties to give visitors, travelers, and guests a comfortable place to sleep. These were considered to be sacred obligations that the gods themselves upheld, not merely polite social behavior. Reputations were frequently based on the caliber of sleep that visitors received in specific homes, and families took pride in their ability to provide exceptional sleeping hospitality. Greek communities established unofficial but efficient procedures for controlling activities and noise that could interfere with sleep. There were unspoken norms in neighbourhoods regarding what kinds of nighttime activities were appropriate, how late social gatherings could go on, and when noisy activities should stop. Everyone was able to rely on the silence required for restful sleep thanks to these community norms. Because the Greeks understood that sleep issues could impact entire communities, they developed collective approaches to sleep health that address social and environmental factors that affect the quality of sleep. Communities could cooperate to manage lighting that disrupted natural sleep cycles, control sources of noise pollution, or address security issues that prevented residents from getting a good night's sleep. Greek social customs included particular procedures for resolving disputes and issues pertaining to sleep. There were established social mechanisms in place to handle situations where someone's actions were interfering with others' sleep in a way that would preserve peace in the community. These systems understood that if sleep disputes were not managed carefully, they could develop into major social issues. The Greeks created parallel systems that gave everyone, from affluent citizens to working slaves, suitable rest opportunities because they recognized that different social classes had different sleep requirements and limitations. The idea that everyone should have enough sleep for their health and productivity was widely acknowledged, even though the specific arrangements varied greatly. Greek civic and religious celebrations included measures to deal with the sleep disturbance that big crowds invariably caused. Systems that offered sleeping accommodations, controlled noise levels at night, and assisted people in sticking to sleep schedules despite the excitement of special occasions were developed as a result of festival organisers' recognition that attendees needed to rest in order to fully participate in multi-day events. The Greeks created complex methods for communal sleeping that could be used for family get-togethers, religious pilgrimages, and military operations. These systems included social norms that preserved comfort and privacy even in crowded situations, equipment that was portable and easy to set up, and systematic approaches to managing shared sleeping areas. Greek marriage traditions included special consideration for sleeping arrangements that promoted intimacy within the marriage, as well as individual rest. There were established traditions for designing sleeping areas that encouraged individual comfort and harmony within the marriage, and newlyweds were given bedding and bedroom furnishings as wedding presents. Understanding that children's sleep needs differed from those of adults, the Greeks created family structures that encouraged young people to get a good night's sleep while teaching them the social skills needed to live in a community. Early on, kids were taught that their sleeping patterns had an impact on other people, and that it was their duty to improve the quality of sleep in the home. Greek social customs regarding illness and sleep acknowledged that caring for ill family members necessitated modifying household sleep schedules, and that sick people required different sleeping arrangements. Families frequently received support from their communities in overcoming these obstacles, enabling everyone to get enough sleep during trying times. The Greeks created seasonal social customs that complemented rather than contradicted these natural changes in daylight and weather, because they recognized that these changes had an impact on community social rhythms as well as individual sleep patterns. While summer customs accommodated the lighter sleep patterns that came with longer days, winter social activities were made to work with longer sleep needs. Professional experts who were knowledgeable about sleep medicine and could offer guidance and treatment to those who were having trouble sleeping were frequently found in Greek communities. These professionals provided holistic approaches to sleep health that met the needs of the individual as well as the community by fusing their knowledge of medicine with an awareness of the social and environmental elements that influence sleep. Understanding that children, adults, and elders all had unique needs that needed to be met, the Greeks created systems for addressing the sleep needs of various age groups within communities. Regardless of each resident's unique situation, community areas and activities were created to promote healthy sleep habits. Recognizing that community survival frequently depended on ensuring that important individuals could get enough sleep even during trying times, Greek social customs included particular approaches to managing sleep during emergencies or crises. During conflicts, natural disasters, or other disruptions, these crisis sleep systems supported community functioning. It's worth considering how much of the ancient Greeks' knowledge about sleep is still applicable and useful in our day and age as you get ready to go to sleep tonight, surrounded by contemporary conveniences that they could never have imagined. Some aspects of human well-being are genuinely timeless, as evidenced by the Greeks' methods of rest and sleep, which have been largely confirmed by modern science. Many of the results of modern sleep research were predicted by the Greeks' understanding of the relationship between sleep environment and sleep quality. Their focus on air quality, noise reduction, lighting, and temperature regulation demonstrated an innate awareness of the environmental elements that either support or obstruct sound sleep. Many of the environmental changes that Greeks made to their homes and bedtime rituals are still advised by contemporary sleep experts. Current research demonstrates that regular evening routines help regulate circadian rhythms and promote better sleep quality, confirming the Greek emphasis on bedtime rituals and sleep preparation. Their gradual change from bright daylight to soft evening lighting to darkness is in line with current advice on how to control light exposure to promote healthy sleep cycles. Modern knowledge of sleep medicine and chronobiology was foreshadowed by the Greeks' understanding that sleep needs differ from person to person and evolve over the course of a person's life. Their adaptable ideas about the environment, timing and length of sleep demonstrated a deep comprehension of human sleep patterns that contemporary science has only lately come to fully understand. Modern research on the relationships between sleep quality, mental health, and overall life satisfaction was foreshadowed by the Greeks' integration of sleep with spiritual and psychological well-being. Modern sleep studies have fully validated their understanding that sleep has an impact on social relationships, intellectual performance, emotional stability, and physical health. For anyone who wants to work with natural rhythms rather than against them, Greek approaches to seasonal sleep adaptation are still applicable. They serve as models for how contemporary people might modify their sleep patterns to promote well-being all year round by modifying their bedding, sleep schedule, and sleeping environment according to the seasons. For modern societies dealing with pervasive sleep issues, the Greek emphasis on sleep as a communal issue rather than merely an individual one provides insightful information. Their realization that peaceful social settings and community collaboration are necessary for restful sleep points to methods of improving sleep health that go beyond changing personal habits. Many aspects of contemporary sleep systems were foreshadowed by Greek innovations in bedding and sleep furniture. Their use of layered bedding, adjustable sleeping surfaces, and materials that control moisture and temperature demonstrated a knowledge of sleep comfort that contemporary manufacturers invest millions of dollars in studying and creating. Current studies on sleep's role in memory consolidation, emotional processing, and creative problem-solving have confirmed the Greek understanding that dreams and sleep states serve significant psychological and spiritual purposes. Their thoughtful consideration of dreams and sleep experiences demonstrated a profound appreciation for the significance of sleep that goes well beyond mere physical relaxation. Modern travellers who struggle with jet lag, strange surroundings, and disturbed sleep patterns can learn from the Greeks' approaches to travel, sleeping, and sleeping away from home. Their portable comfort systems, flexibility tactics, and focus on preserving accustomed sleep patterns offer helpful advice for today's travel sleep issues. Modern integrative approaches to sleep disorders were foreshadowed by the Greek understanding that sleep medicine necessitates comprehensive approaches addressing physical, psychological, environmental, and social factors. Their understanding that sleep issues frequently mirror larger imbalances in life provides insightful viewpoints for modern sleep medicine. Modern home design and bedroom layout are influenced by Greek architectural approaches to sleeping areas. Their focus on privacy, climate control, acoustic design, and the psychological aspects of sleeping areas provides advice for designing modern bedrooms that genuinely promote sound sleep. Modern families can learn the value of healthy sleep habits from the Greeks, who incorporated sleep wisdom into education and child rearing. They provide hope for resolving today's childhood sleep issues by acknowledging that sleep skills are acquired and can be enhanced with practice and focus. Greek seasonal sleeping customs provide alternatives to the artificially regulated settings that define a large portion of contemporary life. For those who are interested in more natural methods of regulating sleep and the circadian rhythm, their methods for dealing with seasonal energy patterns, temperature fluctuations, and natural light cycles offer guidance. The Greek understanding that a good night's sleep is both a personal need and a social obligation provides insights that may be useful in addressing modern sleep issues brought on by environmental and social variables that are out of an individual's control. Their community-focused approaches to sleep health offer policy recommendations that could enhance the quality of sleep for whole populations. Most significantly, the Greek conception of sleep as a sacred restorative process that merits reverence, care, and attention provides a counterpoint to modern views of sleep as a waste of time or a loss of productivity. Their reverent view of sleep as a daily chance for rest and rejuvenation offers a useful counterpoint to contemporary sleep deprivation and anxiety. Try some Greek-inspired sleep techniques as you get into bed tonight, establishing slow changes from bright to dim lighting, sticking to regular bedtime routines, monitoring the temperature and noise levels of your sleeping space, or just approaching sleep with the same reverence and expectation that the Greeks brought to their nightly foray into the world of dreams. The ancient Greeks recognized something that our contemporary society occasionally overlooks. Sleep patterns have an impact on not only how we feel the following day, but also how we conduct our entire lives. Their knowledge of relaxation, comfort, and the sacredness of sleep provides timeless advice for anyone looking to improve their life, not just their quality of sleep. Rest well knowing that you're engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human customs, one that links you to thousands of generations of people who have found solace, wisdom, and rejuvenation in the soft embrace of sound sleep. in addition to your own deepest needs for rest and recuperation. You settle into your favourite spot tonight as we explore a story about understanding ourselves. Picture the early 20th century when a Swiss psychiatrist began noticing patterns that would later explain why you sometimes feel like you have met a stranger before, or why certain symbols appear in dreams across every culture. Carl Jung spent decades mapping the invisible architecture of the human mind, and his discoveries might explain more about your daily life than you ever imagined. The year is 1907, and you find yourself standing outside a substantial stone building in Zurich. The morning air carries the crisp bite of Swiss winter. You can almost feel the cold seeping through your coat as you imagine walking through those heavy wooden doors. The brass handle feels icy beneath your palm. The weight of the door requires effort to open, as if the building itself wants to ensure only serious visitors enter. Inside, a young psychiatrist sits across from patients in a consulting room. The room smells faintly of pipe tobacco and old books. Sunlight filters through tall windows, creating pools of warmth on the worn Persian rug. The floorboards creak softly with each subtle movement. You notice the way dust motes drift through the light beams like tiny wandering thoughts made visible. Carl Jung leans forward in his chair, listening with an intensity that makes people feel truly heard for perhaps the first time in their lives. His hands rest loosely in his lap. No nervous fidgeting, no glancing at the clock, just complete presence. The kind of attention that makes the rest of the world fade away. Jung does not look like someone about to revolutionize how we understand the mind. He wears a simple dark suit that has seen better days. His eyes hold a curious mix of scientific precision and something else. Something that suggests he sees beyond the surface of things. There is kindness in his face, but also seriousness. He takes the human mind as seriously as an architect takes load-bearing walls. You watch as he takes notes in his careful handwriting. He records not just what patients say, but how they say it. He notices when they pause. He pays attention to the words they choose when describing their dreams. He marks down the gestures they make unconsciously. Every detail matters because every detail reveals something about the hidden landscape of the psyche. Most doctors of his era would dismiss dreams as meaningless static from a sleeping brain. Random electrical activity. Nonsense that evaporates with the morning light. Jung suspects they might be messages written in a language we have forgotten how to read. He approaches each dream with the attention a translator brings to ancient texts. The consulting room becomes your refuge tonight. Picture yourself settling into one of those old leather chairs, the kind that holds the shape of everyone who has sat there before you. The leather is cracked in places but still comfortable. You can hear the scratch of Jung's pen on paper. Each stroke was deliberate and purposeful. Outside the window, snow begins to fall in soft, unhurried flakes. The city grows quieter under its white blanket. Jung had started his career following traditional psychiatric approaches. He measured reaction times with a stopwatch. He studied word associations with scientific precision. He created tests that revealed what people tried to hide even from themselves. The tests worked brilliantly. A person would pause for just a fraction too long at certain words. That pause revealed unconscious conflicts more reliably than any amount of direct questioning. But something kept nagging at him. Patients from completely different backgrounds would describe remarkably similar dream images. A woman from a farming village who had never travelled beyond her valley would dream of descending into dark waters. A wealthy banker from Geneva would have nearly identical dreams. Neither had read mythology or ancient texts, yet their dreams echoed stories thousands of years old. This pattern appeared too often to dismiss as coincidence. The farmer's daughter dreamed of a great tree connecting earth and sky. The banker saw himself climbing a cosmic mountain. Ancient Norse legends spoke of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Countless cultures had sacred mountains where earth touched heaven. How did these uneducated patients access symbolic vocabularies from traditions they had never encountered? You might recognise this feeling yourself. That moment when you encounter something supposedly new, but it feels strangely familiar. Like walking into a building you have never visited but somehow knowing where the stairs will be. That sense of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Jung started collecting these moments like a botanist collecting rare specimens. He filled notebooks with dreams, page after page of vivid imagery that patients brought to him. Visions that erupted during therapy sessions, symbolic patterns that appeared across cultures and centuries. He would sit late into the evening reading these accounts by lamplight, looking for connections that others might miss. The city of Zurich hums outside the consulting room windows. Streetcars clatter along cobblestone roads, making their endless circuits. Merchants set up their stalls in the morning markets, calling out their wares in Swiss German. The smell of fresh bread drifts from bakeries. Children play in the streets between errands. The modern world was accelerating rapidly during those years. Electric lights were replacing gas lamps street by street. Automobiles were beginning to outnumber horses, though both still competed for road space. Telephones connected distant cities. The pace of change felt breathtaking to people who remembered quieter times. Yet Jung sensed that beneath all this progress, something ancient and unchanging was still operating in the human psyche. He noticed that his patients were not just individuals struggling with personal problems. They were also connected to something larger. Their dreams contained images they could not have learned from their own experiences. A city clerk who had never left Switzerland dreamed of ancient Egyptian burial rites with startling accuracy. He described boats carrying the dead across water, scales weighing the heart against a feather. These were not vague approximations. The details matched temple reliefs Jung had studied in archaeological journals. A young mother who worked in a textile mill dreamed of symbols that appeared in Tibetan mandalas she had never seen. Perfect circles containing intricate geometric patterns, 4 gates opening to cardinal directions, the same sacred geometry that monks spent lifetimes perfecting in remote monasteries halfway around the world. How did her sleeping mind access this knowledge? Picture yourself in that consulting room as Jung begins to wonder whether the human mind might be like an old house. The rooms you live in daily represent your conscious awareness. You know these spaces well. The furniture is familiar. You can walk through them in the dark without stumbling. But beneath those everyday rooms lie cellars and sub-basements, spaces you rarely visit or have forgotten entirely. These deeper spaces connect to something much older. Foundations that link your house to vast underground networks stretching beneath every house, in every city. The bedrock on which all dwellings rest. Jung began to suspect that human minds shared similar foundations, that beneath individual consciousness lay something collective and universal. This idea would have seemed absurd to most of his colleagues. The mind was supposed to be a blank slate at birth. Everything you knew came from your personal experiences. Your memories belonged to you alone. You built your mental world from the ground up through learning and conditioning. The idea of inherited mental patterns made no sense in the dominant theories of the time, but Jung kept finding evidence that challenged this assumption. Too many dreams that drew on knowledge the dreamer could not possess. Too many symbols that crossed cultural boundaries. Too many myths that told essentially the same stories in radically different settings. The specifics changed, but the underlying patterns remained remarkably constant. You rest deeper in your chair. The leather creaks softly as you shift your weight. The snow continues falling outside. Each flake is unique in its crystalline structure, yet all follow the same basic form. Jung lights his pipe and the smoke curls upward in lazy spirals. The tobacco smell mingles with old books and furniture polish. The consulting room feels like a sanctuary from the rushing modern world. He is on the edge of a discovery that will reshape how we understand ourselves. But tonight, in 1907, he is simply a curious doctor who listens very carefully to what people tell him. When they stop trying to make sense of their experiences, when they just describe exactly what they saw in dreams or visions, that is when the real communication begins. The leather chair supports you perfectly now. Your breathing slows to match the gentle rhythm of snowfall. One flake at a time is drifting down. No hurry, no destination except Earth. Jung makes another note in his journal. The page fills with observations about recurring symbols, about images that appear in dreams from Munich to Moscow, about patterns that suggest the human mind might share a common foundation, like how all trees draw from the same earth, even while growing in different forests. An oak in Switzerland and a maple in Canada look nothing alike, but both send roots into soil. Both draw water and nutrients through similar cellular processes. Both reach towards sunlight with leaves designed to capture energy. The specifics differ, but the fundamental patterns remain constant. Jung wondered if human minds worked the same way. Individual experiences varied wildly. Your life looked nothing like someone living in Beijing or Buenos Aires. but perhaps the deep structures of the psyche followed universal patterns. Perhaps certain symbols and stories resonated across cultures because they emerged from shared psychological bedrock. The idea both excited and unsettled him. It suggested humans were less isolated than they appeared, less unique in their psychological makeup. But it also meant that help and wisdom might be available from unexpected sources, that ancient texts might speak to modern problems, that dreams might carry ancestral wisdom along with personal messages. You can feel yourself drifting now. The boundary between Jung's consulting room and your own current location grows permeable. Time collapses a little. That young doctor in 1907 is trying to understand the same questions you grapple with today. Who am I really? What do my struggles mean? How do I make sense of experiences that seem to come from somewhere beyond my own history? The snow falls steadily outside. The city settles into evening routines. Lights appear in windows as families gather for dinner. Jung will work late tonight, as he often does, reviewing his notes, looking for patterns, trusting that if he pays close enough attention, the psyche will reveal its secrets, not all at once, but gradually. The way dawn reveals a landscape that was there all along waiting for light. You find yourself in a library unlike any you have visited before. This is not a building made of brick and mortar. No librarian staffs the desk. No fluorescent lights hum overhead. Instead, imagine a vast repository that exists beneath conscious thought, an archive of patterns and possibilities built into the very structure of your mind. Jung called this space the collective unconscious, and you carry it with you every moment of your life. It is not something you need to access through effort or meditation. You are always in it. The way a fish is always in water, even when it is not thinking about water. This invisible library shapes your perceptions and reactions more than you realize. Picture walking through endless corridors lined with shelves. These shelves do not hold books exactly. They contain something more fundamental, templates for experience, patterns that have proven useful for humans across millennia, the hero's journey, the nurturing mother, the wise guide, the trickster who upends expectations. All these patterns exist as possibilities waiting for the right circumstances to activate. The air in this library feels dense with meaning. Not the musty smell of old paper exactly. Something older and more organic. Imagine the scent of rain on ancient stone. The feeling of recognition when you see a face in the clouds. The strange comfort of hearing a lullaby in a language you do not speak, but somehow understand at a level deeper than words. Jung discovered this hidden library by accident, or perhaps by paying attention to accidents. He noticed that certain themes appeared in every culture's stories despite no possible contact between those cultures. Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories shared structural elements with Norse myths. African folk tales echoed themes from ancient Sumeria. The surface details differed wildly, but the underlying patterns repeated with uncanny consistency. The hero who must descend into darkness before finding wisdom. This story appears everywhere. In Greek myths about Persephone descending to the underworld, in Christian theology with the harrowing of hell, in shamanic traditions where the initiate must journey to the land of the dead. The specific imagery changes, but the pattern remains. Descent brings transformation, death leads to rebirth. Loss creates the space for new understanding. The trickster who breaks rules and creates chaos also appears universally. Loki in Norse mythology, Coyote in Native American tales, Anansi in West African stories. Each one disrupts order and causes trouble. But their chaos often serves a larger purpose. They reveal hypocrisies. They teach through negative examples. They remind settled societies that order always needs questioning. The Great Mother who nurtures and destroys appears in countless forms, Isis and Demeter, Kali and Coatlicue. The earth itself becomes the Great Mother in most traditions. She provides food and shelter. She receives the dead back into her embrace. Life and death flow from the same source. This pattern reflects the fundamental human experience of depending on forces beyond our control. You carry these same blueprints. When you watch a movie and instantly recognize who will betray the hero, you are reading from this ancient library. Your brain pattern matches the situation against templates refined over thousands of generations. When a song makes you cry, even though the lyrics describe an experience you have never had, you are touching these deeper patterns. The specific content might be new, but it activates old recognition circuits. Think about your own life for a moment. How many times have you met someone and felt an immediate sense of knowing them? Not because they reminded you of someone specific, not because they shared obvious characteristics with anyone from your past, but because they fit a pattern you recognised without being able to name it. Jung would say you were perceiving an archetype expressing itself through this particular person. The collective unconscious operates like a common language spoken beneath all the different languages we speak aloud. You might think your dreams are purely personal creations, random assemblages of the day's leftover thoughts and images. But Jung found that the same symbolic vocabulary appears in dreams around the world, regardless of culture or personal history. Water represents the unconscious itself in dreams across every tradition. The ocean depths mirror the depths of the psyche. Drowning suggests being overwhelmed by unconscious contents. Crossing water signifies a transition between psychological states. These associations were not invented by any individual. They emerged naturally from the structure of human experience. Forests signify the unknown in countless stories and dreams. The dark woods where the path disappears, where familiar landmarks vanish and anything might happen. This reflects the actual human experience of forests for most of our history, places beyond settlement where danger lurked but also where transformation occurred. The hero always enters the forest alone and emerges changed. Circles and mandalas point toward wholeness and completion, the eternal return, the cycle of seasons, the shape that has no beginning or end. You find circular patterns in Celtic knotwork and Tibetan sand paintings, in African shields and Native American medicine wheels, in rose windows of Gothic cathedrals. The circle speaks a universal language about unity and completion. You settle deeper into this invisible library. The shelves extend infinitely in all directions, up and down, forward and back. Each one holds knowledge that predates written history. This is where fairy tales come from, not from individual imagination but from the collective unconscious, expressing its patterns through whoever is receptive enough to listen and transcribe. This is why certain stories grab you immediately, while others leave you cold. The ones that resonate are speaking a language your deeper self remembers perfectly. They activate patterns already present in your psyche. The surface story might be new, but the underlying structure feels like coming home. Jung spent years exploring this territory. He did not just read about mythology and religion as interesting historical artifacts. He studied them as active maps to the psychological landscape, living documents that described actual territories of the mind. When medieval alchemists wrote about transforming lead into gold, they were not really talking about chemistry in the modern sense. They were describing the process of psychological transformation that you might recognise from your own life. The dark, heavy parts of yourself being refined into something precious through patient work. The alchemical stages mirrored stages of individuation, dissolution, separation, conjunction. Each phase had psychological correlates. The work happened in the vessel of the psyche, not in laboratory glassware. Picture yourself as a child hearing a fairy tale for the first time. You did not need anyone to explain why the youngest child succeeds where the older siblings fail. You did not question why the hero must complete 3 impossible tasks. You did not wonder why talking animals could dispense wisdom. These patterns made immediate sense because they were already written into your psychological DNA. The youngest child represents potential not yet corrupted by worldly success. The 3 tasks reflect the threefold nature of transformation. The talking animals embody instinctual wisdom that the rational mind overlooks. None of this required explanation because it matched templates already present in the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious is not mystical or supernatural. It is simply the inherited structure of the human brain shaped by millions of years of evolution. Just as you were born knowing how to recognise faces and feel fear when you sense danger, you were also born with these deeper patterns. They help you navigate the fundamental situations that humans have faced since consciousness emerged. Birth and death. Love and loss. Danger and safety. Transformation and renewal. These experiences have remained constant even as cultures and technologies changed. The human brain evolved structures for processing these universal situations. Those structures create the templates Jung called archetypes. Modern life tries to convince you that you are entirely unique, that your experiences are unprecedented, that no one has ever felt exactly what you feel. Social media encourages this illusion of uniqueness. Your carefully curated feed, your personal brand, your distinctive perspective on every issue. But Jung would gently suggest otherwise. The specific details of your life are yours alone. The apartment you rent, the career path you chose, the relationship problems you face. These particulars belong to you and no one else. But the underlying patterns connect you to everyone who has ever lived. The struggle to find meaning, the fear of death, the longing for connection, the search for purpose. These are not new problems, they are the oldest problems. You rest in this understanding. The library shelves glow softly with accumulated wisdom. Somewhere in these infinite corridors lies the pattern for every human experience you will ever have. The first day of school that felt like entering a forbidden forest. The job interview that echoed ancient trials of worthiness. The relationship that followed the oldest story of all, two people trying to become whole together. The temperature in this library feels perfect. Not too warm, not too cool. Just right for drifting between waking and sleeping. Between your individual consciousness and this deeper collective awareness. Jung knew that you never actually leave this library. You just forget you are in it. Your conscious mind gets absorbed in daily details and loses track of the larger patterns. Tonight, as you settle into rest, you remember. You're both a unique individual and a universal human. Your dreams tonight will draw from this vast repository. Ancient symbols will combine with today's experiences. The collective unconscious will work through your particular life circumstances. Processing, integrating, offering wisdom in the symbolic language that your deeper self speaks fluently, even when consciousness struggles to translate. The shelves continue into darkness in every direction. More wisdom than any individual could access in a lifetime. More patterns than the conscious mind could catalogue. But you do not need to know every book in this library. You just need to remember it exists, that you are connected to this vast inheritance, that the struggles and joys of your individual life echo across human history. Jung found this oddly comforting. Your problems are not strange or unprecedented. They follow patterns that humans have been navigating for thousands of years. The particular circumstances change, but the underlying challenges remain remarkably constant. How to live with integrity, how to love despite fear, how to create meaning in an indifferent universe, how to face death without despair. The library holds all of this, not as abstract philosophy, but as lived experience condensed into symbolic patterns. You can access this wisdom through dreams, through myths and stories, through art and ritual, through any practice that bypasses the rational mind and speaks directly to the depths. Jung devoted his life to creating maps of this territory. Tonight you walk through it yourself. Picture yourself at a movie theatre. The lights dim and the story begins. Within minutes you can identify certain characters without anyone explaining them. There is the mentor who guides the protagonist through unfamiliar territory, the trickster who disrupts plans with unexpected humour, the shadow figure who embodies everything the hero fears about themselves. You recognise these faces immediately because they are archetypes, and Jung spent years mapping their territory. Archetypes are not types of people exactly. They are more like roles that people step into, functions that need to be performed in the economy of the psyche. You have probably played several of these roles yourself without realising it. The same person who is the hero at work might be the caregiver at home. The friend who plays the jester in social situations might embody the sage when offering advice late at night. Think about a time when you gave someone advice that surprised even you with its wisdom. Words flowed out that seemed to come from somewhere beyond your usual understanding. In that moment you were channeling what Jung called the wise old man, or the wise old woman. The accumulated knowledge that exists in the collective unconscious was speaking through you. You became a vessel for archetypal wisdom. The room around you feels warm and safe as we explore these eternal characters. They appear in every story because they represent fundamental aspects of being human. The hero archetype drives you forward when you need to accomplish something difficult. It provides courage when you feel afraid. It offers determination when obstacles appear. You activate the hero whenever you face a challenge that requires your best effort. The caregiver archetype activates when someone you love needs help. Suddenly your own needs become secondary. You find energy you did not know you had. You make sacrifices that would have seemed impossible yesterday. This is not weakness or codependency when the archetype functions properly. It is a natural human capacity to nurture and protect. The mother is staying up all night with a sick child. the friend who drops everything to help you move, the archetypal caregiver in action. The explorer pushes you to try new experiences and discover unknown territories. This archetype appears when you feel restless with routine, when the familiar stops satisfying, when you need to break out of established patterns and see what lies beyond the horizon. Every person who ever left their village to see what existed in the next valley was following the explorer archetype. Jung noticed these patterns everywhere, not just in myths and movies, but in everyday life. Your boss, who seems to embody the ruler archetype, makes perfect sense from this perspective. Rulers control resources and make decisions. They establish order and maintain hierarchies. This is not personal tyranny necessarily. It is an archetypal function being performed. Someone needs to organise collective effort and distribute resources. The ruler does this work. Your friend, who always plays the jester, serves an equally important function. Jesters use humour to ease tension and reveal uncomfortable truths. They can say things that would get others punished because they do it through laughter. The court jester could mock the king when direct criticism would mean death. The function persists today. The friend who makes jokes at serious moments is not being disrespectful. They are performing the ancient role of using humour to make unbearable situations bearable. These are not choices people make consciously most of the time. They are ancient patterns expressing themselves through modern personalities. You step into different archetypal roles depending on what the situation requires. At work, you might need to be the warrior, fighting for your project or defending your position. At home, you shift into the caregiver, nurturing your family. With friends, you might become the sage, offering perspective on their problems. You might recognise the innocent archetype in yourself or others, the part that wants to trust and believe the best about people. This is not childishness or naivety exactly. It is a fundamental human pattern that allows us to form connections and maintain hope. Without the innocent archetype, we would all become cynical and isolated. We would never take the risk of loving because love requires vulnerability. When life batters this innocent part of you, something important gets damaged. The person who can no longer trust, who sees betrayal in every gesture, who assumes the worst about every situation. They have lost contact with a necessary archetype. Jung understood that each archetype serves a purpose in the economy of the soul. Losing access to any of them creates imbalance. The mother archetype appears in countless forms throughout human culture. Not just in biological mothers, but in anyone who nurtures and protects. Teachers who care about their students. Doctors who tend to the sick. Gardeners who cultivate plants. Anyone who creates conditions for growth and development embodies aspects of the mother archetype. The earth itself becomes the great mother in many traditions. She provides food and shelter. She receives waste and transforms it into nutrients. She maintains the cycles that allow life to continue. You might feel this archetype activate when you care for a pet or tend a garden. That deep satisfaction of feeding something and watching it thrive comes from a very old place in human experience. Picture walking through a gallery where each painting represents a different archetype. Here is the warrior, ready to fight for what matters. Strong back, clear eyes, weapons at hand. This archetype has kept humans alive for millennia. The willingness to fight when fighting becomes necessary. Not violence for its own sake, but the capacity to defend what must be protected. There is the lover seeking union and beauty. This archetype drives not just romantic relationships, but all forms of connection and appreciation. The lover archetype activates when you see a sunset and feel your heart swell, when music moves you to tears, when you want to merge with an experience rather than analyse it. The lover says yes to life, to beauty, to connection. Over there stands the magician, transforming reality through knowledge and skill. Every scientist and artist embodies this archetype. Anyone who takes raw materials and creates something new. Anyone who changes situations through insight and technique. The programmer writing code that did not exist before. The chef combines ingredients into flavours that surprise. The therapist is helping someone transform their relationship with trauma. All magicians at work. You have met every one of these figures. They appear in your dreams in various guises. They show up in the people you admire or fear. They live inside you, waiting for the right moment to emerge. No single archetype defines you completely. You contain multitudes. The key is learning which archetype the situation calls for and being able to access it. Modern advertising understands archetypes very well, though they rarely use Jung's terminology. Companies spend millions to associate their products with these powerful patterns. The car commercial showing rugged landscapes taps into the explorer and the hero. Buy this vehicle, and you become the person who conquers challenges and discovers new territories. The jewellery ad showing a wedding connects to the lover and the innocent. The belief that perfect love exists, that commitment creates lasting happiness, that beauty can be captured and preserved. These are archetypal themes that bypass rational thought and speak directly to the collective unconscious. The ad works not through logic but through symbol. The credit card commercial featuring a celebrity associates the product with whatever archetype that celebrity embodies. The rebel who breaks rules, the sage who knows what matters, the creator who builds new things. Buy our product and you acquire a piece of that archetypal energy. This is magical thinking, but it works because archetypes are real psychological forces. You might wonder why certain celebrities seem to captivate millions, while others with equal talent fade away. Often the difference is how clearly they embody an archetype. Some actors consistently play the outlaw, rebelling against social constraints. Audiences never tire of this because the outlaw archetype serves a necessary function. It questions authority. It challenges corrupt systems. It reminds us that rules are human creations, not natural laws. Other actors always portray the sage, offering wisdom and clarity. Think of the characters who serve as moral centres in stories, the ones who see through deception and speak uncomfortable truths. Audiences respond because these performances activate ancient recognition patterns. We know this figure. We have met them before in different forms across cultures and centuries. The interesting part is that no one is just one archetype. You contain them all in various combinations and proportions. The particular mix creates your unique personality. But the ingredients are universal. Jung found this oddly comforting. Your struggles are not strange or unprecedented. They follow patterns that humans have been navigating for thousands of years. Think about the last time you felt drawn to someone instantly. Often what you sensed was an archetype they were expressing that matched something you needed in that moment. The mentor who appeared just when you were lost. The trickster friend who brought playfulness when life felt too serious. The sage who offered perspective when you could not see beyond your problems. These encounters feel magical, but they are actually the collective unconscious, orchestrating connections through archetypal patterns. You rest deeper into your seat in the gallery. The paintings of archetypes surround you with familiar faces, wearing different masks across time and culture. Jung taught that recognizing these patterns helps you understand yourself and others with more compassion. When someone irritates you, they might be expressing an archetype that conflicts with the one you are currently inhabiting. The rebel clashes with the ruler because rebellion challenges order. The sage has little patience for the innocent, because wisdom comes from experience while innocence resists knowing. The creator feels confined by the caregiver, because creation requires self-focus, while caregiving demands attention to others. These conflicts are not personal failures. They are archetypal tensions built into the structure of human psychology. Modern life tries to convince you that you should be consistent, that you should have one identity and stick to it, your personal brand, your authentic self. But Jung knew better. You're a symphony of archetypal energies. Some days the creator takes the lead and you make beautiful things. Other days the shadow emerges and you grapple with your darker impulses. This is not inconsistency. This is completeness. The temperature in the room adjusts perfectly to your comfort. You've never been warmer or more at ease. Outside somewhere a city continues its evening routines. But here in this archetypal space you can simply rest in the recognition that you are both utterly unique and completely connected to every human who has ever lived. The same faces appear in different mirrors across time. The gallery extends further than you can see. More archetypes than we have named tonight. The orphan, the merchant, the destroyer, the creator. Each one serves a function in the economy of the psyche, each one appearing when circumstances require their particular gifts. You do not need to know them all intellectually. You just need to trust that you contain this full range of human possibility. Tonight you're remembering how to recognize them. In yourself, in others, in the stories that move you. This recognition brings compassion because you see that everyone is playing out archetypal patterns. The difficult person at work is not just annoying. They're embodying an archetype that challenges your preferred role. The friend who disappoints you is not simply flawed. They are working through archetypal tensions between conflicting aspects of personality. Jung believed that archetypal awareness could reduce conflict and increase understanding. When you see the patterns playing out, you take things less personally. You recognise the timeless drama unfolding through particular people and circumstances. This does not excuse harmful behaviour, but it provides context that makes navigation easier. You can work with archetypal energies once you see them operating. You find yourself in that drowsy state between waking and sleeping. This is the threshold where Jung believed the unconscious mind speaks most clearly. Dreams rise from the depths like bubbles in water, carrying messages written in a language older than words. The logic of dreams follows different rules than waking thought. Images combine in impossible ways. Time moves strangely. People from different periods of your life appear together in places that never existed. Jung approached dreams differently than his mentor Sigmund Freud. Where Freud saw hidden wishes and repressed desires, Jung found something more expansive. He believed dreams were not trying to hide the truth but to reveal it. The problem was that the unconscious speaks in symbols, while your conscious mind prefers straightforward explanations. Learning to read dreams meant learning a new language. Picture your last vivid dream. Maybe you were flying or falling. Perhaps you returned to a childhood home that looked different, familiar but wrong in subtle ways. The furniture rearranged, rooms where no rooms should be. You might have encountered people who were somehow both familiar and strange. Your mother, but also not your mother. A friend who had different features, but you still knew who they were. These images were not random misfires of a sleeping brain. They were attempts by your deeper self to communicate something your waking mind needed to know. But the message came wrapped in symbol and metaphor, because that is the native language of the unconscious. Direct communication gets filtered by conscious defences. Symbolic communication slips past those defences and plants seeds that grow in their own time. The room around you grows softer and quieter as we explore this territory. The boundaries between inner and outer begin to blur. Jung would spend hours with patients exploring their dreams. He never imposed interpretations from above. Instead, he would ask what the symbols meant to the dreamer. A snake might represent danger to one person and transformation to another, healing to a third, sexuality to a fourth. The collective unconscious provides the symbolic vocabulary, but each individual speaks their own dialect. The snake carries ancient meanings that appear across cultures. Transformation because snakes shed their skin, healing because of the medical caduceus, danger because of venom, wisdom because of their association with earth and hidden knowledge. But which meaning matters depends on the dreamer's personal context and current life situation. You have probably had dreams that felt significant even though you could not explain why. That feeling is your unconscious trying to get your attention. The dream stays with you all day. Images from it pop into your mind during meetings or meals. This persistence signals importance. Your psyche is working hard to communicate something. Jung found that dreams often compensate for imbalances in waking life. If you are too rational and controlled during the day, your dreams might flood you with emotional or chaotic images. The psyche seeks equilibrium like the body seeks homeostasis. Too much order in waking life gets balanced by disorder in dreams. Too much chaos gets balanced by organising dreams of structure and pattern. Think about recurring dreams you have had. The same situation repeating with slight variations. You are back in school taking a test you did not study for. You're trying to run, but your legs will not move properly. You're in a house with endless rooms that keep appearing. Jung would say that is the unconscious being remarkably patient. It keeps sending the same message in different forms until you finally understand. Like a friend who calls and leaves voicemails when you do not pick up. The message grows more urgent, but the underlying concern remains constant. If you ignore recurring dreams long enough, they often manifest as symptoms in waking life. The anxiety you refuse to acknowledge in dreams becomes panic attacks. The rage you will not face becomes depression. The creativity you suppress becomes restless dissatisfaction. Some dreams feel prophetic. You dream of an old friend and then they call the next day. You dream about a car accident and then hear about one on the news. Jung did not dismiss these experiences as mere coincidence. He developed the concept of synchronicity to explain meaningful coincidences that bypass normal causality. The unconscious mind might detect patterns that consciousness misses. Subtle cues about situations developing, early warning signs of coming events. The unconscious processes this information, and expresses it through symbolic dreams, or perhaps in some cases the psyche extends beyond individual boundaries and touches a larger field of meaning. Jung remained open to both possibilities. The air grows thick with possibility as you drift deeper. You are floating now between different layers of awareness. Jung taught that you dream every night even when you do not remember. Your unconscious never stops processing experience and trying to communicate insights. Dreams are like letters from a wise correspondent who knows you better than you know yourself. This correspondent has access to everything you have ever experienced, every conversation you have forgotten, every image you barely noticed, every feeling you suppressed. The unconscious remembers it all and uses this vast database to construct nightly messages tailored specifically to your current needs and situations. Modern sleep science has discovered that dreams perform important psychological functions. They help consolidate memories, moving experiences from short-term to long-term storage. They process emotions, allowing you to work through feelings in a safe environment. They allow the brain to practice responding to threats without real danger. Jung anticipated all this decades before EEG machines could measure sleep stages. He knew instinctively that dreams were essential for psychological health. People deprived of REM sleep become unstable. They're waking life fragments. Reality starts feeling unreal. The boundary between inner and outer weakens. Dreams are not frivolous entertainment. They are necessary maintenance for psychological integrity. Picture yourself keeping a dream journal by your bed. Jung recommended writing dreams down immediately upon waking. The conscious mind forgets dreams rapidly because it finds their symbolic language uncomfortable. Dreams challenge rational order. They combine impossible elements. They break the rules of physics and logic. The waking mind dismisses them quickly to restore normal functioning, but capturing even fragments preserves something valuable. Over time, patterns emerge, recurring symbols, themes that weave through months or years. A personal symbolic vocabulary develops. You learn that certain images carry specific meanings in your dreams. Water might always represent emotions. Houses might represent your sense of self. Cars might symbolize how you navigate life. You might dream of water when facing emotional situations. Calm water suggests emotions under control. Stormy seas indicate turbulence. Drowning might mean overwhelm. Swimming could represent confidence in handling feelings. The specific imagery matters less than the pattern of association that develops through attention and recording. Houses often represent the self in dreams. Different rooms hold different aspects of personality. The basement might contain repressed material or instinctual drives. The attic could represent spiritual aspirations or neglected memories. The kitchen might relate to nourishment and sustenance. Bedrooms to intimacy and rest. These are not fixed rules, but common patterns Jung observed across thousands of dreams. The interesting part is that dreams do not just reflect your personal history. They also connect you to the collective unconscious. People who have never studied mythology dream of symbols that appear in ancient texts. A person with no religious background might dream of mandalas or sacred geometry. The deeper layers of the psyche speak a universal language that transcends individual learning. Think about nightmares for a moment. Jung did not see them as problems to eliminate. They were unconsciously using intensity to ensure you paid attention. What you fear in dreams often represents aspects of yourself that you have rejected or denied. The monster chasing you might be your own creativity that seems dangerous because it threatens your carefully constructed identity. The angry figure pursuing you could be your own unexpressed rage looking for acknowledgement. The catastrophe you witness might reflect the inner collapse of old structures to make room for new growth. Nightmares feel terrible, but they serve important functions. They force you to face what you would rather avoid. They create the urgency that gets conscious attention. You rest in the twilight between sleep and waking. This is a productive space where insights arrive uninvited. Jung called it active imagination, deliberately maintaining this threshold state to dialogue with the unconscious. Not analysing dreams from outside, but stepping into them and engaging with the images directly. You can practice this technique. Take a dream image that stays with you. Close your eyes and visualise it again. Then instead of analysing what it means, engage with it. If you dreamed of an old woman, imagine speaking to her. Ask what she wants. Listen for what emerges. If you dreamed of a dark forest, imagine walking into it. See what happens next. This is not making things up. It is allowing the unconscious to continue the communication it started in sleep. The images that emerge through active imagination often surprise you. They say things you would never consciously think. They take actions you would not plan. This surprise indicates that something authentic is happening. The unconscious is speaking in its own voice. Modern therapy has embraced many of Jung's dream techniques, though often without crediting him. Gestalt therapists ask clients to speak as different elements from their dreams. Take the perspective of the chasing monster. What do you want? What are you pursuing? This often reveals that the threatening figure carries a message rather than pure menace. Art therapists have people draw or paint dream images. The act of creating visual representation deepens engagement with the symbolic material. Things emerge through the drawing process that were not apparent in the original dream. Colours become important. Spatial relationships reveal hierarchies. The creative process itself becomes another form of active imagination. These approaches all honour Jung's insight that dreams are not puzzles to solve, but living symbols to engage with respectfully. You do not crack a dream like a code and then discard it. You develop a relationship with dream images over time. They become companions and teachers. Recurring figures gain depth and nuance through repeated encounters. The room around you has become permeable now. The boundary between inner and outer softens like watercolour edges bleeding together. You might notice your own dreams tonight feel more vivid. That is because paying attention to the unconscious invites it to communicate more clearly. The psyche responds to genuine interest like plants respond to light. When you study your dreams, they get richer and more instructive. More details emerge. More layers of meaning reveal themselves. Jung found this consistently in his practice. Patients who worked seriously with dreams received increasingly sophisticated communications from the unconscious. The psyche seemed pleased to be taken seriously, and rewarded attention with clarity. You settle into the comfortable darkness. Not the darkness of ignorance or fear, but the fertile darkness of potential. The darkness before dawn. The darkness of the womb before birth. Somewhere in the depths of your mind, the dream factory is already beginning tonight's production. Ancient symbols are being combined with today's experiences. The collective unconscious is preparing messages tailored specifically for you. Messages about what you need to know, what you need to face, what you need to integrate, what you need to release. All you need to do is sleep and listen. Trust that the communication will come in exactly the form you can currently receive it. Jung believed dreams were genuinely helpful. Not tricks or traps, but guidance from the wisest part of yourself. The part that sees your whole life arc, that knows your potential, that understands your struggles from a perspective wider than ego's narrow focus. This helpful unconscious companion works through the night while consciousness rests. Picture yourself standing in front of a mirror in dim light. The reflection shows your familiar face, but Jung would ask you to look more carefully, to see not just what is visible but what lurks at the edges. Behind your reflected eyes lives someone you prefer not to acknowledge. This is your shadow, and it contains everything you believe you're not. The shadow is not evil exactly. It is simply the repository of qualities that do not fit your self-image, the dumping ground for aspects of yourself that you learned to reject. As a child, you received countless messages about what was acceptable and what was not. Good children do not get angry. Smart people do not make mistakes. Strong people do not cry. Successful people do not fail. Each message created a choice. Accept this part of yourself or reject it. Express this quality or hide it. Most of us learned to hide aspects that brought criticism or punishment. We created an acceptable self for public presentation. Everything that did not fit got stuffed into the shadow. If you think of yourself as kind, your shadow holds your capacity for cruelty. Not because you have lost that capacity, but because you refuse to acknowledge it. If you pride yourself on rationality, your shadow contains wild irrationality. If you identify as independent, your shadow houses your neediness. The rejected qualities do not disappear. They accumulate in darkness, growing stronger through neglect. You might recognize your shadow in the people who irritate you most. You'll notice that we tend to project our disowned qualities onto others. That person at work who seems unbearably arrogant might be reflecting your own ambition that you have learned to hide. You hate their obvious striving because it mirrors the ambition you deny in yourself. The friend whose neediness annoys you could be mirroring your own dependency that you refuse to admit. You pride yourself on self-sufficiency, on never asking for help, on handling everything alone. But the need for others does not vanish just because you deny it. It goes into shadow and appears externally as your friend's clingy behaviour that makes you uncomfortable. The room feels slightly cooler now as we approach this uncomfortable territory. Jung did not suggest that you needed to eliminate your shadow. That would be impossible and undesirable. The shadow contains not just negative qualities, but also positive ones you never developed. The artist inside the accountant, the fierce protector hiding in the gentle person, the playful child buried under adult responsibility. Instead of elimination, Jung advocated for integration, acknowledging that you contain the full spectrum of human possibility, including the parts that make you uncomfortable. This is not an invitation to act on every impulse, it is simply recognition, seeing what is actually there rather than maintaining a polished but partial self-image. Think about times when you surprised yourself by acting out of character, saying something cruel when you normally value kindness, making an impulsive decision when you pride yourself on careful planning, behaving recklessly when you usually practice caution. These moments are often the shadow breaking through. The qualities you tried to lock away are finding expression anyway. The eruptions can be embarrassing or destructive, but they also carry information. What emerges from shadow reveals what you have been denying. That flash of cruelty might indicate anger you have never acknowledged. The impulsive decision could point to spontaneity you have suppressed. The reckless behaviour might reflect a need for freedom that your careful life never allows. Modern culture encourages you to present only positive traits. Social media demands that you perform happiness and success. Everyone posts their highlight reels while hiding their struggles. Job interviews require you to showcase only strengths while minimising weaknesses. Relationships often involve presenting your best self and hiding your worst. But this constant editing creates a psychological problem. The rejected qualities do not disappear. They accumulate in the shadow, growing stronger through neglect. Like plants growing in darkness, they become pale and twisted. The shadow does not go away when you ignore it. It just becomes more powerful and more distorted. Jung noticed that people at midlife often experience dramatic shadow confrontations. The person who spent decades being responsible and dutiful might suddenly behave recklessly, buying a sports car, having an affair, quitting a stable job. These are not random breakdowns, but the shadow demanding recognition. The parts of yourself that have waited patiently are no longer willing to wait. The career-focused individual discovers long-suppressed creativity. They take up painting or music after decades of pure ambition. The rational skeptic has spiritual experiences that their worldview cannot accommodate. The fierce, independent person falls deeply in love and discovers vulnerability. These are not midlife crises in the conventional sense. They are the shadow asserting its right to exist. You settle deeper as we explore this shadow territory. It sounds threatening, but Jung found it could also be liberating. Your shadow contains enormous energy because you have spent years suppressing it. All that repression requires constant effort. When you stop fighting the shadow and start acknowledging it, that energy becomes available for more productive purposes. The fierce anger you suppressed can become passionate advocacy. The selfishness you rejected can become healthy self-care. The irrationality you denied can become creative insight. The qualities themselves are neutral. They become problematic only when denied and distorted through repression. Picture walking through a dimly lit corridor. Along the walls hang portraits of all the people you have judged or criticised. Jung would invite you to study these portraits carefully. Each one reveals something about your shadow. The qualities that disturb you in others often point to disowned aspects of yourself. This is not absolute. Sometimes a cruel person is just cruel. Sometimes an annoying habit is simply annoying. But strong reactions often indicate projection. When someone pushes your buttons effortlessly, they might be touching shadow material. The intensity of your reaction reveals the energy you're investing in keeping certain qualities at bay. The shadow appears frequently in dreams. The dark figure pursuing you through empty streets. The stranger whose face you cannot quite see. The menacing presence lurking at the edge of awareness. Jung taught that running from these figures in dreams only strengthens them. The more you flee, the more powerful they become. Turning to face them begins the process of integration. In dreams, this might mean stopping mid-chase and confronting your pursuer, asking what they want, looking at their face. Often the threatening figure transforms when directly encountered. The monster becomes a person, the demon becomes a teacher, the enemy becomes an ally. Think about the stories you love most. Often the hero must confront their shadow in some form. Luke Skywalker facing Darth Vader and discovering he could become his father. That lightsaber duel in the cave where he fights himself. Harry Potter learns he shares qualities with Voldemort. The piece of the Dark Lord living inside him. These narratives resonate because they mirror your own necessary journey toward wholeness. The external enemy reflects an internal struggle. The battle against evil out there mirrors the need to integrate shadow material in here. Every hero's journey includes shadow confrontation, because that confrontation is essential for genuine transformation. Modern psychology has validated Jung's shadow concept through research. Studies find that people who acknowledge their full range of traits tend to be psychologically healthier than those who maintain rigidly positive self-images. Accepting your capacity for both kindness and cruelty, strength and weakness, creates psychological flexibility. Rigid self-images create brittle personalities. When you only allow yourself to be kind, the first moment of cruelty shatters your sense of self. When you only permit yourself strength, the first experience of weakness devastates your identity. But when you acknowledge the full range from the start, nothing can shatter you. You already know you contain everything. You might notice your breathing has deepened, your body settling more completely into rest. Meeting the shadow is uncomfortable, but it is also a homecoming. The energy you spent denying parts of yourself becomes available for more productive purposes. The constant vigilance required to maintain a false image can finally relax. Jung warned about the collective shadow as well. Groups and nations project their disowned qualities onto other groups. This creates the dangerous dynamic of us versus them. We are civilized and rational. They are barbaric and emotional. We are peaceful and defensive. They are aggressive and threatening. Each side projects its shadow onto the other. This mechanism drives most conflicts. Nations that pride themselves on freedom fail to see their own authoritarian impulses. Religions that proclaim love demonize outsiders. Political movements that champion tolerance become viciously intolerant toward opponents. The shadow operates at every level from individual to collective. Understanding the shadow might be essential for reducing conflict. When you see the patterns playing out, you can interrupt the projection. That enemy out there might be showing you something about yourself. The qualities you hate in them might exist in you in different forms. This recognition does not excuse genuine wrongdoing, but it complicates the simple narratives that fuel division. The room around you holds this shadow wisdom gently. There is no rush to integrate everything tonight. The shadow has waited this long. It will continue waiting, but now you know it is there. That knowledge itself changes the relationship. The shadow loses some of its power when you simply acknowledge its existence. Picture yourself extending a hand to that dark figure from your dreams. Imagine saying hello to the parts of yourself you have denied. This is not an invitation to act on every impulse. A civilized life requires containing certain drives. But containment is different from denial. You can acknowledge anger without punching someone. Recognize selfishness without becoming narcissistic. See your capacity for cruelty without becoming cruel. The difference is awareness. The shadow that remains unconscious controls you. It erupts at inopportune moments. It sabotages your intentions. It creates compulsions and addictions. But the shadow brought into awareness becomes just another part of yourself to work with. Still challenging, but no longer overwhelming. You rest in this expanded understanding. The shadow is not your enemy. It is your unrealized potential, the parts of yourself that wait patiently for acknowledgement. Jung spent his life learning to dialogue with his own shadow, not conquering it, but befriending it, making room for the full range of human experience within one personality. His Red Book contains records of his own shadow encounters, visions and dialogues with figures that represented rejected aspects of his psyche. He drew them, painted them, wrote down their words. This was not mental illness, but deliberate shadow work. He knew that as a therapist helping others integrate their shadows, he needed to do his own work first. The book remained private during his lifetime, published only decades after his death. But it reveals the depth of his commitment to wholeness. He did not just teach these concepts, he lived them. He faced his own darkness and integrated what he found. This personal work gave his professional insights their authenticity and power. Tonight you have glimpsed your own shadow. Tomorrow it will still be there. The work of integration happens gradually, one small acknowledgement at a time, one moment of seeing clearly instead of looking away. One choice is to own the disowned. The journey of a lifetime compressed into nightly recognitions that accumulate into transformation. You find yourself at a crossroads in half-light. Neither dawn nor dusk, but that ambiguous hour when day and night hold equal claim. Behind you stretches the path you have travelled, marked by achievements and roles you have mastered. The dutiful child, the good student, the responsible employee, the reliable friend. Each role well performed but somehow incomplete. Ahead stretches unknown territory, without clear markers or guarantees. This is the landscape of individuation, Jung's term for the lifelong process of becoming who you truly are. Individuation is not about becoming special or unique. Paradoxically, it is about becoming whole. It means integrating all the scattered parts of yourself into a coherent unity. The person you show at work is their competence and professionalism, the self you are with family with all its complications and history, the version that emerges when you're alone without an audience or performance. Jung believed the goal of life was to gather these fragments into something genuine and complete. The room around you feels spacious now. Walls that seemed solid grow permeable. Individuation often begins in midlife when the strategies that worked for the first half of life stop functioning. The career that once satisfied feels empty despite continued success. The relationship that provided security begins to chafe against parts of yourself you have been denying. These are not problems to fix quickly with new strategies. They are invitations to a deeper transformation. Picture yourself as a tree. You spent the first half of life growing upward, reaching for success and achievement, stretching toward light and recognition, building a visible structure that others could see and admire. This upward growth is necessary and good. But at some point healthy trees also grow downward, developing deeper roots. They anchor themselves in earth. They access water and nutrients from layers their saplings' roots never reached. Individuation is this downward growth. It means exploring the depths of your own psyche, rather than just reaching for external goals. It requires excavating layers you barely knew existed, acknowledging parts of yourself that do not fit your polished self-image. This is not regression or navel-gazing. It is the necessary work of developing psychological roots strong enough to support genuine maturity. Jung noticed that people who avoided individuation often faced crises, depressions that seemed to come from nowhere despite favourable life circumstances, anxieties that no amount of success could relieve, relationships that collapsed despite everyone's best efforts, physical symptoms that medical tests could not explain. These difficulties were often the psyche's way of forcing growth when the conscious self resisted change. You might recognise this in your own life. Times when everything seemed fine on the surface but something felt fundamentally wrong. When achievements brought no satisfaction. When you looked in the mirror and barely recognised the person staring back. When the scripts you had been following suddenly felt like costumes that no longer fit. These moments signal that individuation is calling. The process is rarely comfortable. It requires letting go of identities you have worked hard to construct. The successful professional might need to acknowledge vulnerability and doubt. The self-sufficient individual might have to learn dependency and ask for help. The rational thinker might have to make room for intuition and emotion. Each release creates space for something more authentic, but the releasing itself feels like loss. Think about the masks you wear in different situations. The competent professional who has all the answers, the caring friend who always knows what to say, the responsible family member who holds everything together. None of these are false exactly, but they are partial, fragments of a larger whole. Individuation means finding the person who exists beneath all these roles, the essential you that remains constant across different contexts. Jung used the term self with a capital S to describe this core identity. Not the ego that navigates daily life with its goals and anxieties, but something deeper and more fundamental. The self is both the centre and the circumference of personality. It organises your psychological life the way a magnet organises iron filings into patterns. The ego is important. You need it to function in the world. But ego is not the whole story. Individuation involves establishing the right relationship between ego and self. The ego stops trying to be in total control. It learns to listen to promptings from deeper levels, to follow guidance that comes from sources beyond its own planning and willing. The room feels perfectly calibrated to your comfort now. The temperature is ideal, light, soft, but adequate. You could stay here indefinitely. Individuation is not a destination you reach. It is an orientation you maintain, a commitment to becoming more conscious and more whole over time. Some days you make progress, other days you backslide. The direction matters more than the speed. Picture yourself gathering pieces of a broken mirror. Each fragment reflects a different aspect of yourself. Some pieces are polished and gleaming, qualities you developed and refined. Others are tarnished with neglect, capacities you never explored. Still others are jagged and sharp, aspects you actively rejected. Individuation is the patient work of assembling these fragments into a more complete reflection. Not perfect. Perfection is not the goal and never was, but more honest, more whole, containing both light and shadow, both strength and weakness, both achievement and failure. All of it was recognised as part of the same person, rather than split into acceptable and unacceptable parts. Modern life often works against individuation. Social media encourages you to perform a curated identity. The carefully selected photos, the witty captions, the life that looks enviable from outside. Consumer culture promises that purchasing the right products will complete you. The perfect car, the ideal vacation, the transformative gadget. These external solutions cannot touch the real work that happens in the depths of your psyche. The transformation that occurs when you stop performing and start being. When you quit trying to be who you should be and investigate who you actually are. This investigation takes courage because you might not like everything you find. But Jung believed that wholeness matters more than perfection. Better to be completely human than partially divine. Individuation often involves reconciling opposites. The thinker is learning to feel. The feeling person is developing thinking. The extrovert discovering introversion. The introvert is learning to engage the world. These are not compromises where you meet in the middle and lose both sides. They are integrations where both poles become available rather than one dominating. Think about an ambidextrous person. They can use either hand with equal skill. This is not the same as being mediocre with both hands. It is mastery of both. Psychological integration works similarly. The thinking person who develops feeling does not become less intelligent. They become more complete. The extrovert who discovers introversion does not lose their social skills. They gain access to inner resources. You might notice that you breathe more easily now. There is relief in giving up the exhausting work of maintaining a full self. Individuation allows you to relax into authenticity. You stop worrying about whether people will accept the real you because you have accepted yourself. This acceptance is not resignation. It is recognition that you are larger and more complex than any single role or identity. Think about older people you admire. Often they possess a quality of integration that younger people lack. They seem comfortable in their own skin, less concerned with performance and more interested in genuine connection. They can laugh at themselves. They acknowledge their limitations without shame. They no longer need to prove anything. This is what successful individuation looks like. Not the absence of problems, not perfect mental health or endless happiness, but a deeper relationship with the full range of human experience. The capacity to meet both joy and sorrow with equanimity. To hold contradictions without demanding instant resolution. To be both strong and vulnerable, confident and uncertain, accomplished and humble. The journey continues as long as you live. New layers always wait to be explored. Shadow material you have not yet acknowledged. Archetypal energies you have not yet expressed. Potentials you have not yet realized. Jung believed that the unconscious is essentially inexhaustible. There is always more to discover, always deeper levels to explore. There are always new integrations to achieve. This might sound exhausting, but Jung found it energizing. The work is difficult but meaningful. Each integration brings increased vitality. Each shadow fragment acknowledged releases energy that was locked in repression. Each new capacity developed expands your range of response. You become more rather than less through individuation. You rest in the quiet satisfaction of this understanding. Individuation is not a luxury for people with too much time. It is the fundamental human project. Learning who you are beneath all the conditioning and expectations. finding your own voice among the chorus of voices telling you who to be, discovering your particular path through the common human landscape. This is the journey Jung mapped, with his concepts and insights. Tonight you are walking it. Not in theory, but in the actual territory of your own experience. Each breath takes you deeper into yourself. Each moment of honest recognition is a step toward wholeness. The destination remains distant, but the direction is clear. Jung knew that individuation could not be rushed. Decades of work stretched before him when he first glimpsed the path, but he also knew that the work itself was the point. Not arriving at some final perfected state, but engaging with the ongoing process of becoming more conscious, more integrated, more whole. The journey itself was the reward. You open your eyes to a world Jung never saw. Smartphones and social media, global connectivity and information overload, artificial intelligence and virtual reality, technologies that would seem like magic to someone from his era. Yet the patterns he identified persist beneath the technological surface. In many ways, modern life makes his insights more relevant, not less. Consider how you curate your online identity, the photos you choose for your profile, the thoughts you share on social platforms, the reactions you seek from strangers and friends alike. Jung would recognize this as persona work. The persona is the mask you wear in public, the acceptable face you present to the world. Social media has simply made this process more visible and more demanding. You craft your persona with each post. The witty comment that shows you are clever, the vacation photo that demonstrates you live well, the political opinion that signals your values, the achievement that proves your worth. None of this is necessarily false, but it is partial. Selected aspects of a larger reality edited for public consumption. The room around you holds both past and present. Jung's consulting room in Zurich feels remarkably close to your own lived experience. The fundamental questions remain unchanged despite technological transformation. Who am I really? What do my struggles mean? How do I become whole in a fragmented world? The phones in our pockets have not altered these essential human concerns. Think about the mental health crisis of our time. Anxiety and depression rates are climbing despite material prosperity. People feeling isolated despite constant connection. Burnout epidemics sweeping through workplace after workplace. Jung would point to the neglect of the unconscious. Modern culture demands that you live entirely on the surface, always producing, always performing, never descending into the depths where real transformation happens. You scroll through feeds but starve the deeper hunger. You accumulate followers but feel increasingly alone. You document experiences but forget to have them. The technology facilitates connection while somehow making genuine contact more difficult. Jung would see this as the natural result of privileging persona over substance, of investing everything in the mask while neglecting the face beneath. The collective unconscious manifests everywhere in contemporary life. Superhero movies tap into ancient archetypal patterns with stunning effectiveness. The hero's journey plays out in franchise after franchise. Audiences respond not because these stories are original, but because they speak the old language fluently. They activate recognition patterns buried in the collective psyche. Marvel and DC Comics create billion-dollar industries by dressing archetypes in modern costumes. Thor and Wonder Woman are gods literally, but even human heroes embody archetypal patterns. Batman as the Dark Avenger transforming trauma into purpose, Spider-Man as the innocent thrust into responsibility, Captain America as the pure hero serving something larger than himself. You might notice how certain symbols proliferate across modern culture. The mandala appears in company logos and meditation apps. The circular pattern that Jung associated with wholeness and the self. Starbucks uses it. Target uses it. Countless brands deploy circular symmetry because it resonates with something deep in human psychology. The Ouroboros shows up in environmental messaging. The snake eating its own tail represents endless cycles and sustainability. This ancient alchemical symbol now decorates eco-friendly products. The image works because it speaks directly to the unconscious. No explanation needed. The symbol carries its meaning visually and immediately. Jung anticipated our current struggles with meaning. He lived through 2 world wars and witnessed the collapse of traditional religious frameworks. He saw people losing connection to sources of depth and purpose. Science displaced old certainties without providing new ones. Material progress failed to deliver the psychological satisfaction it promised. Modern society has accelerated this process. We have more information than ever, but less wisdom. More connection, but more loneliness. More entertainment, but less joy. More possessions, but less satisfaction. Jung would say we are succeeding at the wrong things. We are building elaborate structures on the surface while ignoring the foundations crumbling beneath. Picture yourself scrolling through social media late at night. That restless hunger driving you to keep checking, keep refreshing, keep consuming content. Jung would ask what you are really seeking. Often it is connection to the collective, a sense that you are part of something larger than yourself. The collective unconscious provides this connection more reliably than any technology, but accessing it requires turning inward rather than outward. The shadow appears dramatically in modern discourse. Political polarization reflects collective shadow projection on a massive scale. Each side sees the other as embodying everything they refuse to acknowledge in themselves. The left projects their authoritarian impulses onto the right projects their chaos and disorder onto the left. Neither sees their own shadow because they're too busy seeing it in their opponents. Social media amplifies this process by creating echo chambers where shadow projection intensifies without correction. You surround yourself with people who share your views. They reinforce your certainties and validate your projections. The algorithm feeds you content that confirms your biases. You never encounter genuine otherness that might reveal your own shadow material. You rest in the complexity of these observations. Jung did not offer simple solutions. He provided maps for navigating complexity, tools for understanding yourself and others with more nuance. His work suggests that psychological maturity involves holding contradictions rather than resolving them prematurely. Both and thinking rather than either or. Think about the pursuit of self-improvement that dominates modern culture. Productivity hacks, optimization strategies, biohacking, meditation apps, fitness trackers, sleep monitors, every aspect of life quantified and optimized. Jung would see both the value and the danger. The desire to grow is healthy and appropriate, but constantly trying to improve yourself can become another way of avoiding yourself. Another strategy for keeping the unconscious at bay. Another method of staying on the surface where everything can be measured and controlled. The deepest growth often comes through descent, not ascent. Through facing what you would rather avoid. Through embracing limitations rather than transcending them. Modern therapy often incorporates Jungian concepts without naming them explicitly. The focus on meaning rather than just symptom reduction, the attention to dreams and symbols, the recognition that psychological health involves integration rather than elimination. Jung's fingerprints are everywhere, even when his name is not mentioned. Therapists help clients dialogue with different parts of themselves. This is shadow work, though they might use different terminology. The room feels timeless now. Past and present merge into a continuous exploration of what it means to be human. Jung provided language for experiences that modernity tried to dismiss as irrational or unscientific. The sense that life has meaning beyond material success. The intuition that your dreams carry wisdom worth attending to. The feeling that you are connected to something larger than your individual existence. You might notice how Jung's concept of synchronicity helps make sense of meaningful coincidences. You think of someone and they call. You need information, and it appears. You ask a question, and the universe seems to answer. Modern science struggles to explain these experiences. Statistical probability does not capture their felt significance. Jung simply observed them and took them seriously. He trusted that the psyche operates according to principles we do not yet fully understand. That consciousness and matter might interact in ways that bypass normal causality. He remained open to mystery while maintaining scientific rigor. This both-and approach feels increasingly relevant in an age that demands certainty while producing endless complexity. Picture yourself in a therapy session addressing burnout. A Jungian approach would not just treat symptoms with better time management or stress reduction techniques. It would ask what your exhaustion is trying to tell you. What aspects of yourself are you neglecting? Which archetypal energies are demanding expression? What does your psyche need that your current life cannot provide? The body keeps score as modern trauma research confirms, but the psyche writes the ledger. Your burnout might reflect the shadow demanding acknowledgement, the creative part of yourself that your corporate job never uses, the spiritual dimension that endless productivity denies, the relational needs that constant achievement ignores, symptoms as messages from parts of yourself you have been denying. The individuation process Jung described seems especially crucial now. In a world that constantly tells you who to be, finding out who you actually are becomes an act of resistance. In a culture that demands constant productivity, taking time for inner exploration becomes revolutionary. In a society that values surfaces, cultivating depth becomes essential for survival, not just flourishing. Modern neuroscience has discovered that Jung was right about many things, though they express it in different language. The brain does seem to have inherited structures that predispose us to certain patterns. Dreams do perform important psychological functions beyond random neural firing. Symbolism activates brain regions associated with meaning-making that bypass verbal processing. Science is slowly catching up to insights Jung reached through clinical observation and self-exploration. You settle into this moment between history and now, between Jung's world and yours. The specifics have changed, but the patterns persist. Jung's ideas survive because they address something permanent in human experience. Technologies transform, societies reorganize, but the fundamental structure of the psyche remains remarkably consistent. The collective unconscious still speaks in dreams and visions. Archetypes still shape behavior and attraction. The shadow still demands acknowledgement. The self still organizes experience toward wholeness. These realities operated in 1907, and they operate today. They will operate in 2107, assuming humans still exist. The forms change, but the patterns endure. Think about what Jung would say about your life specifically. Not generic advice, but observations based on your particular patterns. The roles you play and how they fit or chafe. The dreams you remember and what they might mean. The people who trigger strong reactions in you and what that reveals. He would invite you to see these not as random events, but as meaningful patterns, opportunities for deeper understanding, invitations to greater wholeness, clues about the work your psyche wants you to do. The modern world bombards you with distractions, but beneath the noise your unconscious continues its patient work, trying to communicate, trying to guide, trying to move you toward integration and wholeness. The challenges we face collectively seem overwhelming. Climate change, political polarization, technological disruption, economic inequality. These problems cannot be solved at the same level of consciousness that created them, as Einstein supposedly said, though Jung would agree. They demand the kind of deep psychological work Jung championed. Individual transformation and social transformation are inseparable in Jung's view. You cannot change the world without changing yourself, and you cannot change yourself without affecting the world. The work of integrating your shadow reduces the shadow projections that fuel conflict. Your engagement with the unconscious adds depth to a surface-obsessed culture. Your journey toward wholeness contributes to collective healing. You rest in the recognition that you are part of this larger story. Your individual struggles matter not just for you, but for everyone. Your willingness to face what you would rather avoid, to acknowledge what you prefer to deny, to integrate what you have rejected. This work ripples outward in ways you cannot measure but Jung knew were real. The psyche is not isolated. Individuals are not separate atoms bumping randomly. We share psychological foundations the way we share biological structures. What happens in one psyche affects others through mechanisms we barely understand. Your growth creates possibilities for others. Your integration opens paths that others can follow. Your wholeness contributes to collective wholeness. You find yourself back in that invisible library we visited earlier, the collective unconscious with its infinite shelves extending in every direction. But now you understand it differently. This is not just a metaphor or interesting concept. It is the actual structure of your psychological inheritance, the foundation upon which your individual consciousness rests. Every human who has ever lived contributed to this library. The first person to kindle a fire, the first to tell a story, the first to paint on cave walls. Their experiences became part of the collective inheritance, and you are adding to it right now through your own experience, your particular combination of joy and suffering, success and failure, insight and confusion. All of it becomes part of the ongoing human story. Jung spent his life exploring this territory. He created maps for journeys he knew he could not complete. The work of individuation continues across generations. each person taking it a little further, understanding themselves a little more deeply, integrating one more shadow fragment, expressing one more archetypal possibility. The work never ends, but that is the point. The room around you has become a sanctuary now, a place where past and present merge into timeless exploration. You carry Jung's insights with you, not as intellectual concepts to remember, but as living tools to use. Ways of understanding the dreams that visit you tonight and every night. Methods for recognizing the archetypes that move through your life in different costumes. Strategies for befriending your shadow rather than fighting it endlessly. Picture yourself closing a book but knowing the story continues. Jung gave you permission to take your inner life seriously, to trust that your dreams mean something, to believe that your struggles serve a purpose in your growth, to know that you are connected to every human through the collective unconscious that we all share. The world outside this room continues its restless motion. Cars pass on streets, messages accumulate on screens, the relentless pace of modern life that Jung never knew but somehow anticipated. But you have found a centre that remains still regardless of external circumstances. This is the self Jung spent his life trying to describe, not your ego with its endless demands and anxieties, not your persona with its careful performance and curation, the deeper organising principle that remains constant through all changes, the part of you that was there when you were 5 and will be there at 90, the essential you beneath all the roles and identities you have tried on. You might wake tomorrow and forget the specifics of this journey, the particular examples or concepts, but something will remain, a slight shift in how you see yourself, a new patience with your own complexity, a recognition that you are both individual and universal, unique in your particulars, but connected through patterns that span human history. Jung believed that the unconscious is wise. It knows things your conscious mind cannot access directly. It sees patterns you miss. It remembers what you forget. It speaks in symbols because symbols carry meanings that transcend language and logic. It sends dreams because dreams bypass your defences and deliver messages directly to your deeper self. Tonight, as you sleep, this communication continues. Ancient symbols will combine with today's experiences. The collective unconscious will work through your particular life circumstances, processing, integrating, offering wisdom in the symbolic language that your deeper self speaks fluently, even when consciousness struggles to translate. Think about what Jung gave the world beyond his specific concepts. He gave permission for mystery, room for the irrational without abandoning reason, space for the spiritual without requiring religious belief. He validated inner experience in an age increasingly focused on external measurement. He trusted the psyche when science wanted to reduce it to chemistry and conditioning. The room grows softer now as we near the end. The boundaries between conscious and unconscious blur in that productive way that happens as you drift towards sleep. You carry Jung's library with you, all those archetypal patterns waiting to be activated. All the inherited wisdom is ready to be accessed. All the resources your deeper self can draw on when you need them. Picture yourself as both reader and book. You're studying the patterns Jung identified across his decades of work. But you're also writing your own chapter in the ongoing human story. The choices you make, the dreams you explore, the shadow material you integrate, all of this adds to the collective wisdom available to future generations. Modern life will resume tomorrow with its demands and distractions, email and meetings, responsibilities and obligations, the surface concerns that consume so much attention and energy. But tonight you rest in deeper currents, the collective unconscious that connects you to all humanity, past and future, the archetypal patterns that give structure to experience, the ongoing individuation process that unfolds across your lifetime. The shadow was waiting patiently for acknowledgement, the self organising everything into meaningful patterns, the helpful unconscious working through the night while consciousness rests. All of this continues whether you pay attention or not. But attention changes the relationship. Awareness creates partnership, consciousness and unconsciousness working together rather than at cross purposes. Jung knew that psychological work never ends. There is always another layer to explore, another symbol to decode, another dream to engage, another shadow fragment to integrate. But this is not discouraging when you understand it properly. It is the adventure of being fully human, of using consciousness to illuminate unconscious depths, of becoming whole rather than perfect. You settle into the perfect darkness now. Not the darkness of ignorance or fear, but the darkness of potential. The fertile void from which new consciousness emerges. Jung trusted this darkness. He knew it as the source of creativity and transformation. The place where the ego dissolves enough to let something larger emerge. The collective unconscious cradles you now like water, supports a swimmer. Ancient patterns support your individual existence. The same forces that move through shamans and mystics move through you. The same archetypes that shaped every human story shape your story. You are never truly alone because you carry this vast inheritance, this library, this foundation, this shared psychological bedrock. Think of Jung sitting in his consulting room in Zurich. Snow is falling outside, patients arriving with their dreams and struggles. He listened with such care because he knew each individual story connected to something universal. Your story does the same. The particular details are yours. The underlying patterns belong to everyone. Both things are true simultaneously. The library shelves glow softly in the darkness. Knowledge accumulated over millennia. Not books, but living wisdom. Not theories, but maps of real territory. Jung spent his life exploring this landscape. Tonight you have walked a small portion of it. The journey continues whether you are awake or asleep, whether you pay attention or remain unconscious. But awareness makes all the difference. You can rest now in the understanding that you are larger than you thought, more complex than your self-image, more connected than your isolation suggests. Jung gave you language for experiences you might have dismissed or feared. He validated the inner life in a world that only values external achievement. He trusted that meaning exists even when it cannot be measured. As you drift towards sleep, the distinctions blur and merge, past and present, individual and collective, conscious and unconscious. These are not opposites, but partners in an intricate dance. Jung spent his life learning the steps. Tonight you have felt the rhythm pulsing beneath experience. Tomorrow you will dance your own version with your own particular style. The room has become infinite and intimate simultaneously, as vast as the collective unconscious spanning all of human history. As personal as your own breath moving in and out. Jung knew this paradox well. We are each utterly unique expressions of universal patterns, both individual and archetype, both separate and connected, both conscious actors and unconscious processes. Picture Jung himself as an archetype now, the wise guide who maps inner territory, the explorer of psychological depths, the healer who trusted that wholeness is possible even through fragmentation. He joins the countless guides who have helped humans understand themselves more deeply across cultures and centuries. His particular contribution endures because it addresses permanent features of human experience. You rest completely now. The journey inward and outward is complete for tonight. Jung's insights have become part of you. Not memorized, but absorbed. Not learned, but recognized. Tomorrow you will face modern life with ancient wisdom supporting you. The collective unconscious beneath the surface noise. Archetypes beneath the personalities. Meaning beneath the chaos. The possibility of wholeness beneath the fragmentation that tries to define contemporary existence. Sleep well now. Dream deeply. The library never closes its infinite doors. The collective unconscious never sleeps or stops its patient work. Jung showed you where to find it through decades of careful observation and courageous self-exploration. Now you know it was never far away. It was always right here, in your dreams, in your symbols, in your journey toward becoming who you actually are beneath all the roles and personas and protective strategies. The snow falls gently on Zurich in 1907, and on your window tonight. Time collapses. Past and future meet in the eternal present of the psyche. Jung lights his pipe one more time, makes one final note in his journal, then closes the book, knowing the work continues, in his patients, in his readers, in you. Good night.